Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we return with another bone-chilling collection of forgotten accounts buried deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. In this episode, we will journey into the last frontier with 8 harrowing tales of tourists who vanished without a trace in America's most unforgiving landscape. Each narrative has been meticulously compiled from official missing persons reports, search and rescue documentation, and first-hand testimonies from those who witnessed the inexplicable. These are not folklore or urban legends, but documented cases that continue to baffle investigators and haunt the families left behind. From experienced outdoorsmen who disappeared in impossible circumstances to casual travelers who walked into the wilderness never to return. These stories reveal the terrifying reality that Alaska holds secrets darker than its endless winter nights. To protect the ongoing investigations and respect the privacy of the families involved, some names and specific locations have been altered, but the essential truth of each disappearance remains intact. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for daily true mystery content that will challenge everything you think you know about the unknown. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the files that others want to keep buried. Now let us begin our descent into the mysteries that Alaska refuses to surrender. The luxury cruise ship Northern Dreams was supposed to be the perfect honeymoon for Michael and Ashley Thompson from Dallas, but their shore excursion in a remote Alaskan village would tear their new marriage apart in the most inexplicable way. The couple had saved for 3 years to afford the premium glacier route package, complete with private balcony cabin and exclusive access to the most pristine locations along Alaska's Inside Passage. They were 28 and 26 years old, respectively, high school sweethearts who had finally made it to the altar after a decade together. Michael worked as a software engineer for a medical device company, methodical and cautious by nature, while Ashley taught 3rd grade and had an adventurous spirit that constantly pushed their relationship toward new experiences. Friends described them as perfectly complementary. Michael's careful planning balanced by Ashley's spontaneous enthusiasm. Their wedding photos showed a couple radiating happiness and anticipation for their future together. The Northern Dreams departed Seattle on August 14, 2024. Carrying 450 passengers on what was advertised as an 8-day ultimate Alaska experience. The ship's itinerary included stops at Ketchikan, Juneau, and Skagway, with a final day visiting the remote village of Hoonah on Chichagof Island. Michael and Ashley spent their first few days exactly as planned, photographing glaciers from their balcony, attending the ship's evening shows, and participating in guided excursions that kept them safely within designated tourist areas. Their fellow passengers remembered the Thompsons as an affectionate couple who seemed genuinely excited about every aspect of their Alaskan experience. Ashley collected postcards from each port, writing detailed messages to friends back home, while Michael maintained a travel blog with daily updates and carefully composed photographs. They seemed to be living their dream honeymoon until they reached Hoonah on August 20th. Hoonah is home to approximately 750 residents, mostly members of the Hoonah Tlingit tribe whose families have inhabited the area for thousands of years. The village sits on the shores of Icy Strait, surrounded by dense temperate rainforest and accessible only by boat or small aircraft. Most cruise ships dock at the modern tourist facility built specifically for visitors, but the Northern Dreams was small enough to anchor directly in the harbor, allowing passengers to take tender boats to the village dock. The scheduled shore excursion was a 4-hour cultural tour that included traditional dancing demonstrations, local art displays, and a guided walk through the historic village center. Michael and Ashley initially joined the main group, posing for photographs with traditional totem poles and purchasing handmade jewelry from local artisans. But according to other passengers, sometime around 2 p.m. Ashley became fixated on a particular section of forest visible from the village center. Margaret Stevens, A retired nurse from Portland who had befriended the couple during the cruise later told investigators that Ashley kept pointing toward the tree line and asking their Tlingit guide about the singing. When the guide asked what she meant, Ashley described hearing voices calling her name from somewhere in the forest. The guide, an elderly man named Robert Jack who had lived in Hoonah his entire life, immediately became serious and suggested Ashley should ignore whatever she thought she was hearing. But Ashley's behavior became increasingly agitated. She told Michael she needed to investigate the source of the voices, insisting they sounded familiar, like relatives calling for help. Michael tried to convince her to stay with the group, reminding her that they were due back on the ship by 5 p.m. and that wandering into unfamiliar wilderness was dangerous. Ashley had never shown any tendency toward irrational behavior during their relationship, which made her sudden fixation all the more concerning. At approximately 2:30 p.m., despite Michael's protests and the guide's warnings, Ashley walked away from the tour group toward the forest edge. Michael immediately followed, calling her name and trying to catch up. Margaret Stevens was the last person from the cruise to see them together, watching as they disappeared into the dense spruce and hemlock trees that surrounded the village. She described Ashley as moving with unusual purpose, as if she knew exactly where she was going despite never having visited the area before. When the couple failed to return by 4 p.m., the cruise director contacted village authorities and organized a search party. Robert Jack, despite his advanced age, immediately volunteered to help, bringing along 2 younger men familiar with the forest trails. The Hoonah Volunteer Fire Department activated their emergency response protocol, and within an hour, 25 searchers were combing the woods in a systematic grid pattern. The terrain around Hoonah is challenging. Steep ravines carved by ancient glacial activity, dense undergrowth that can hide a person just yards away, and numerous small streams that create natural barriers. The searchers expected to find the couple within a few hours, assuming they had simply gotten lost or injured on unfamiliar trails. But as daylight began to fade, the search took on an increasingly desperate tone. At 8:47 p.m., just as the organized search was preparing to continue with flashlights and headlamps, Ashley Thompson emerged from the forest alone. She was found by 2 village residents approximately half a mile from where she and Michael had entered the woods, walking calmly along a logging road that led back toward the harbor. Her appearance shocked everyone who saw her. Ashley's clothes were completely dry despite the heavy mist that had persisted all afternoon, and she showed no signs of fatigue or distress from spending 6 hours in dense wilderness. More disturbing was Ashley's behavior. When searchers approached her, she looked at them with complete confusion and asked where she was. She did not recognize the village of Hoonah, despite having spent the entire afternoon there. When asked about Michael, she stared blankly and asked who they were talking about. Ashley had no memory of being married, no recollection of the cruise ship or their honeymoon, and no awareness that she was in Alaska at all. Medical personnel from the ship examined Ashley immediately, finding no signs of head trauma, drug use, or any physical condition that might explain her memory loss. Her vital signs were normal, and she showed no symptoms of hypothermia despite spending hours in the cold, damp forest. Psychologically, she appeared calm and cooperative, but insisted her name was Ashley Morrison, her maiden name, and that she lived in Dallas with her parents. She claimed to be 22 years old and working as a substitute teacher while finishing her education degree. The most inexplicable aspect of Ashley's condition was her specific knowledge of locations she should not have been able to find. When questioned about how she had navigated through the forest, she led searchers to 3 different spots where she claimed to have rested. Each location was significant to local Tlingit history: a traditional fishing camp, a burial ground that had been abandoned for over a century, and a ceremonial site that even many village residents did not know existed. Ashley described these places in detail, using terminology that suggested deep familiarity with indigenous culture and traditions she had never studied. Meanwhile, the search for Michael intensified. Dogs were brought in from Juneau, and helicopter patrols began at first light. The search area expanded to cover over 50 square miles of wilderness, including remote valleys that had not seen human visitors in years. Despite the massive effort, no trace of Michael Thompson was ever found. No clothing, no equipment, no footprints beyond the initial tracks that showed him following Ashley into the forest. Alaska State Troopers treated the case as a potential homicide, extensively interviewing Ashley despite her apparent memory loss. Polygraph tests proved inconclusive due to her psychological condition, and medical experts were divided on whether her amnesia was genuine or fabricated. Ashley consistently maintained that she had no memory of Michael, their marriage, or the events that brought her to Alaska. She passed every medical and psychological evaluation, showing no signs of deception or mental illness. The investigation revealed troubling details about the forest area where the couple had disappeared. Local Tlingit elders, when pressed by authorities, reluctantly shared traditional warnings about certain locations in the woods. They spoke of places where the boundary between the world of the living and the dead, spirit realm, became thin, areas where people could become lost not just physically but temporally. Robert Jack, the tour guide, eventually admitted he had been reluctant to search certain areas because of childhood stories about people who entered the forest and emerged changed, sometimes decades later, sometimes as completely different individuals. Ashley was eventually returned to Dallas, where her family struggled to help her rebuild a life she could not remember living. Medical specialists across the country examined her case, but none could explain her selective amnesia or her inexplicable knowledge of Alaskan indigenous culture. She underwent hypnotherapy, cognitive rehabilitation, and experimental treatments designed to recover lost memories. But nothing restored her recollection of her life with Michael or their honeymoon. 6 months after the disappearance, Ashley began experiencing vivid dreams about walking through an endless forest, where voices called her name from every direction. In these dreams, she followed the voices deeper and deeper into the wilderness until she reached a clearing where figures in traditional Tlingit regalia waited for her. The dreams always ended the same way, with Ashley making a choice between following the figures into the forest or turning back toward a distant light that she somehow knew represented her old life. Michael's family hired private investigators who spent over a year following leads and interviewing witnesses, but the case remained unsolved. His body was never recovered despite numerous additional searches, and no evidence was found to suggest he had been the victim of an animal attack or natural disaster. The insurance companies eventually declared him dead, but his family refused to accept that conclusion. The Northern Dreams discontinued its Huna excursions after the incident, and cruise lines began requiring guided supervision for all forest activities in remote Alaskan villages. The case became a cautionary tale used in maritime safety training, though instructors struggled to explain what precautions might have prevented the tragedy. Today, Ashley lives in Dallas under her maiden name, working as an elementary school teacher with no memory of her previous life. She has never married again, claiming she feels incomplete in a way she cannot explain. Sometimes on quiet evenings, she finds herself drawn to documentaries about Alaska and indigenous cultures, watching with an intensity that she cannot understand. Friends describe her as fundamentally changed, still kind and intelligent, but carrying an indefinable sadness that seems to come from somewhere beyond conscious memory. The case of Michael and Ashley Thompson remains active in Alaska State Trooper files, though no new leads have emerged in recent years. Their story serves as a stark reminder that Alaska's wilderness holds mysteries that extend beyond the merely physical, places where the very nature of identity and memory can be challenged in ways that science cannot yet explain. In a land where indigenous peoples have always understood that the forest holds powers beyond human comprehension, the disappearance of one person and the transformation of another stands as testimony to forces that remain as vast and unknowable as the Alaskan wilderness itself. Marcus Davidson's last known photograph was taken at 8:12 a.m. on a cold July morning in Denali National Park. The jagged profile of Mount Foraker shadowed behind his tent, his face all confidence and sunburned resolve. He was 34 years old, a seasoned backpacker and ultra-marathoner out of Phoenix, Arizona, the kind of man who quoted Emerson on his Instagram bio and included his highest elevation climbed next to his job at a solar energy company. Friends called Marcus disciplined, ambitious, but also stubborn. The moment he first set foot in Alaska, he is said to have promised his followers a true solo traverse of the Denali backcountry. No guides, all compass work, homemade dehydrated meals, a satellite beacon for emergencies only, and a camera mounted to chronicle each crucial step. For Marcus, this journey was not just adventure, it was a declaration. To conquer your fears, you must walk into them alone. He arrived in Anchorage on July 2nd, upbeat and chatty, if more sleep-deprived than he let on. His mother, Susan, called twice that first weekend. He replied with canned texts from the shuttle van. "Don't worry, Mom. Alaska is even more beautiful than they say. I could stay out here forever." The last person to see him in town was a grocery store cashier who remembered the sunburned hiker with the overstuffed backpack and camera rig who bought 3 bottles of water, a pack of jerky, and a pencil for his field notes. His plan, according to the itinerary left with his friend Alan Jenkins, was a 6-day hike from the Wonder Lake trailhead northward, looping toward a lesser-marked glacier valley seldom visited except by the most experienced. "The only way to feel alive," Marcus had said, "is to go places nobody else dares to go." Day 1 was routine, photographs and footprints on Wonder Lake Trail. Verified by 2 families on holiday from Seattle. Mile 12, Marcus resting by a waterfall, helping a pair of children identify cloudberry plants. That same afternoon, he signed the backcountry log at Sable Pass. All clear. No bears, weather holding, spirits even higher. His penmanship, always precise, hinted at anticipation. Rangers later noted the entry time, 2:36 p.m., and that his was the only solo name that day. On the 3rd morning, Marcus's route deviated from the park-advised map. According to geotagged photos, he continued past Coyote Creek, angling east instead of following the river north. He was still posting short clips from his phone, battery permitting, describing rain-soaked socks and the humbling silence of the tundra. The angle of the sun in later images suggests he reached the mouth of the glacier valley just after midnight. The sky at that latitude never goes fully dark in July. In the background of his last video, the landscape is all gold and silver, but a blurry distortion creeps into the left edge of the frame. A washed-out smudge that Marcus never comments on. When he failed to check in by satellite on the 5th day, his agreed-upon schedule with Alan, his disappearance triggered the first wave of anxiety. At first, nobody panicked. Marcus was known to stretch plans, but 24 more hours passed with only silence. On July 9th, Denali Rangers launched a search. The weather had started to turn, the kind of cold wind that one searcher called a warning straight from the Arctic itself. Rangers and volunteers combed the marked trails, then pressed deeper into the valley where Marcus's GPS had last pinged. They found his camp 3 days later on the edge of a gravel outwash, miles from the nearest human traffic. The camp was undisturbed. His tent was perfectly erected, his gas canister half-used, maps weighted by a single stone on one corner of the sleeping pad. Compass, stove, extra socks, his cherished field journal, all intact. Only Marcus's boots were missing. There were no obvious signs of struggle. A ranger found his phone on airplane mode tucked into a sealed plastic bag. Local rules for water protection. What stopped every searcher cold, however, was the lack of tracks. In the patchy silt around the tent, Marcus's own footprints were clear, leading from the tent to the nearby stream and back to the tent. But there were no further footprints moving out into the surrounding brush or up towards the glacier. No sign he had left under duress, nor that a bear or animal dragged him away. The area had seen a cold snap, but no significant snow, and the silt should have captured hours-old movement. His boots were never located. Wildlife cameras in the area checked after his disappearance showed nothing except caribou herds, and one night the distant flash of some animal's eyes. But in the final true time-stamped photo Marcus sent to his cloud account, taken sometime after midnight, observers noticed a strange vertical smear in the background. A translucent gray shape against the rocks, almost as if something had moved quickly through the frame as the shutter went off. The angle made the object difficult to identify. Was it a bear standing upright? A tree moving in wind? Digital analysts could not agree. The most perplexing detail surfaced later after Alan Jenkins gained access to Marcus's GPS watch data. The last recorded coordinates from early morning showed a sudden and impossible burst of eastward movement, over a mile in under 3 minutes, terrain that would have required ropes and technical climbing for the most seasoned expert. The line zigzags, then cuts off with a flat line where the device powers down. Electrical failure? Glitch caused by solar interference. The manufacturer could not replicate the error in tests, and no other devices in Denali recorded similar anomalies that week. Rangers cataloged the evidence, marked Marcus as missing, and posted be on the lookout notices statewide. Although the initial search covered more than 50 square miles, no additional clues were found. Helicopters flew gridded patterns along the valley, and canine teams swept the nearby woods, but the team never found any sign of fallen clothing, bright rescue tape, or spent flares. The consensus around campfires in the search base was bleak. People disappear in Alaska every year, but never like this. Rumors circulated quickly, as they always do in the wild. The park's backcountry forums filled with speculation. Did Marcus fall down an unseen crevasse and get covered by fresh rock? Did he stage his own getaway, scrubbing away his tracks to escape some unknown threat or unfinished business? Was he taken by a rare animal, perhaps a wolf pack or a grizzly, without leaving blood or struggle? Or, as some in the digital community whispered, was he victim to one of the infamous missing time phenomena recounted occasionally by seasoned Alaskans? Odd gaps in memory, time skips, travelers losing hours or days with no explanation? Marcus's family declined interviews with major media, but his mother posted a public letter to the r/Alaska Outdoors subreddit. Marcus was careful, smart, and respected wild places more than anyone I know. He found peace in the places most people found terrifying. If you were the last person to speak to him, if you saw anything unusual, no matter how small, please let us know. We just want answers. The people who'd seen him at Wonder Lake quietly volunteered again for subsequent search attempts. Each time the weather fought them, and each time the camp they found was just as he'd left it. Only the wildlife seemed to reclaim the place. Wolf prints, bear scat, the scatter of birds' nests in the brush. On one later survey, Alan left a note weighed by a carabiner in case Marcus ever returned. "You have not been forgotten." He also took a photograph of the area matching Marcus's final selfie, posting it next to the original for his followers. The only difference is the sky, overcast now, and the world empty of its smiling, vanished hiker. The debate over Marcus Davidson's case has never settled. On the first anniversary of his disappearance, intrepid admirers and internet sleuths organized a digital Marcus map, combining every sighting, clue, and theory, from pragmatic to the fantastic. Missing 411 investigators and wilderness bloggers cited his story and warnings about Alaska's unique ability to erase a person swiftly and without explanation. Some searchers and rangers still return to the valley when their routes intersect Denali, driven less by hope of rescue than the compulsion to honor the lost. They speak of the cold that seems to descend suddenly at the foot of the glacier. They mention the uncanny quiet at Marcus's last known camp, and the feeling, unspoken but nearly universal, that in Alaska sometimes the wilds keep their own. What remains are questions, digital breadcrumbs, and a void where a living person used to walk. Some suggest the final image on his cloud, filtered, saturated with that strange vertical smudge, was only a camera fault. Others claim it is proof of the unknown, an enduring enigma carved into the unyielding tundra. Marcus Davidson, the overconfident hiker, walked into a landscape known for not yielding its mysteries, and somewhere between his last words and that empty camp became one of its unsolved disappearances. To this day, his tent, retrieved by his family and preserved quietly, remains sealed in storage, its fabric still dusted with fine Alaskan silt, a mute artifact left behind by a man whose footprints simply stopped. And in a way, that uncertainty is the most haunting part, for what happened to Marcus could, under the right mix of courage and misfortune, happen to anyone who sets foot in the wild heart of Alaska, daring to go just a little further than the world can follow. When wildlife photographer Jennifer Kowalski from Milwaukee packed her bags for a month-long Alaska expedition in September 2023, she had no idea she was walking into a mystery that would consume 3 generations of her family. At 41, Jennifer had built a reputation capturing the most elusive moments in nature. Wolves hunting under the full moon, eagles diving through morning mist, the precise instant when lightning illuminates a storm cloud. Her work had graced the covers of National Geographic and Outdoor Life. But it was her obsession with the aurora borealis that finally drew her to the last frontier. Jennifer's fascination with the northern lights began in childhood, sparked by a documentary her grandmother had shown her about the indigenous peoples of Alaska and their legends surrounding the dancing sky spirits. She had spent years photographing aurora displays in Montana, Wyoming, and northern Canada. But Alaska represented the Holy Grail, the place where the lights burned brightest and most unpredictably. Her plan was ambitious, a solo month-long expedition during peak aurora season, traveling between remote locations far from any light pollution, using specialized long-exposure equipment to capture images no one had achieved before. Her husband David initially opposed the trip. Jennifer had a history of pushing boundaries, once spending 3 weeks alone in Yellowstone tracking a particular wolf pack, another time camping for 10 days in a Montana blizzard to photograph a rare atmospheric phenomenon. But Alaska was different. The distances were vast, the weather unpredictable, and the isolation complete. Jennifer assured him she would check in via satellite phone every 48 hours and carry 2 emergency beacons. She had researched every aspect of the journey, from weather patterns to wildlife migration routes, and had even hired a local guide for the most remote segments. On September 12th, Jennifer flew into Fairbanks with 4 cases of camera equipment, cold weather gear rated for -40 degrees, and a specially modified truck equipped with a rooftop observation platform. Her first week was productive. She captured stunning images near Chena Hot Springs and sent David photographs of the aurora that were unlike anything in her portfolio. The lights that week were particularly active, stretching across the entire sky in sheets of green and purple that she described as breathing. Her first scheduled check-in came right on schedule. Her voice was excited but professional as she described the clarity of the northern sky and her plans to head further north toward the Dalton Highway. She mentioned that the aurora forecasts predicted an unusual solar storm pattern that could produce once-in-a-decade displays. Jennifer had decided to extend her northern route to take advantage of the conditions. By September 20th, Jennifer had established a base camp near Coldfoot, a tiny settlement along the Dalton Highway that served as a refueling stop for truckers heading to the North Slope oil fields. The few residents who met her remembered her enthusiasm and her impressive camera setup, thousands of dollars worth of equipment that she handled with the care of a master craftsman. She spent 2 nights at the local camp store, showing other travelers her initial photographs and explaining her techniques for capturing the aurora's movement. Her next communication came on September 23rd, but something had changed. Jennifer's voice on the satellite phone was strained, almost breathless. She told David that she was seeing unusual formations in the aurora displays, patterns that did not match any scientific descriptions she had studied. She mentioned that the lights seemed to respond to her presence, becoming more active when she set up her cameras and dimming when she moved away. David later described feeling uneasy about the call, noting that Jennifer sounded simultaneously excited and fearful, as if she had discovered something she could not quite explain. That was the last time anyone heard from Jennifer Kowalski. When she failed to make her scheduled check-in on September 25th, David immediately contacted Alaska State Troopers. The search began within hours, focused on the area around Coldfoot where she was last known to be camping. The terrain north of the Arctic Circle is unforgiving. Rolling tundra broken by deep ravines, countless small lakes, and weather that can change from clear skies to whiteout conditions in minutes. Search teams found Jennifer's truck on September 28th, parked on a rarely used access road about 15 miles northeast of Coldfoot. The vehicle was unlocked with no signs of struggle or mechanical problems. Her camping gear was still inside, along with most of her cold weather clothing. What troubled the searchers most was that her primary camera equipment was missing, thousands of dollars worth of specialized gear that Jennifer would never leave behind voluntarily. The discovery that stopped the search team in its tracks came 2 miles from the truck. Jennifer's main camera, a high-end digital model worth more than most people's cars, was found partially buried in the soft tundra, as if it had been placed there deliberately. The camera was undamaged and still contained its memory card. When investigators reviewed the images, they found hundreds of aurora photographs, each more spectacular than the last. But it was the final series of photographs that defied explanation. The last 47 images on Jennifer's camera showed the aurora borealis in formations that atmospheric scientists insisted were impossible. Instead of the typical curtain-like displays or spiral patterns, the lights formed distinct geometric shapes, perfect triangles, interlocking hexagons, and complex mathematical patterns that seemed to pulse with intentional rhythm. More disturbing were the final dozen photographs, which appeared to show humanoid silhouettes. Within the aurora itself, dark figures that seemed to move independently of the light patterns surrounding them. Digital analysis by the FBI's technical team confirmed that the images had not been manipulated. The metadata showed they were taken over a 6-hour period on the night of September 24th, with timestamps indicating Jennifer had been photographing continuously from 11 p.m. until 5 a.m. The progression of images suggested she had been moving steadily north across the tundra, following the aurora displays as they shifted across the sky. The most haunting discovery came from the camera's GPS data. The coordinates showed Jennifer had traveled in a perfectly straight line for over 8 miles across terrain that would have been nearly impossible to navigate in darkness, even with night vision equipment. The line of travel led directly toward a series of small lakes that were frozen solid despite the early season date. Local Inupiat elders consulted by the search team pointed out that the lakes Jennifer approached were traditionally considered taboo, places where their ancestors believed the spirits of the aurora came to rest during the day. Ground searches in the area revealed Jennifer's footprints, clearly identifiable from the distinctive tread pattern of her photography boots. The tracks began at her truck and followed the same northward path indicated by her camera's GPS data. But like so many Alaska disappearance cases, the footprints simply ended. At the shore of the largest lake, Jennifer's tracks approached the ice, then vanished completely. There were no signs of the ice breaking, no evidence she had fallen through, and no tracks leading away in any direction. Dive teams eventually searched the lake after the ice thickened, but found no trace of Jennifer or her missing equipment. The lake bottom was surprisingly deep and clear, with visibility extending far enough that searchers could see there was nothing there to find. The underwater search did reveal one peculiarity: a perfect circle on the lake bottom where no vegetation grew, approximately 50 feet in diameter, as if the lake bed had been burned or treated with some kind of chemical. Jennifer's family hired private investigators who spent months following up on every lead. They interviewed truckers who traveled the Dalton Highway, contacted amateur aurora photographers who might have been in the area, and even consulted with researchers studying electromagnetic phenomena in the Arctic. None of the investigations yielded any concrete answers. The case attracted attention from paranormal researchers and UFO investigators, who pointed to the unusual aurora formations in Jennifer's final photographs as evidence of extraterrestrial contact. Mainstream scientists dismissed these theories but could not provide alternative explanations for the geometric light patterns or the humanoid silhouettes captured in her images. More troubling were the reports that began surfacing from other aurora photographers. Multiple individuals contacted authorities claiming they had experienced similar phenomena, aurora displays that seemed to respond to their presence, geometric patterns that appeared nowhere in scientific literature, and an overwhelming compulsion to follow the lights further north than they had planned. 2 photographers reported losing several hours of memory during their aurora photography sessions, finding themselves miles from their intended locations with no recollection of how they had gotten there. The scientific community remained divided on Jennifer's photographs. Some atmospheric physicists suggested the unusual formations could be explained by rare magnetic field interactions during the solar storm period. Others pointed out that aurora displays are constantly photographed by automated cameras across Alaska, and none had ever recorded similar geometric patterns. The humanoid silhouettes were generally dismissed as pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces and figures in random patterns. David Kowalski disagreed. He spent the first anniversary of Jennifer's disappearance in Alaska, retracing her route and interviewing anyone who might have information. He described feeling an inexplicable pull toward the north during his time there, and reported that the aurora displays he witnessed seemed to move with unusual purpose and intelligence. He eventually established a foundation offering rewards for any information about Jennifer's fate. But the leads have gradually dried up. Jennifer's camera, with its impossible final images, remains in evidence storage with Alaska State Troopers. Occasionally, researchers request access to study the photographs, but none have provided satisfactory explanations for what Jennifer captured during her final hours. The images have been shared in academic papers about atmospheric phenomena, always with careful disclaimers about their unexplained nature. Local guides in the Coldfoot area now tell Jennifer's story to tourists, usually as a cautionary tale about respecting the power of the Alaskan wilderness. But some of the older guides, particularly those with indigenous heritage, tell a different version of the story. They speak of the aurora as living entities, ancient spirits that occasionally call to humans with the right sensitivity to perceive them. In their telling, Jennifer did not disappear. She was chosen, selected by forces that exist beyond human understanding to join something larger than herself. Whether viewed through the lens of science or spirituality, Jennifer Kowalski's disappearance remains one of Alaska's most perplexing cases. Her final photographs serve as the only evidence of her last hours, cryptic images that raise more questions than they answer. Somewhere in the vast expanse of northern Alaska, beyond the reach of search teams and satellite phones, lies the answer to what happened when an accomplished photographer followed the dancing lights too far into the darkness. Until that answer is found, Jennifer's story serves as a reminder that Alaska holds mysteries that may be beyond human comprehension, and that some obsessions carry a price that cannot be calculated until it is too late to pay. Dr. Elizabeth Martinez had led dozens of archaeological expeditions across the Americas, but the 3-month dig site in northern Alaska would challenge everything she thought she knew about human history. At 43, she was considered one of the foremost experts on pre-Columbian Arctic cultures, With a PhD from Stanford and 20 years of fieldwork that had taken her from the Canadian tundra to the remote islands of the Bering Sea. Her reputation for meticulous documentation and scientific rigor had earned her a prestigious National Science Foundation grant to investigate what satellite imagery suggested might be the oldest human settlement ever discovered in North America. The site was located in the Brooks Range, approximately 200 miles north of Fairbanks, accessible only by helicopter during the brief summer season. Initial ground-penetrating radar surveys had revealed structures buried beneath the permafrost that appeared to predate known indigenous settlements by thousands of years. If the preliminary data was correct, the discovery could rewrite the entire timeline of human migration to the Americas. Elizabeth assembled a carefully chosen team of 5 specialists for the expedition. Dr. James Chen, a soil analyst from UC Berkeley whose expertise in dating organic materials was unparalleled. Sarah Blackwood, a graduate student in anthropology from Harvard who had spent 2 summers working Arctic sites in Siberia. Tommy Yazzie, a Navajo archaeologist and survival expert whose knowledge of traditional indigenous technologies was essential for interpreting any artifacts they might discover. Finally, Dr. Andreas Petrov, a geologist from the University of Alaska, whose understanding of permafrost dynamics would be crucial for excavation planning. The team established their base camp on June 15, 2023, setting up a sophisticated research station complete with satellite communications, portable laboratory equipment, and emergency supplies rated for 3 months of independence. The dig site was situated on a raised plateau overlooking the Koyukuk River, with helicopter landing clearings marked for weekly supply drops and emergency evacuation if needed. The first month progressed exactly as planned, with careful excavation revealing what appeared to be extremely ancient stone tools and carved bone fragments. Elizabeth's daily reports to the National Science Foundation described findings that were revolutionary but requiring extensive verification. The artifacts showed craftsmanship techniques that did not match any known Arctic cultures, with tool designs that seemed to blend elements from various worldwide traditions in ways that should not have been possible given the accepted timeline of human migration. By mid-July, the team's discoveries had become increasingly puzzling. They uncovered structures built from precisely fitted stone blocks, construction methods that required engineering knowledge supposedly unknown to prehistoric Arctic peoples. More disturbing were the carved symbols found on many artifacts, intricate geometric patterns that seemed to represent mathematical concepts far more advanced than anything associated with early human settlements in the region. Elizabeth's communications with the outside world began to take on an excited but increasingly confused tone. Her July 20th satellite phone call to her department head at Columbia University lasted over an hour, during which she described findings that challenge fundamental assumptions about the development of human civilization. She mentioned discovering what appeared to be astronomical calculation tools and metallurgical evidence suggesting these ancient peoples had access to techniques not seen elsewhere until thousands of years later. The team's final scheduled communication came on August 3rd. Elizabeth's voice during that satellite call was strained and rapid, as if she was struggling to contain her excitement while simultaneously fighting growing confusion. She reported that the team had uncovered what appeared to be a burial chamber containing artifacts that defied explanation. Tools made from materials that should not have existed in prehistoric Alaska, including what appeared to be refined metals and worked stones that exhibited properties their portable testing equipment could not identify. More troubling was Elizabeth's description of the site's effect on the team members. She mentioned that everyone was experiencing unusually vivid dreams, always featuring the same imagery. Vast cities built into mountainsides, complex ceremonies conducted by figures in elaborate masks, and a recurring sense that they were being watched by ancient eyes. Tommy Yazzie had become convinced that the site was sacred ground that should not be disturbed, while Dr. Chen had begun reporting equipment malfunctions that consistently showed impossible dates when carbon testing organic materials from the deepest excavation levels. When the team failed to make their scheduled August 10th communication, the National Science Foundation contacted their helicopter transport service to conduct a welfare check. The pilot found the base camp on August 12th, but what he discovered there defied explanation. The camp appeared to have been abandoned in haste, with expensive equipment left running and personal belongings scattered as if the team had departed suddenly in the middle of their daily activities. The excavation site itself was the most puzzling aspect of the discovery. The careful archaeological grid that Elizabeth's team had established was gone, replaced by a circular excavation that descended much deeper than any previous dig had reached. The walls of this new excavation were perfectly smooth as if cut by precision machinery, and the geometric spiral pattern carved into the walls matched the symbols found on the artifacts the team had described in their reports. Alaska State Troopers launched an immediate search and rescue operation, but found no trace of the 5 team members. Their personal equipment was cataloged and showed no signs of struggle or emergency. Individual tents contained belongings laid out as if their owners had simply stepped away temporarily. Dr. Martinez's field journals were found open to entries describing increasingly impossible discoveries, with her handwriting becoming more erratic as the entries progressed. The final journal entry, dated August 9th, described the team's decision to excavate deeper into what Elizabeth called the central chamber. She wrote about discovering carved stone panels that seemed to depict star maps showing constellations in positions that would not occur for thousands of years. More disturbing was her description of finding what appeared to be preserved organic materials that their carbon dating equipment insisted were simultaneously ancient beyond measurement and impossibly fresh. Most unsettling was Elizabeth's final written observation. "The site is not what we thought. We are not the first to find this place. The previous researchers never left. Tonight we understand why." Search teams from the Alaska Rescue Coordination Center spent 3 weeks combing the area around the dig site, using helicopters, ground teams, and specialized equipment designed to locate people in wilderness conditions. Despite covering over 500 square miles of territory, no trace of the missing researchers was ever found. The harsh Arctic environment could account for bodies disappearing, but not the complete absence of any evidence that 5 people had walked away from their camp. The National Science Foundation sealed the dig site and classified all materials related to the expedition. Official reports described the disappearance as likely due to catastrophic weather events or wildlife encounters. But internal documents obtained years later through Freedom of Information Act requests revealed that investigators found the site conditions inexplicable. The smooth excavation walls showed no tool marks consistent with any known digging equipment, and the geometric patterns carved into the stone required precision that the team's tools could not have achieved. More disturbing were the artifacts recovered from the sealed site. Items that Elizabeth's team had described in their reports were found arranged in complex patterns around the central excavation, positioned in ways that seemed to represent star charts and mathematical equations. When examined by experts, these arrangements demonstrated knowledge of advanced astronomical phenomena that would not be discovered by mainstream science for several more decades. Independent researchers who later investigated the case discovered that the Brooks Range location had been the subject of indigenous warnings for generations. Local Gwich'in elders spoke of the area as a place where time behaved differently, where ancient spirits still walked, and where people who disturbed certain locations might find themselves walking between worlds. These oral traditions, dismissed by earlier scientific expeditions, described phenomena remarkably similar to what Elizabeth's team had reported in their final communications. The families of the missing researchers eventually established a private foundation offering rewards for information about their fate, but no credible leads ever emerged. The dig site remains under federal protection, officially closed due to hazardous geological conditions. though satellite imagery shows that the excavation continues to expand on its own, following the same geometric patterns that the research team had documented. Tamiyazi's family, drawing on Navajo traditions about sacred sites and spiritual boundaries, conducted their own ceremony at the location a year after his disappearance. The medicine man who led the ceremony later described sensing the presence of people existing between the time that was and the time that will be, trapped in a location where different eras intersected. Today, the case of Dr. Elizabeth Martinez and her research team serves as a cautionary tale within the archaeological community about the dangers of Arctic fieldwork, though the official narrative focuses on environmental hazards rather than the inexplicable evidence found at the site. The artifacts recovered from the dig remain in federal storage, studied by researchers who are required to sign non-disclosure agreements about their findings. The mystery of what happened to 5 experienced scientists at a remote dig site in northern Alaska continues to challenge both scientific understanding and traditional explanations of disappearance in the wilderness. Whether they encountered some unknown natural phenomenon, stumbled upon evidence of civilizations that official history cannot accommodate, or walked into something that exists beyond the boundaries of normal time and space, their fate remains one of Alaska's most perplexing unsolved cases. Their final discovery, that the ancient site seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple time periods, suggests that some mysteries in Alaska may be too vast and too dangerous for human understanding, and that the last frontier holds secrets that are better left buried beneath the permafrost where they have waited for thousands of years. Tyler Rodriguez, better known to his 2.3 million subscribers as Alaska Beast, had built his entire YouTube channel around extreme wilderness challenges, but his final video series would become the most watched disappearance documentary on the platform. At 29, Tyler embodied the new generation of extreme content creators. Fearless, tech-savvy, and driven by an insatiable need to push boundaries for increasingly demanding audiences. His channel featured him surviving in remote locations across North America, from Death Valley heat waves to Canadian blizzards, always filming himself with multiple cameras to capture every moment of struggle and triumph. Tyler grew up in Los Angeles, the son of a movie studio grip and a yoga instructor, surrounded by the entertainment industry's obsession with spectacle and audience engagement. After dropping out of film school, he launched his YouTube channel with a simple premise. He would survive in the world's most dangerous environments using minimal equipment while documenting every moment. His early videos showed genuine survival skills learned from military consultants and wilderness experts. But as his subscriber count grew, so did the pressure to create increasingly extreme content. By 2024, Tyler's channel was generating substantial revenue through sponsorships, merchandise, and YouTube's monetization program. He lived comfortably in a Marina del Rey apartment filled with outdoor gear and editing equipment, but his content had become repetitive. Audience retention metrics showed declining interest in his usual desert and mountain survival videos. Tyler needed something bigger, more dangerous, more remote than anything he had attempted before. Alaska represented the ultimate challenge, vast, unforgiving, and mysterious enough to capture his audience's imagination. His plan was ambitious even by his standards, a 30-day solo survival challenge in one of Alaska's most remote wilderness areas, armed only with basic tools and multiple cameras to document every aspect of the experience. Tyler spent months researching locations, eventually selecting a region in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park, hundreds of miles from the nearest road or settlement. The area was known for unpredictable weather, dangerous wildlife, and terrain that challenged even experienced mountaineers. Tyler's promotional campaign for the series generated massive anticipation among his subscribers. He posted daily preparation videos showing his gear selection, survival training, and physical conditioning regimen. The comment sections filled with both encouragement and warnings from viewers, including several Alaskans who urged him to reconsider the location's dangers. Tyler's response was characteristically confident. "Fear is just excitement without breath. Alaska Beast doesn't run from challenges, we run toward them." He arrived in Alaska on September 5, 2024, flying into Anchorage with 6 waterproof camera cases and enough survival gear to sustain him for the planned 30 days. His final civilization video, filmed at Ted Stevens International Airport, showed Tyler's typical bravado mixed with genuine nervous excitement. He promised his audience the most extreme survival content ever created, joking that he might emerge from the wilderness with a full beard and a dozen new scars to show off. The helicopter drop on September 8th marked the beginning of Tyler's documentation. His first video, uploaded via satellite internet connection, showed him establishing base camp in a valley surrounded by glaciated peaks. The footage demonstrated his usual professional quality: multiple camera angles, crisp audio commentary, and the kind of scenic establishing shots that had made his channel famous. Tyler appeared confident and well-prepared, describing his planned route and daily survival goals with the enthusiasm that had attracted millions of followers. For the first week, Tyler's daily uploads maintained his typical format. He built shelter, foraged for edible plants, attempted to catch fish, and provided educational commentary about wilderness survival techniques. The videos showed him dealing with weather challenges, equipment issues, and the psychological stress of complete isolation. His subscriber engagement remained high, with comments praising his skills and encouraging him to push further into the wilderness. The first signs of trouble appeared in his September 16th upload. Tyler's usual confident demeanor seemed strained, and he mentioned experiencing weird dreams and feeling like he was being watched. He attributed the sensation to isolation stress and the hypervigilance necessary for wilderness survival, but careful viewers noticed subtle changes in his behavior. He spoke more rapidly, frequently glanced over his shoulder, and seemed to forget details he had mentioned in previous videos. By September 20th, Tyler's content had taken a decidedly different tone. His videos became longer and less structured, filled with rambling commentary about strange sounds he heard at night and unusual animal behavior in the area. He claimed that wolves were following him, staying just outside his camera range but making their presence known through howling and movement in the peripheral brush. Tyler began setting up multiple cameras around his sleeping area, hoping to capture evidence of the coordination he insisted the local wildlife was displaying. The September 23rd video marked a dramatic shift in Tyler's psychological state. The footage showed him in an obviously agitated condition, describing how his campfire had been deliberately scattered during the night by something that left no tracks. He claimed that his food cache had been disturbed in ways that suggested intelligent manipulation rather than animal scavenging. Most disturbing was his insistence that they were learning his routines, adapting their behavior to stay ahead of his camera coverage. Tyler's final coherent upload came on September 26th. The 18-minute video showed him breaking down his established camp and moving to what he called a more defensible position higher up the valley. His commentary was increasingly paranoid, describing a coordinated effort by local wildlife to drive him from the area. He claimed that ravens were serving as scouts, bears were herding him toward specific locations, and even the terrain itself seemed to shift when he was not directly observing it. The video that would become internet legend was uploaded automatically on September 28th, triggered by Tyler's camera system's emergency protocol when he failed to manually upload for 48 hours. The footage, filmed with a handheld camera, showed Tyler running through dense forest in obvious panic. His breathing was labored, and his usual articulate commentary had devolved into fragments of desperate observation. "They're coordinating," he gasped between breaths. "Watch the trees. Watch the shadows. They're hurting me." The final minutes of footage showed Tyler reaching a rocky outcropping where he attempted to make a stand. He set up his camera to film while he gathered stones as makeshift weapons, all while providing running commentary about the Watchers, who were closing in from all directions. The video ended abruptly with Tyler screaming and the camera falling to capture only sky and treetops before the battery died. Search and rescue operations began immediately when Tyler's emergency beacon activated automatically. The signal led rescuers to his final campsite on the exposed ridge approximately 15 miles from his planned route. What they found defied easy explanation. Tyler's final camp showed signs of hasty abandonment, with expensive camera equipment scattered across a wide area as if thrown or dropped during a desperate retreat. Most puzzling was the drone footage captured by the search team. Tyler's final campsite was located in the center of what appeared to be a perfect circle of disturbed vegetation, approximately 200 yards in diameter. Trees within the circle showed signs of damage at consistent heights, as if something large had moved through the area in systematic patterns. Wildlife biologists consulted during the search could not explain the uniform nature of the disturbance, or identify what might have caused such extensive but organized damage. The search expanded to cover over 300 square miles using helicopters, ground teams, and specialized tracking dogs. Despite the massive effort, no trace of Tyler Rodriguez was ever found. His emergency beacon was discovered still functioning on the ridge where his final camp had been established. But Tyler himself had vanished completely. The beacon's GPS log showed impossible movement patterns in its final hours, rapid displacement across terrain that would require vehicles or aircraft to traverse. Tyler's YouTube channel became the center of intense scrutiny as investigators and amateur detectives analyzed every frame of his final videos. Digital forensics experts examined the footage for evidence of staging or manipulation, but found nothing to suggest the videos were anything other than genuine documentation of Tyler's deteriorating mental state and final disappearance. More disturbing were the discoveries made by enhanced audio analysis of Tyler's final videos. When the background noise was filtered and amplified, investigators found sounds that seemed to support Tyler's claims about coordinated wildlife behavior. Multiple animal calls appeared to respond to each other in patterns that suggested communication rather than random vocalizations. Even more unsettling were what appeared to be mechanical sounds, rhythmic clicking and humming that had no obvious natural source. The case attracted attention from paranormal researchers, cryptozoologists, and conspiracy theorists, who pointed to Tyler's documentation as evidence of unknown phenomena in Alaska's wilderness. Mainstream scientists dismissed these interpretations, attributing Tyler's experiences to isolation psychosis and environmental stress. However, several wildlife biologists acknowledged that the coordinated animal behavior Tyler described, while extremely unusual, was not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Tyler's family established a foundation offering substantial rewards for information about his fate, but no credible leads ever emerged. The YouTube channel remained active, generating revenue from the millions of views his final videos continued to attract. His disappearance sparked countless reaction videos, analysis channels, and documentary series, making Alaska Beast more famous in death than he had ever been in life. The Wrangell St. Elias region where Tyler disappeared has since become a pilgrimage site for his fans and extreme content creators attempting to recreate his journey. Park rangers report increased rescue calls from YouTubers and social media influencers who underestimate the area's dangers while trying to capitalize on Tyler's legend. Several have been evacuated after experiencing symptoms similar to those Tyler documented: paranoia, insomnia, and reports of unusual wildlife behavior. Today, Tyler Rodriguez's final video series serves as both entertainment and cautionary tale about the dangers of extreme content creation. His disappearance highlights the thin line between legitimate wilderness survival and reckless endangerment, while raising uncomfortable questions about audience responsibility when content creators risk their lives for views and engagement. The mystery of what happened to Alaska Beast during his final hours in the Alaskan wilderness remains unsolved. Whether he succumbed to environmental factors, experienced a complete psychological breakdown, or encountered something that exists beyond current scientific understanding, his fate serves as a stark reminder that Alaska's vast wilderness holds dangers that no amount of preparation or camera equipment can overcome. In the end, the last frontier claimed another victim, leaving behind only digital fragments of a man who pushed too far into places where humans were never meant to venture alone. The Brennan family reunion was supposed to heal old wounds and bring together 4 generations scattered across America. But their chartered fishing trip near the Aleutian Islands would create a mystery that haunts Alaska to this day. The reunion had been 3 years in the planning, organized by matriarch Eleanor Brennan, a 78-year-old retired librarian from Portland, Oregon, who was determined to gather her sprawling family before age, and distance made such reunions impossible. The Brennan clan had spread across the continent over the decades. Eleanor's 3 children had settled in different states after college, daughter Margaret in Seattle working as a marine biologist, son Patrick in Denver running a construction business, and youngest son Thomas teaching high school in Atlanta. Each had married and raised their own children, creating a network of 12 family members who rarely saw each other except at weddings and funerals. Eleanor's vision was simple: 1 week together in Alaska, sharing the kind of adventure that would create lasting memories and bridge the gaps that time and geography had created. The family's choice of Alaska was influenced by Margaret's expertise in marine ecosystems and her connections in the fishing industry. She arranged for the charter of a 42-foot fishing vessel, the Kodiak Dream, captained by a respected local operator named Victor Peterson. Victor had been running fishing charters in Alaskan waters for over 20 years, with an impeccable safety record and intimate knowledge of the waters around the Aleutian Islands. The plan was to spend 5 days fishing for halibut and salmon while enjoying the spectacular scenery of one of the world's most remote maritime regions. The family gathered in Anchorage on July 18, 2024, representing 4 generations of Brennans. Eleanor, despite her age, showed remarkable energy and enthusiasm for the adventure. Her children, Margaret at 51, Patrick at 48, and Thomas at 45, each brought their own families. Margaret's twin daughters, both marine science graduate students, were excited to see their grandmother's adventurous spirit firsthand. Patrick brought his wife and teenage son, while Thomas was accompanied by his husband and their 2 adopted children, ages 8 and 10. The group flew to Dutch Harbor on July 20th, where they met Captain Peterson and toured the Kodiak Dream. The vessel was well maintained and properly equipped for extended offshore fishing, with sleeping quarters for 12 passengers, modern navigation equipment, and all required safety gear including emergency beacons and life rafts. Victor conducted a thorough safety briefing, explaining emergency procedures and weather protocols with the kind of professional competence that reassured even the most nervous family members. The first 2 days of the trip exceeded everyone's expectations. The weather was unusually calm for the notoriously rough waters around the Aleutian Islands, and the fishing was exceptional. Family members who had not spoken in months found themselves working together to land massive halibut, while the children were delighted by sightings of whales, sea otters, and countless seabirds. Eleanor proved to be a surprisingly skilled angler, catching the largest fish of the first day and earning good-natured teasing from her grandchildren about beginner's luck. On the evening of July 22nd, the Kodiak Dream was anchored in a protected cove on the south side of Unalaska Island, about 40 miles from Dutch Harbor. The family had just finished a dinner of freshly caught salmon prepared by Thomas, who had trained as a chef before becoming a teacher. Captain Peterson's log, recovered later, indicated calm seas, clear skies, and ideal conditions for the next day's fishing. The final entry, made at 9:30 p.m., noted that all 12 passengers were accounted for and preparing for bed after what he described as one of the most successful family trips I've ever guided. The Coast Guard received the Kodiak Dream's automatic distress signal at 3:47 a.m. on July 23rd. The signal, transmitted by the vessel's emergency position indicating radio beacon, indicated that the boat was approximately 15 miles northeast of its last known position and traveling at an impossible speed of over 60 knots. Coast Guard radar operators initially dismissed the reading as a equipment malfunction, since no vessel of the Kodiak Dream's size and configuration could maintain such velocity in open ocean conditions. When repeated attempts to raise Captain Peterson on the radio failed, the Coast Guard dispatched a helicopter from Dutch Harbor to investigate. The crew found the Kodiak Dream at 6:15 a.m., drifting in calm waters with its engines running at idle speed and its navigation lights still functioning. From the air, the vessel appeared completely normal, but radio contact attempts continued to fail. The helicopter crew reported seeing no signs of life on deck, though the boat's configuration made it impossible to see into the wheelhouse or cabin areas from above. Coast Guard cutter Mellon reached the Kodiak Dream at 8:30 a.m. and immediately dispatched a boarding party. What they found aboard the empty vessel defied every expectation and protocol they had trained for. The boat was in perfect condition, showing no signs of distress, damage, or struggle. The engines were running normally, all navigation equipment was functioning, and the vessel's systems indicated no mechanical problems whatsoever. Most puzzling was the condition of the passengers' belongings. Every personal item remained exactly where it should be. Clothes neatly folded in sleeping quarters, glasses and books placed carefully on bedside tables, cameras and fishing equipment stored in proper locations. The galley showed evidence of preparation for breakfast, with coffee measured into the machine and bread laid out for toasting. Nothing suggested hasty departure or emergency evacuation. However, all 13 life jackets were missing from their storage compartments, despite regulations requiring them to remain aboard unless actively worn. The life rafts remained in place and had not been deployed, but their inspection logs showed they had been accessed sometime during the night. More disturbing was the discovery that the boat's emergency radio had been switched to a frequency not used by any known maritime service, and its GPS system showed a navigation track that formed a perfect geometric pattern, a series of interlocking circles covering approximately 200 square miles of ocean. The Coast Guard's investigation revealed that the Kodiak Dream had traveled this geometric pattern between midnight and 3:47 a.m., maintaining precise courses and speeds that would require constant manual navigation adjustments. The pattern was too complex and exact to be the result of autopilot malfunction or drift, yet no human operator could have maintained such precision while simultaneously managing 12 passengers in what must have been increasingly confused circumstances. Marine salvage experts brought aboard to examine the vessel found evidence that someone had made extensive modifications to the boat's navigation systems during the final hours. Additional equipment had been connected to the GPS and radar systems using connections that required advanced technical knowledge. The modifications appeared designed to track and record specific oceanographic data, but the purpose and origin of the equipment could not be determined. The search for the missing Brennan family members became one of the largest maritime rescue operations in Alaskan history. Coast Guard vessels, aircraft, and civilian volunteers covered thousands of square miles of ocean, following every possible drift pattern and survival scenario. Ocean current models were run backward from the Kodiak Dream's discovery location to determine where 12 people wearing life jackets might have entered the water. But the search areas generated by these models yielded no results. Underwater surveys using sonar and remotely operated vehicles found no evidence of the family on the ocean floor in areas where they theoretically could have sunk. The depth of water in the search region, over 2,000 feet in many areas, made comprehensive bottom searches impossible, but the lack of any debris or personal items floating on the surface suggested the family had not simply fallen or jumped overboard. The case attracted national attention as investigators struggled to develop theories that could account for the physical evidence. The geometric navigation pattern suggested either sophisticated technical knowledge or some form of external control over the vessel's movement. The missing life jackets indicated that the family had prepared for water entry, but their organized departure from a seaworthy vessel in calm conditions made no rational sense. Maritime accident investigators consulted with experts in fields ranging from navigation electronics to mass psychology, seeking explanations for how 13 people could disappear from a functioning boat without leaving any trace of their departure method or destination. Some theories focused on the possibility of piracy or human trafficking, but the remote location and lack of valuable cargo made such scenarios unlikely. Others suggested mass suicide or cult-like behavior, but family members who knew the Brennans insisted such explanations were impossible given their close relationships and stable lives. The most disturbing discovery came from analysis of the Kodiak Dream's electronic systems. Maritime forensics experts found that the vessel's computers had recorded extensive environmental data during the hours when the family disappeared. Water temperature, salinity, magnetic field variations, and atmospheric conditions. The data collection appeared to follow scientific protocols, as if the boat had been converted into a research platform for studying oceanic phenomena. Even more puzzling were anomalous readings in the environmental data that corresponded exactly with the times when the boat was traveling its geometric pattern. Magnetic field measurements showed fluctuations that oceanographic experts insisted were impossible in open ocean conditions, while water temperature readings indicated variations that would require massive underwater thermal events. The equipment recording this data was standard maritime technology, making instrument error unlikely as an explanation. Eleanor Brennan's church in Portland organized prayer vigils and fundraising efforts to support continued search operations, while Patrick's construction company hired private investigators to pursue leads that official agencies could not follow. Margaret's colleagues in marine biology established a reward fund for information leading to any trace of the missing family members, but despite extensive publicity, no credible leads ever emerged. The Brennan family disappearance became a cautionary tale in maritime safety courses, though instructors struggled to identify specific lessons that could prevent similar incidents. The case highlighted the ocean's capacity to claim lives without explanation, but the organized nature of the disappearance and the evidence of technical modifications to the vessel suggested something far more complex than typical maritime accidents. Today, the Kodiak Dream sits in a Coast Guard impound facility in Kodiak, Alaska, preserved as evidence in a case that remains technically active, though practically unsolvable. Occasionally, maritime researchers request access to study the vessel's modified navigation systems, but none have provided explanations for the electronic modifications or the geometric navigation pattern that marked the family's final hours. The waters around the Aleutian Islands continue to attract fishing, charters, and recreational boaters, but many captains now avoid the specific area where the Kodiak Dream was found drifting empty. Local mariners speak quietly about unusual electronics readings and navigation anomalies in the region, though official maritime authorities maintain that no ongoing hazards exist in the area. The Brennan family reunion, intended to bring together 4 generations for shared adventure and renewed connections, instead created one of Alaska's most enduring maritime mysteries. 12 people seeking family bonding and oceanic adventure simply vanished from a seaworthy vessel in calm conditions, leaving behind only questions, empty life jacket compartments, and a navigation track that suggests their final hours involved something far beyond ordinary human experience. In the vast waters of the Aleutian Islands, where ocean currents carry secrets to depths that may never be explored, the Brennan family joined the countless mysteries that Alaska's waters hold forever. Former Navy SEAL Jackson Hayes from Virginia Beach thought he had seen everything during his military tours, but his solo survival training expedition in the Alaskan interior would prove that some things cannot be conquered with tactics and training. At 42, Jackson possessed credentials that few civilians could match. 12 years of active duty with SEAL Team 6, multiple deployments in hostile environments from Afghanistan to Somalia, and extensive experience in Arctic warfare training. After retiring from the Navy in 2022, he had established himself as a premier survival instructor, running courses for military contractors, law enforcement agencies, and extreme adventure enthusiasts. Jackson's decision to undertake a solo survival expedition in Alaska was both professional and personal. His training company, Arctic Edge Survival, was expanding its curriculum to include extreme cold weather survival, and Jackson needed to personally test techniques and equipment in conditions that would challenge even the most experienced operators. Additionally, he was approaching his 43rd birthday and wanted to prove to himself that civilian life had not softened the edge that military training had honed to razor sharpness. The location Jackson selected was the remote interior of the Alaska Range, approximately 150 miles southwest of Fairbanks, accessible only by bush plane during the brief summer season. The area was known for its harsh conditions, unpredictable weather, and complete isolation from human activity. Jackson's plan was ambitious even by military standards. 30 days of solo survival using only basic equipment, with the goal of documenting techniques that could be incorporated into advanced training programs. His preparation was meticulous. Jackson spent months researching weather patterns, wildlife behavior, and topographic features of the region. He consulted with Alaskan bush pilots, indigenous hunting guides, and other survival experts to understand the unique challenges of the interior wilderness. His equipment was carefully selected and tested: military-grade cold weather gear, specialized tools designed for Arctic conditions, and minimal food supplies intended to last only the first few days while he established sustainable foraging and hunting routines. Jackson's wife, Sarah, herself a former military intelligence officer, initially opposed the expedition. She understood the risks of solo operations in hostile environments and felt that civilian life should not require such extreme challenges. However, Jackson's arguments about the professional necessity of the training and his extensive preparation eventually convinced her to support the mission, though she insisted on satellite communication protocols that would allow regular contact with the outside world. On August 10, 2024, bush pilot Charlie Morrison flew Jackson to a remote landing strip carved from tundra by mining operations decades earlier. Charlie had been flying clients into Alaska's wilderness for over 20 years and was immediately impressed by Jackson's professional demeanor and obviously extensive preparation. The drop-off went smoothly, with Jackson establishing a temporary base camp and conducting equipment checks while Charlie refueled for the return flight to Fairbanks. Jackson's initial communications followed his planned schedule precisely. His first satellite phone call, made on August 12th, described successful establishment of a more permanent camp in a defensible position with access to fresh water and adequate shelter materials. His voice was confident and professional, reporting normal wildlife activity and weather conditions within expected parameters. Jackson mentioned observing caribou herds, various bird species, and signs of brown bear activity, but nothing that caused concern for an experienced operator. The second scheduled communication on August 15th revealed the first signs of unusual developments. Jackson reported that his electronic equipment was experiencing intermittent malfunctions that he could not explain through normal troubleshooting procedures. His GPS unit was showing coordinate readings that jumped randomly. His compass was giving inconsistent magnetic bearings, and his satellite phone required multiple attempts to establish connections. More concerning was Jackson's description of what he called temperature anomalies, sudden drops in air temperature that lasted for minutes at a time, even during sunny afternoon conditions. Jackson's military training had taught him to document everything meticulously, and his field journal, recovered later, showed increasingly detailed observations about environmental conditions that did not match his extensive cold weather experience. He recorded instances where morning frost appeared on vegetation despite air temperatures well above freezing, water sources that showed ice formation during the warmest parts of the day, and atmospheric phenomena that seemed to defy basic meteorological principles. By August 18th, Jackson's communications had taken on a distinctly different tone. While maintaining his characteristic military precision in reporting, he began describing wildlife behavior that challenged his understanding of animal psychology. He observed wolves, bears, and caribou interacting in ways that suggested coordination rather than natural predator-prey relationships. Most disturbing was his report that animals seemed to be deliberately avoiding his camp in patterns that formed geometric shapes when mapped on his tactical planning sheets. Jackson's background included extensive training in psychological operations and counterintelligence techniques, making him highly resistant to stress-induced paranoia or hallucinations. However, his August 22nd communication contained observations that he acknowledged sounded outside normal parameters. He described discovering what appeared to be deliberate arrangements of natural materials, stones, branches, and animal bones positioned in complex patterns that suggested intelligent design rather than random natural processes. The most unsettling aspect of Jackson's reports was his description of temperature anomalies becoming more frequent and severe. He documented instances where his breath became visible in mid-afternoon despite thermometer readings showing temperatures in the 60s, and occasions where water froze solid in his canteen while he was drinking from it. Jackson's military training had exposed him to various exotic weapon systems, leading him to consider whether he might be experiencing some form of directed energy attack or experimental military technology testing. Jackson's emergency beacon activated automatically on August 28th, transmitting a distress signal that indicated equipment malfunction rather than manual activation. Search and rescue operations were launched immediately, with Alaska State Troopers coordinating helicopter searches and ground teams mobilized from Fairbanks and other regional bases. The beacon signal led rescuers to Jackson's last known campsite, but what they found defied explanation. Jackson's camp showed signs of hasty but organized abandonment. His shelter was intact and properly secured. His equipment was carefully packed and stored according to military protocols, but Jackson himself was nowhere to be found. Most puzzling was the discovery that his survival gear had been modified in ways that demonstrated advanced technical knowledge. His GPS unit had been disassembled and rebuilt with additional components that appeared to be improvised measuring devices, and his satellite phone had been connected to a complex array of antennas and sensors constructed from salvaged materials. The centerpiece of Jackson's final camp was a detailed map he had constructed using traditional military cartographic techniques. The map showed the surrounding terrain with precision that exceeded available topographic surveys, but also included features that did not correspond to known geographic landmarks. Jackson had marked locations with symbols that seemed to represent temperature measurement points, magnetic field anomalies, and what he labeled as coordination nodes, where wildlife behavior patterns intersected. Search teams found Jackson's journal cached in a waterproof container, providing detailed insight into his final weeks in the wilderness. The entry showed systematic documentation of phenomena that challenged scientific understanding, while maintaining the analytical objectivity of military intelligence reporting. Jackson had clearly attempted to approach increasingly strange experiences with the same methodical precision he would apply to any tactical situation. The journal's final entries describe Jackson's decision to conduct what he called active reconnaissance of the anomalous zones he had identified. He planned to move systematically through areas where temperature and magnetic anomalies were most pronounced, using improvised scientific instruments to collect data that might explain the phenomena he was experiencing. Jackson's last entry, dated August 27th, indicated his intention to investigate a location he had designated as Primary Anomaly Site Alpha, a valley approximately 5 miles from his base camp where multiple strange phenomena seemed to converge. Ground teams searched the valley Jackson had identified, but found only more evidence of his systematic approach to unexplained circumstances. The area contained numerous improvised measurement stations, carefully constructed arrangements of salvaged equipment designed to monitor temperature, magnetic fields, and other environmental factors. The precision and organization of these installations demonstrated Jackson's military engineering skills, but their purpose remained mysterious to civilian investigators. Most disturbing was the discovery of what appeared to be Jackson's final measurement station, located in the center of a natural clearing where the temperature anomalies he described would have been most severe. The station was more elaborate than the others, incorporating complex arrangements of reflective materials, electronic components, and geometric patterns that suggested Jackson had developed theories about the phenomena he was investigating. However, the station showed signs of sudden abandonment, with sensitive equipment left exposed to weather and measurement logs ending mid-sentence. The search for Jackson Hayes continued for over 3 weeks, covering hundreds of square miles of some of Alaska's most challenging terrain. Despite extensive aerial surveys, ground teams, and specialized tracking resources, no trace of him was ever found. The harsh environment and dangerous wildlife of the region could account for a body disappearing, but not the complete absence of any evidence indicating direction of travel or cause of departure from his established camps. Jackson's case attracted attention from military investigators familiar with his background and capabilities. Former SEAL teammates volunteered for additional search efforts, noting that Jackson's survival skills and tactical training made it extremely unlikely he would simply become lost or succumb to ordinary wilderness hazards. Some investigators theorized that Jackson might have encountered classified military testing activities, but inquiries to relevant agencies yielded no acknowledgement of operations in the region. The scientific community showed interest in Jackson's documented observations of temperature and magnetic anomalies, though most experts attributed his measurements to equipment malfunction or environmental factors unique to Alaska's interior. However, several researchers noted that Jackson's systematic approach to documenting unknown phenomena demonstrated scientific methodology that would be valuable regardless of the ultimate explanation for his experiences. Jackson's wife, Sarah, established a foundation to support search and rescue operations in Alaska, while also preserving his research materials for potential future investigation. She has consistently maintained that Jackson's military training and survival expertise made ordinary explanations for his disappearance inadequate, and that his systematic documentation of anomalous phenomena deserves serious scientific consideration. The case has become a subject of interest for researchers investigating unexplained phenomena in remote wilderness areas, particularly those involving electromagnetic anomalies and temperature variations that seem to defy known physical principles. Jackson's military background and methodical approach to documentation provide a rare case study of trained observer encountering experiences that challenge conventional understanding. Today, the remote region of the Alaska Range where Jackson Hayes disappeared remains largely unexplored, with his case serving as a cautionary tale for solo wilderness operations in extreme environments. His carefully documented observations of phenomena that seem to exist beyond normal scientific understanding continue to puzzle investigators, while his disappearance stands as proof that even the most extensively trained and prepared individuals can encounter mysteries in Alaska that no amount of experience can overcome. The survival expert who thought his military training had prepared him for any challenge ultimately discovered that Alaska's interior holds secrets that cannot be conquered through tactics, training, or superior preparation. In the vast wilderness where he sought to test his limits, Jackson Hayes found something that tested the very boundaries of human understanding. Leaving behind only questions, improvised scientific equipment, and the disturbing possibility that some aspects of Alaska's wilderness operate according to principles that exist beyond the reach of even the most skilled and determined explorers. At 68 years old, retired teacher Patricia Williams from North Carolina finally had the time and money to fulfill her lifelong dream of seeing the Northern Lights. But her solo RV journey through Alaska would become her final adventure. Patricia had spent 43 years teaching elementary school in Charlotte, watching countless students grow up while she postponed her own dreams for retirement. Her husband, Robert, had passed away 2 years earlier after a brief battle with cancer, leaving her financially secure but emotionally adrift. The Alaska trip represented more than tourism. It was Patricia's declaration that widowhood would not define her remaining years. Patricia's fascination with the aurora borealis began in childhood when her grandfather, a former merchant marine, showed her photographs from his voyages to northern ports. She had collected books, documentaries, and scientific articles about the phenomenon for decades, turning her spare bedroom into an informal library dedicated to Arctic exploration and indigenous cultures. Her lesson plans often incorporated stories about Alaska's history and geography, inspiring students with tales of adventure in America's last frontier. Planning the trip took Patricia over a year of meticulous preparation. She purchased a well-maintained Class C recreational vehicle, a 28-foot Winnebago that would serve as both transportation and accommodation during her month-long journey. Patricia researched campgrounds, road conditions, and weather patterns with the same thoroughness she had once applied to curriculum development. She took RV driving courses, learned basic mechanical maintenance, and equipped the vehicle with emergency supplies rated for Arctic conditions. Her adult children initially opposed the solo journey. Patricia's daughter Jennifer, a nurse in Denver, worried about her mother's safety traveling alone through remote regions. Her son David, an attorney in Raleigh, tried to convince her to join a guided tour group instead of attempting the journey independently. But Patricia was determined to experience Alaska on her own terms, without the constraints of scheduled tours or group dynamics that might limit her to chase the aurora displays whenever and wherever they appeared. Patricia departed Charlotte on September 3, 2024, driving the Alaskan Highway through Canada toward Alaska. Her detailed itinerary, shared with family members, included regular check-in schedules and emergency contact information for every planned stop. She maintained a travel blog that she updated daily with photographs and descriptions of her progress, sharing her excitement with former colleagues and students who followed her adventure online. The first 3 weeks of Patricia's journey exceeded her expectations. She photographed wildlife in the Canadian Rockies, toured historical sites in Dawson City, and finally crossed into Alaska near Tok on September 25th. Her blog entries during this period showed genuine joy and wonder at the landscape she was experiencing, mixed with occasional homesickness for the familiar routines of her previous life. Patricia's writing revealed someone rediscovering her sense of adventure after decades focused on others' needs. Her planned destination was Fairbanks, where she intended to establish a base camp for aurora viewing expeditions to darker locations outside the city. Patricia's research had identified several remote areas along the Steese Highway, where light pollution would not interfere with aurora photography. She had invested in high-quality camera equipment and taken night photography courses specifically to document the northern lights she had dreamed of seeing for so many years. Patricia's last confirmed location was a rest area along the Richardson Highway, approximately 60 miles south of Fairbanks, where she stopped on October 2nd to update her blog and call her daughter. The conversation, according to Jennifer, was typical of their recent communications, Patricia describing the stunning autumn colors and expressing excitement about reaching Fairbanks within hours. She mentioned slight fatigue from the long driving days but was eager to begin aurora watching as solar activity forecasts predicted excellent viewing conditions. When Patricia failed to arrive at her reserved campground in Fairbanks by October 4th, the facility manager contacted Alaska State Troopers. Her family had also grown concerned when her blog updates stopped and phone calls went unanswered. The search began immediately, focusing on the Richardson Highway route between her last known location and Fairbanks. The terrain along this corridor is relatively developed by Alaskan standards with regular traffic and emergency services, making a disappearance seem unlikely. Troopers found Patricia's RV on October 6th, parked at a scenic overlook approximately 30 miles north of her last confirmed stop. The vehicle was positioned properly in the designated parking area with no signs of mechanical problems or collision damage. The engine was still running, maintained by the RV's automatic systems, and all interior lights were functioning normally. Patricia's coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter, still containing liquid that investigations later determined had been poured approximately 72 hours earlier. The interior of the RV provided disturbing insights into Patricia's final hours. Her personal belongings were arranged as if she had been preparing for bed. Pajamas laid out on the bed, reading glasses placed on the nightstand beside a book about Alaska's indigenous peoples. Her camera equipment was set up near the RV's large rear window, positioned for aurora photography with technical settings that demonstrated her new expertise in night photography. Most puzzling was the discovery that Patricia's security camera system installed to monitor the area around the RV during overnight stops had captured her final hours in detail. The footage showed Patricia following her normal evening routine until approximately 3:15 a.m. on October 3rd, when she suddenly rose from her bed and walked to the RV's door. The camera clearly recorded her opening the door and stepping outside, wearing only light pajamas despite temperatures near freezing. The security footage showed Patricia walking calmly away from the RV toward the forest edge, moving with apparent purpose rather than confusion or distress. She did not appear to be responding to any external sound or threat, and her body language suggested intentional action rather than sleepwalking or medical emergency. Most disturbing was what the infrared cameras captured in the final frames. Patricia stopping at the tree line and appearing to interact with something or someone outside the camera's range before walking into the dense forest and disappearing from view. Analysis of the security footage by digital forensics experts revealed no evidence of other people in the area, mechanical malfunctions in the recording equipment, or any obvious explanation for Patricia's behavior. The timestamp showed that she had been outside for less than 5 minutes before vanishing into the wilderness wearing inadequate clothing for survival in near-freezing conditions. Her footprints were clearly visible in the frost-covered ground, leading directly into the forest with no indication of struggle or force. Search teams found Patricia's trail easily at first, following her bare footprints through the forest for approximately half a mile. The prints showed she had walked steadily in a straight line, navigating around obstacles but maintaining a consistent northward direction. However, the trail ended abruptly at a small clearing where her footprints simply stopped with no indication of where she had gone next. The clearing showed no signs of disturbance, vehicle tracks, or any explanation for how Patricia could have continued without leaving traces. Extensive searches covered over 200 square miles of wilderness, using helicopters, trained tracking dogs, and thermal imaging equipment. Despite favorable weather conditions and numerous volunteer searchers familiar with the terrain, no additional evidence of Patricia Williams was ever found. The forest in the area was dense but not impassable, and the relatively mild October weather should have allowed survival for several days, even in inadequate clothing. Investigation into Patricia's background revealed no history of mental illness, sleepwalking, or behavior that might explain her actions. Medical records showed she was in excellent health for her age, taking only mild medications for blood pressure and cholesterol that would not cause confusion or altered behavior. Her family insisted that Patricia was practical, safety-conscious, and entirely rational during their final conversations. The case attracted attention from researchers studying sleepwalking and other parasomnia disorders, but Patricia's age and lack of previous episodes made such explanations unlikely. Sleep specialists noted that complex behaviors like opening doors and walking long distances rarely occur during sleepwalking episodes, particularly in elderly individuals. The purposeful nature of her movement, captured on security cameras, suggested conscious decision-making rather than unconscious behavior. More troubling were reports from other travelers who had stayed at the same scenic overlook during the weeks before Patricia's disappearance. Multiple RV travelers contacted authorities after news of the case broke, describing strange dreams and unusual compulsions they had experienced while parked at the location. Several reported dreaming about walking into the forest, while others mentioned feeling inexplicably drawn to explore the area during nighttime hours. Indigenous elders from nearby communities, when consulted by investigators, shared traditional stories about the region that included warnings about locations where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds became thin. These oral traditions described places where people might be called to join ancient spirits, particularly during times of personal transition or loss. While such explanations were not considered in official investigations, they provided cultural context for phenomena that defied conventional understanding. Patricia's family established a foundation offering rewards for information about her disappearance, but no credible leads ever emerged. Her RV was eventually returned to North Carolina, where her children discovered her completed travel journal documenting every day of her journey until the final entry. The last entry, made on the evening before her disappearance, expressed deep satisfaction with her adventure and anticipation for aurora viewing opportunities in the coming days. The journal's final passage read, "I feel more alive than I have in years. Alaska has awakened something in me that I thought died with Robert. Tomorrow I begin the part of this journey I have dreamed about since childhood. Whatever happens, I am grateful for this chance to discover who I am when I am truly alone with the wild beauty of this incredible place." Today, Patricia Williams remains one of Alaska's most perplexing missing person cases. Her story serves as a cautionary tale about solo travel in remote areas, though the specific circumstances of her disappearance offer few practical lessons for prevention. The security camera footage continues to puzzle investigators, showing a rational woman making what appeared to be a conscious decision to walk into wilderness that would claim her life. The scenic overlook where Patricia's RV was found has since been avoided by some travelers who report feeling uncomfortable or experiencing unusual dreams when staying overnight at the location. Park rangers and state troopers occasionally patrol the area but have found no additional evidence related to her disappearance or explanations for the phenomena reported by other visitors. Patricia's case represents the profound mysteries that Alaska holds for those who venture too far from familiar territory. A woman who had spent her entire career nurturing others finally claimed time for her own dreams only to vanish while pursuing the northern lights she had longed to see. In the vast wilderness of America's last frontier, Patricia Williams joined the countless souls who have walked into Alaska's embrace and never returned, leaving behind only questions about what calls to some people from the deep forests and endless skies of the most mysterious state in America. Her retirement adventure, meant to begin a new chapter of independence and discovery, instead became a final mystery that continues to haunt investigators and family members, searching for answers that may exist beyond the reach of conventional understanding. In Alaska, where the line between the possible and impossible blurs like aurora lights dancing across the midnight sky, Patricia Williams discovered that some dreams carry prices that cannot be calculated until the moment when it becomes too late to change course and return to the safety of the known world. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. This evening we journey deep into the frozen heart of Alaska, uncovering chilling accounts that most would never dare to speak aloud. Tonight's episode promises not only tales of horror, but glimpses into the realities faced by those who call Alaska's remote small towns home. Each story you are about to hear is anchored in first-hand testimony, gathered from individuals scattered across America and carefully brought to life from the disturbing memories that still haunt them. The authenticity of these accounts has been treated with utmost respect, and while some names and identifying details have been changed to protect those involved, the terror remains untouched. Prepare yourself for 8 of the most disturbing true experiences ever reported from Alaska's wilderness. If you have not joined the Buried Files community yet, remember to subscribe for new true horror stories every week. Activate the notification bell so you are always first to hear when another file is unearthed. Jolene Hawthorne had always been captivated by the idea of flight. Growing up in the flat plains of Minnesota, she would often lie beneath the open sky for hours, watching prop planes and commercial jets leave their long trails in the blue expanse above. From a young age, she knew her dreams were tethered to the clouds, destined to soar beyond the grounding earth. It was her passion and escape, a desire to see the world from a vantage point few others ever experienced. After years of diligent study and careful accumulation of flight hours, Jolene finally earned her pilot's wings. She began flying short regional hops around the Midwest, hauling cargo and learning the rigorous discipline demanded by the skies. But she soon realized that her true calling beckoned further north, to remote lands where flying was not just a profession but a lifeline. Her new post was in Alaska, flying supply missions into some of the most isolated villages on the continent. These communities depended on people like her to bring them essentials during the months when the Arctic winter held the land in its icy grip. Roads froze over or disappeared entirely beneath snowdrifts and ice, and the seas turned too treacherous for boats. In Kotzebue, a small Inupiat village hugging the edge of the Chukchi Sea, Jolene's flights were crucial to survival. She was no stranger to the brutal Arctic environment. She had trained extensively in cold weather survival, learned to anticipate sudden weather changes, and mastered the intricate dance of flying in low visibility, piercing snow and sub-zero temperatures. Each flight was a challenge of skill, nerve, and endurance. The isolation never bothered her much. She had always been comfortable in her own company, and the compensation for Arctic flying made the hardships worthwhile. This particular January morning dawned with an icy stillness that Jolene found almost unnerving. The sun barely broke the horizon, casting a faint pale light that seemed swallowed by heavy clouds. Temperatures hovered at 30 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, and the snow hung frozen, glittering faintly in the sparse daylight like countless tiny diamonds scattered across the landscape. Her aircraft for the supply run, a reliable de Havilland Beaver, was stocked fully with barrels of heating fuel, necessary to keep homes warm during the relentless cold. Crates of preserved food supplies, boxes of medical necessities including antibiotics and vaccinations, and small luxuries like children's books, batteries, and educational materials. Each crate represented lives dependent on her for survival. The weight distribution was perfect. Fuel tanks topped off, and weather reports showed manageable conditions for the 3-hour flight north. Approaching the Kotzebue airstrip was usually a welcome sight, a sign of familiar faces and bustling life. The village council always arranged for workers to meet the supply flights, and children would often gather to watch the plane land, their breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Yet when Jolene touched down that day, she was met with an unnerving silence. Gone were the usual workers unloading freight, The dogs barking in greeting, the murmur of the village waking after another night of Arctic darkness. Jolene's heart hammered with an unsettling foreboding as she disembarked, the cold numbness of the air pressing against every inch of exposed skin. She breathed deeply, the chill air stinging her lungs, half expecting the usual warmth of life around her, but instead greeted only with oppressive, unnatural quiet. The wind that typically carried sounds of daily village life, children calling to each other, adults discussing the day's tasks, sled dogs yipping, was absent. With the sled hooked behind the plane, Jolene began hauling her cargo across the runway toward the town center. The snow-crusted paths lay deserted, footsteps muffled beneath fresh snowfall. Houses, though neat and orderly, showed signs of abandonment, curtains still drawn back as if residents had left suddenly, coats dangling on hooks by doorways, untended fires reduced to cold ash in stone hearths. Smoke should have been rising from every chimney in weather this cold, but the sky remained clear. A soft whisper of wind stirred through the trees, carrying nothing but a chilling sense of absence. Jolene called out, her voice fragile in the vast stillness. "Is anyone here? We have supplies. Help has arrived." But no reply answered her desperate plea. The echo of her own voice seemed to mock her from the empty buildings. The grocery store was the next stop. Usually alive with the daily rhythms of the village, today it stood frozen in time. The front doors were thrown open as if escape had been sudden and urgent. Shelves remained undisturbed, stocked with canned goods, and the smell of stale air lingered. A tattered newspaper lay scattered on the floor, dated 2 weeks previous. Money still sat in the cash register, and a half-eaten sandwich on the counter had begun to mold. Trying to reach the council office via radio offered no comfort. Only static hissed back in response. Her emergency frequencies produced nothing but white noise. Her concern deepened, but training pushed her forward. In situations like this, protocol demanded a thorough search before declaring an emergency. Pressing on to the community center, Jolene found chaos stark and still. Overturned chairs and scattered papers whispered of hasty departure. A calendar on the wall remained frozen on December with no markings beyond the 15th. Her flashlight beam captured frozen snapshots of a life abruptly halted. Coffee cups still sitting on tables, meeting notes scattered on the floor, a child's drawing of a polar bear taped to one wall. Suddenly, a door upstairs slammed sharply, echoing through the empty halls. Jolene's heart pounded against her chest as she ascended cautiously, flashlight beam dancing nervously ahead of her. The rooms were empty save for scattered personal effects. Books left open, a doll lying face down on a cracked floorboard, winter clothes strewn about as if people had dressed quickly. On one wall, a solitary note caught her eye, its message smeared but unmistakable. "We fled into the storm. The shadow is coming. Do not follow us into the dark." A shiver of dread ran through her that had nothing to do with the cold. What shadow? And what kind of storm had forced the villagers to abandon their homes so suddenly, leaving behind everything they owned? She pressed on, venturing to the more remote surrounding homes, hoping to find someone who could explain what had happened. Here, signs of sudden departure were even more telling. Abandoned snowmobiles half buried in deep drifts, sleds tipped on their sides with supplies scattered in the snow, and children's toys left strewn as though the owners had been called away mid-play. Some houses had doors standing wide open, letting in the killing cold that would have frozen any remaining pipes within hours. Through the biting cold, her breath a dense cloud, Jolene noticed fresh footprints that were unbroken by new snow. The tracks led away from Kotzebue's center and stretched toward the frozen shoreline, a narrow path carved across the ice. The footprints were deep and hurried, as if made by people running in panic. Despite the gnawing pit of fear in her stomach, instinct and compassion urged her to follow. Perhaps some villagers had sought shelter in the fishing huts along the shore. Perhaps they were waiting for rescue, trapped by circumstances beyond their control. The air shifted as she reached the ice. The vast expanse of the Chukchi Sea reflected the shimmering aurora dancing in green and violet ribbons across the sky. It was both breathtaking and haunting, a surreal backdrop to the mystery before her. The aurora seemed unusually active, casting an otherworldly glow that made the ice appear to pulse with its own inner light. From behind a weathered fishing shack, a figure materialized. Pale and trembling, yet profoundly alive, the man seemed haunted by the elements and the solitude alike. His clothes were tattered, face gaunt from hunger and exposure, but his eyes held a desperate relief at seeing another human being. I was waiting, he whispered, voice cracked from cold and exhaustion. Everyone else, they fled into the storm and never came back. I stayed behind, hoping someone would come, hoping the supply plane would arrive. His name was Isaac, a local fisherman who had become separated during a sudden and violent blizzard that had descended upon the village 2 weeks prior. The storm had not been typical, he relayed between chattering teeth. It brought with it a darkness that was almost tangible, a shadow moving with the wind, stalking the village streets like something alive and malevolent. Isaac described how the shadow seemed to drive people mad with fear, corralling the frightened villagers and forcing them to flee into the wilderness where many succumbed to the unrelenting cold. Those who tried to resist or hide were found the next morning, dead but unmarked, as if their life force had simply been drained away. Jolene tended to him, wrapping the thin man in soft blankets from her emergency kit and sharing water and food from her pack. His story chilled her more than the Arctic wind, but she focused on the immediate need to keep him alive until help could arrive. Her mind reeled but focused. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she radioed the Kotzebue airport to request emergency medevac assistance. The voice that answered was strained and worried. Other pilots had reported strange atmospheric disturbances in the region, and several aircraft had gone missing in recent weeks. The answer was grim and urgent. Worsening weather conditions meant rescue efforts would be delayed. High winds and whiteout conditions had already grounded other flights, and the medevac helicopter would not be able to reach them until the storm front passed, possibly not until the following afternoon. Jolene refused to surrender to hopelessness. She had trained for situations like this, though never one quite so bizarre. Her survival instincts kicked in, and she began preparing for a long, cold night in the fishing hut. Throughout the long, bitter night, she kept a small fire burning inside the fishing hut, her senses sharp for any sign of danger. Every slight noise made her heart leap, the brittle snap of a branch outside, the whispered brush of snow against the window, the occasional groan of the hut's wooden frame settling in the cold. Her imagination painted sinister shapes just outside the fragile circle of firelight, and Isaac's mumbled warnings about the shadow did nothing to calm her nerves. The feeling of being watched was constant, gnawing at her calm. Several times she thought she glimpsed movement through the frosted windows, but when she peered outside with her flashlight, nothing was there except swirling snow and the dancing aurora overhead. As dawn's pale fingers finally crept over the horizon, a distant thrum shattered the silence. The whop-whop of helicopter blades sliced through the cold air, growing steadily louder until the bright orange rescue aircraft appeared through the morning haze. Isaac was rescued, carried into the safety of warmth and medicine, his frost-bitten hands and feet requiring immediate medical attention. As the helicopter lifted off, Jolene took a final lingering look at the village. Kotzebue stood lost and silent, a ghost of itself beneath the pale Arctic sun. The tale of the last supply run spread quickly, whispered among pilots and locals alike as a warning. Aviation authorities launched an investigation but found no rational explanation for the village's abandonment. Search teams sent to look for the missing villagers found only scattered remains in the wilderness, victims of exposure and the brutal cold. Many avoided flying into Kotzebue after dark, wary of the shadow said to haunt its streets, a malevolent force consuming land and life. The village was eventually declared uninhabitable and removed from official flight schedules, though some say lights can still be seen there on certain nights when the aurora is particularly active. Though Jolene moved on to less taxing routes in milder climates, her experience remained etched in her mind, a stark reminder that nature's wilderness holds secrets and dangers no one should underestimate. She never flew in Alaska again, and whenever anyone asked her why she had left such a lucrative position, she would simply say that some places are better left undisturbed. Some shadows do not fade with the coming dawn, and some mysteries are too dangerous to solve. The last supply run taught her that there are forces in the world that human understanding cannot fully grasp, and sometimes the wisest course of action is simply to flee and never look back. Rodriguez Rod Espinoza was never one to believe much in the strange or supernatural. Growing up in the sprawling deserts of West Texas, his life was grounded in practicality, working the oil fields by day and fixing fishing boats at night. His hands were calloused from years of hard work, his face weathered by the harsh southwestern sun, and his worldview shaped by the reliable predictability of machinery and honest labor. When an opportunity came to work in Alaska as a commercial fisherman, he jumped at the chance, eager for a fresh start and an adventure he could brag about back home in the bars of El Paso. Nome was unlike anything Rod had ever experienced. The vast white plains of frozen sea stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by the occasional cluster of fishing huts and the jagged silhouette of distant mountains that rose like ancient sentinels against the pale sky. The midnight sun was a strange companion during the summer months, casting an ever-present glow that blurred day into night and left Rod's internal clock completely confused. But it was during the harsh winter months that he truly began to understand the mystique of this remote place. It was here that Rod learned of Nome's annual ice fishing contest, a beloved tradition that brought together the scattered fishing community during the harshest season of the year. The contest was not just about catching fish. It was a celebration of survival, endurance, and the unbreakable bonds that held the community together when the outside world seemed impossibly far away. At first, Rod was hesitant to participate. The locals eyed him as an outsider, their weathered faces skeptical of his lack of experience in the frigid Arctic waters. His Texas drawl stood out sharply against their clipped northern accents, and his techniques honed on warm water species seemed clumsy and ineffective on the frozen Bering Sea. But his determination and natural fishing skill eventually won him grudging acceptance among the tight-knit group of fishermen and women who made their living from these unforgiving waters. The tournament was a grueling test of endurance and technique. Competitors had to drill through several feet of solid ice using hand-cranked augers, the work exhausting in the extreme cold. They had to brave the constant Arctic wind that could freeze exposed skin in minutes, and they had to possess the patience to wait for elusive catches in conditions that would drive most people indoors. The fish that lived beneath the ice, cod, burbot, and Arctic char, were prized not just for their size, but for their ability to thrive in this harsh environment. The day of the contest dawned with crystal-clear skies and bitter cold that made the air itself seem to crackle with electricity. The temperature registered at 42 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, cold enough to freeze spit before it hit the ground. The air smelled of wood smoke mixed with sea salt, carried on winds that swept across hundreds of miles of frozen tundra before reaching the coast. Bundled in thick layers of caribou fur and modern insulated gear, Rod joined a crowd of fishermen and women, their faces already reddened by the cold but their eyes bright with excitement and competitive spirit. Throughout the morning, Rod marveled at the skilled hands around him. Veterans who could read the ice like a book, knowing exactly where to drill and how deep to set their lines. These were people who had learned their craft from parents and grandparents, knowledge passed down through generations of Arctic survival. Conversations drifted between friendly banter about past catches and hushed warnings about the sea's deeper secrets. Stories were shared of strange happenings beneath the ice, whispered rumors and folklore passed down through generations like cautionary tales around a campfire. Old Henrik, a Norwegian fisherman who had been working these waters for 30 years, told Rod about the Sila, ancient Inuit spirits that were said to control the weather and the sea. "The ice has memory," Henrik said, his breath forming white clouds as he spoke. "It remembers every soul that has passed through these waters, and sometimes it calls to them." Rod chuckled quietly to himself, dismissing the tales as the superstitions of isolated people who had spent too many long winters in darkness. He was a man of reason and practical experience, and the frozen world offered no place for old wives' tales and supernatural nonsense. Yet as the contest progressed into the afternoon, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere around them. The ice beneath their feet started to hum softly at first, a low vibrational drone that seemed to resonate through their boots and into their bones. The sound was almost subliminal, felt more than heard, like standing too close to massive electrical transformers. Fishers paused in their work, casting nervous glances toward one another, their eyes drawn to the frozen surface with dawning unease. Rod felt the unsettling vibration too, a faint tremor that seemed to quicken and pulse beneath the vast frozen sea. It reminded him of the way the ground would shake when heavy machinery passed by the oil rigs back in Texas, but there was no machinery here, nothing but ice and water and the endless expanse of the Arctic wilderness. Suddenly, without warning, fishing lines began to jerk taut with a ferocity that sent spools flying off reels and knocked several fishermen off their feet. Rod gripped his rod with both hands, feeling an enormous weight on the other end of his line. He pulled hard, expecting to haul up the largest cod of his life. But what emerged from the black water beneath the ice defied all reason and explanation. Entwined upon his line was a grotesque creature that seemed to be composed of equal parts fish and living shadow. Its skin was mottled black and slimy, glistening unnaturally in the pale sunlight as if covered in some kind of phosphorescent slime. The thing's eyes glowed with a cold alien light that seemed to pierce straight through to Rod's soul. As the creature writhed on his hook, it emitted a guttural, mournful groan that sounded disturbingly like human speech, though in no language Rod had ever heard. Chaos erupted across the frozen fishing grounds. Lines snapped under impossible strain. Ice augers and tackle boxes were abandoned as their owners fled in terror, and men and women who had faced down polar bears and survived Arctic storms scrambled for safety like frightened children. Strange shapes began to emerge from the water beneath the ice, creatures that seemed to be part fish, part living shadow, moving beneath the frozen surface like phantoms with glowing hollow eyes that tracked the fleeing fishermen with malevolent intelligence. The temperature seemed to drop even further as whispers and cries rose from the assembled crowd. Chilling voices echoed from the depths beneath them, speaking in an eerie chorus of lament and warning that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The words were unintelligible but filled with such profound sadness and rage that several of the fishermen began to weep uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions that were not their own. Rod stood rooted in place by absolute terror, his rational mind unable to process what he was witnessing. The howl of the Arctic wind was completely drowned out by the supernatural chorus of moans and whispers rising from beneath their feet. The ice itself began to groan and crack under the weight of whatever was trying to push through from below, the sound echoing their own primal fear and threatening to give way to the hungry darkness of the sea. The voices seemed to be telling stories, fragments of lives cut short, tales of drowning and freezing and being pulled down into the depths by something that should not exist. Rod could almost make out individual words in the chaos, names and pleas for help from people who had died in these waters decades or even centuries ago. Panic overtook the entire crowd, and they fled toward the safety of the distant shore, leaving behind expensive gear and a lifetime's worth of fishing dreams. Snowmobiles roared to life and raced across the ice, some carrying multiple passengers who clung desperately to avoid being left behind with whatever had awakened beneath the frozen surface. Rescue teams arrived several hours later, dispatched by concerned family members when the fishermen failed to return at the expected time. What they found was nothing but frozen silence stretching across the Bering Sea. The ice was smooth and unmarked, bearing no sign of the terror that had driven an entire community into panicked flight. The abandoned fishing equipment had already begun to freeze solid, and the holes that had been drilled through the ice showed no signs of the unnatural creatures that had emerged from them. Local authorities dismissed the incident as a case of mass hysteria brought on by extreme cold and isolation, though they could not explain why experienced Arctic fishermen would abandon thousands of dollars worth of equipment without cause. The official report mentioned possible methane emissions from the seafloor causing hallucinations, but privately the investigators admitted they had never seen anything like it. The elders of the community whispered of the ice claiming more than fish that day. It had claimed their faith in the natural order of things and their understanding of what was possible in this world. Some spoke of ancient curses awakened by too much disturbance of the sea's depths, while others believed the spirits of those lost to the ice had finally found a way to make their presence known to the living. Rod left Alaska shortly thereafter, bearing psychological scars that would never fully heal. The nightmares started almost immediately, dreams of black water filled with reaching hands and glowing eyes, of voices calling his name from beneath the ice. He sought treatment from doctors and therapists in Texas, but none could help him forget the sound of that otherworldly chorus or the sight of creatures that should not exist. The annual ice fishing contest in Nome was never held again. The community vote was unanimous. Some traditions were not worth the risk of awakening whatever slept beneath the frozen sea. The fishing grounds where the incident occurred were informally designated as off-limits, though no official warning signs were ever posted. Fishermen simply knew to avoid that particular stretch of ice, passing the knowledge along to newcomers as part of their informal education in Arctic survival. In the years that followed, other strange incidents were reported from the same general area. Pilots flying overhead claimed to see lights moving beneath the ice, and ships passing through the region during the brief summer months reported unusual sonar readings and equipment malfunctions. But these incidents were always isolated and quickly forgotten, dismissed as natural phenomena or equipment failure. Rod never returned to commercial fishing, instead finding work in construction back in Texas, where the ground stayed solid beneath his feet, and the only things lurking in the darkness were familiar and earthly. But sometimes, on particularly cold nights, he swears he can still hear those voices calling from beneath the ice, reminding him that some mysteries are too dangerous to investigate and some traditions too deadly to continue. The ice fishing contest that was supposed to bring the community together had instead revealed something that drove them apart, forcing them to confront the reality that their understanding of the world was incomplete and that some forces were beyond human comprehension or control. And deep beneath the frozen waves of the Bering Sea, the shadows continue to wait patiently for their next chance to surface, forever hungry and forever calling to those who dare venture too far onto the ice. Marcus Delacroix never expected to find himself in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, when he graduated with his communications engineering degree from Louisiana State University. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and the remote communications facility job in Bethel paid 3 times what he could make back home in Baton Rouge. The contract was for 18 months, maintaining the radio tower infrastructure that kept this isolated town of 4,000 connected to the outside world. What the job posting had not mentioned was that most of that work would be done alone during the endless Alaskan winter nights. The Bethel Communications Center sat 5 miles outside town, a squat concrete building surrounded by a forest of towering radio antennas that stretched up into the dark sky like metal fingers grasping at the aurora borealis. Marcus had been on the job for 3 weeks, learning the systems from his predecessor, a grizzled technician named Pete, who seemed eager to leave Alaska behind. Pete had been unusually quiet during the training period, showing Marcus the equipment with mechanical precision but offering little conversation beyond the technical requirements. On Marcus's final day of training, Pete finally opened up as they shared a thermos of coffee in the control room. The walls were lined with banks of radio equipment, their LED displays casting an eerie green glow in the dim lighting. Outside, the wind howled across the tundra, rattling the building's metal siding with a sound like distant applause. "Listen, Marcus," Pete had said, his weathered face serious in the electronic glow. "You are going to hear things up here that do not make sense." Radio waves bounce strange in this part of Alaska. Atmospheric conditions, northern lights, all sorts of scientific explanations for what might come through those speakers. He gestured toward the communication arrays. "But there are some transmissions you just need to ignore. Turn the volume down, log them as interference, and move on with your shift." Marcus had laughed it off at the time, assuming Pete was just trying to spook the new guy. But as the Louisiana native settled into his routine over the following weeks, he began to understand what Pete meant. The radio equipment picked up all manner of strange signals bouncing around the Alaskan atmosphere. Sometimes it was Russian military chatter from across the Bering Sea. Other times it caught fragments of conversations from aircraft flying overhead or ship-to-shore communications from vessels in the Bering Strait. Most nights, Marcus worked alone in the communications center from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., monitoring the equipment and performing routine maintenance on the transmitters that kept Bethel connected to the outside world. The isolation never bothered him much. He had always been comfortable with his own company, and the job paid well enough that he could tolerate the loneliness for 18 months. He brought books to read during the quiet hours and had installed a small television in the break room to help pass the time. It was during his 6th week on the job that Marcus first heard the voice that would change everything. He was performing a routine check on the emergency communication frequencies when a woman's voice crackled through the static, clear as day, despite the poor signal quality. "This is Jennifer Walsh calling for help. My coordinates are 61.4 degrees north, 161.8 degrees west. I have been stranded here for 2 days. My snowmobile broke down and I need immediate assistance. Please respond if anyone can hear this transmission." Marcus immediately grabbed his logbook and started transcribing the message. Emergency calls were rare but not unheard of in the Alaskan bush, and it was his responsibility to relay any distress signals to the appropriate rescue services. He tried to respond on the same frequency, but the transmission seemed to be one way only. The woman repeated her message twice more before the signal faded back into static. Marcus spent the next 20 minutes trying to re-establish contact with the stranded woman while simultaneously calling the Alaska State Troopers to report the emergency. The coordinates she had provided placed her somewhere in the remote wilderness southwest of Bethel, an area known for its dangerous terrain and unpredictable weather conditions. The trooper on duty took down all the information and promised to dispatch a search team at first light. 3 days later, Marcus learned from the local newspaper that no rescue operation had found anyone at those coordinates. The search team had discovered the wreckage of a snowmobile, but it had been there for years, partially buried under snow and vegetation. More disturbing was the discovery they made while investigating the area more thoroughly. The remains they found nearby were identified as Jennifer Walsh, a wildlife researcher who had gone missing in that exact location 7 years earlier. Marcus tried to rationalize the experience. Radio waves could travel vast distances under the right atmospheric conditions. Perhaps he had somehow picked up an old transmission that had been bouncing around the ionosphere for years before finally reaching his equipment. It was a stretch scientifically, but stranger things had happened in the world of radio communications. But the rational explanations became harder to maintain as the weeks passed, and similar incidents occurred with increasing frequency. 2 weeks after the Jennifer Walsh transmission, Marcus heard another distress call during his night shift. This time, it was a man's voice, rough and desperate, identifying himself as Robert Cunningham. He claimed to be lost in a blizzard near the same general coordinates, begging for someone to send help before his supplies ran out. Marcus followed the same protocol, documenting the transmission and contacting the authorities. The next day, he learned that Robert Cunningham had been a geologist who disappeared in that area 5 years earlier. His body had been recovered months after his disappearance, along with evidence that he had indeed been caught in a severe blizzard and died of exposure. As winter deepened and the nights grew longer, the phantom transmissions became a regular occurrence. Marcus began to dread the overnight shifts, knowing that at some point during the dark hours, his equipment would pick up another desperate voice from the past. The calls always came from the same general area, always from people who had died years or even decades earlier in the remote wilderness southwest of Bethel. The most disturbing transmission came on a particularly cold February night when the temperature had dropped to 40 degrees below zero, and the aurora borealis painted the sky in ghostly green ribbons. Marcus was reading in the break room when the emergency frequency crackled to life with a transmission that made his blood freeze. "This is Marcus Delacroix calling for help. I am stranded at coordinates 61.4 degrees north, 161.8 degrees west. My vehicle has broken down and I am injured. Please send help immediately. I repeat, this is Marcus Delacroix requesting immediate assistance." The voice was unmistakably his own, though distorted by static and distance. Marcus listened in horror as his own voice repeated the distress call twice more before fading back into the white noise of the radio equipment. His hands shaking, he checked the transmission logs and confirmed that the signal had indeed come from the same coordinates where all the other phantom calls originated. Marcus spent the rest of that shift sitting in stunned silence, staring at the radio equipment and trying to process what he had heard. There was no rational explanation for receiving a distress call in his own voice from coordinates he had never visited. The implications were too terrifying to fully contemplate, but one possibility kept forcing its way into his thoughts. Were the transmissions predictions rather than echoes from the past? Was the radio equipment somehow picking up signals from people who were destined to die in that cursed patch of wilderness? The thought filled him with a dread so profound that he could barely function for the remainder of his shift. The next morning, Marcus drove straight to the airport and purchased the first available ticket back to Louisiana. He never returned to collect his belongings from the apartment in Bethel, and he never completed his 18-month contract with the communications company. The job was eventually filled by another technician from the lower 48, a young man from Ohio who lasted exactly 6 weeks before he too abandoned his post and fled Alaska without explanation. Marcus now works for a television station in New Orleans, safely surrounded by the familiar sounds and sights of his home state. But sometimes, late at night when atmospheric conditions are just right, he swears he can still hear those phantom voices calling for help from the Alaskan wilderness. And he has never forgotten the sound of his own voice, desperate and afraid, calling out from coordinates he prays he will never visit. The communications center in Bethel has changed hands several times since Marcus left, but it continues to operate with a high turnover rate among overnight technicians. The local authorities no longer respond to emergency transmissions from the coordinates southwest of town, having learned that any rescue attempts in that area inevitably end in tragedy. The wilderness there remains empty and silent except for the phantom voices that continue to broadcast their eternal pleas for help into the cold Alaskan night. Destiny Washington had always been drawn to adventure. But nothing in her comfortable life in Washington, D.C. had prepared her for the brutal realities of seasonal work in Alaska. The 24-year-old political science graduate had signed up for a summer job at the Pacific Salmon Processing Facility in Ketchikan. Lured by the promise of good wages and the chance to experience the last frontier firsthand, what she discovered during the long Alaskan nights would haunt her for the rest of her life. The cannery sat on the edge of Tongass Narrows like a massive metal beast, its corrugated steel walls streaked with rust and salt spray. Built in the 1940s, the facility had processed millions of pounds of salmon over the decades, employing seasonal workers from all over the world who came north for the intense but lucrative fishing season. Destiny arrived in May when the daylight stretched nearly 20 hours and the air still carried the crisp bite of winter. Her supervisor, a gruff Alaskan native named Charlie Tutok, assigned her to the night shift on the processing line. The work was exhausting, standing for 12 hours straight, gutting and cleaning fish in the refrigerated facility while industrial machinery roared around them. But the pay was excellent, and Destiny found a certain meditative rhythm in the repetitive work, her hands moving automatically while her mind wandered. For the first month, everything seemed normal. The cannery operated around the clock during peak season, with 3 shifts of workers keeping the production line moving. Destiny worked alongside other seasonal employees, college students from the lower 48, immigrant workers sending money back to their families, and local Alaskans supplementing their incomes. The night shift was smaller and quieter, with only essential personnel maintaining operations while the fishing boats were out at sea. It was during her second month that Destiny began to notice the anomalies. She was working alone in the secondary processing area, a section of the cannery where fish were sorted and prepared for canning, when she heard the familiar sound of machinery starting up in the primary processing room next door. This was unusual since the primary line only operated when fresh fish were being brought in from the boats, and no deliveries were scheduled until morning. Curious, Destiny left her station and peered through the small window that connected the 2 areas. What she saw made her blood run cold. The massive processing conveyor was running at full speed, and salmon were moving down the line in perfect formation. But the facility had received no fresh deliveries in over 6 hours. The fish looked wrong somehow, their scales dull and lifeless, their eyes clouded with an oily film that caught the harsh fluorescent lighting in strange ways. She tried the door to the primary processing area, but it was locked from the inside. When she radioed her supervisor, Charlie told her that the primary line had been shut down hours ago and that no one else was in that section of the building. But Destiny could see the machinery running, could hear the rhythmic thump of fish dropping into processing bins, could smell the strong odor of salmon flooding through the ventilation system. The next night it happened again, and the night after that. Always during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when Destiny was alone in her section of the cannery, the primary processing line would mysteriously come to life. She began keeping a detailed log of the incidents, noting the exact times, the sounds she heard, and the smells that accompanied the phantom operations. What disturbed her most was the fish themselves. During her daytime explorations of the facility, when she should have been sleeping in her cramped dormitory room, Destiny discovered that the processing bins in the primary area were always full of salmon after these mysterious night runs. But when she examined the fish more closely, she realized they were not from the current season's catch. The species were wrong, varieties that had not been seen in Alaska waters for decades. The flesh was discolored and had a waxy texture that felt nothing like fresh fish. When she brought her concerns to Charlie, he dismissed them with an uncomfortable laugh. "Old buildings make strange noises," he said, avoiding her eyes. "Equipment runs on timers sometimes. You are just not used to the sounds yet." But Destiny noticed that he never volunteered to work the night shift himself, and when she pressed for more information about the cannery's history, he became evasive and changed the subject. It was Martha Kayahat, an elderly Tlingit woman who worked in the administration office, who finally told Destiny the truth. Martha had grown up in Ketchikan and remembered when the cannery was built, displacing a traditional fishing camp that had operated on the same site for hundreds of years. "My grandmother used to tell stories about that place," Martha said quietly, glancing around the empty break room to make sure they would not be overheard. "Before the whites came, our people caught salmon there every summer for generations. The spirits of the fish were honored, thanked for their sacrifice. Traditional protocols were followed to ensure the salmon would return each year." She paused to sip her coffee, her weathered hands trembling slightly. "When they built this place, they ignored all of that, tore down the sacred sites, poured concrete over the ceremonial areas, started processing fish like they were just commodities instead of living beings with spirits. My grandmother said the salmon spirits would not be ignored forever, that someday they would find a way to continue their ancient migration with or without our permission." Destiny felt a chill that had nothing to do with the refrigerated air. "You think the fish I am seeing are spirits?" Martha nodded solemnly. "The old salmon runs that used to come through here, before overfishing and climate change disrupted everything. They are still following the ancient pathways, still trying to complete their life cycle. The cannery was built on top of their spiritual highway, but that does not mean they stopped using it." That night, Destiny decided to investigate more thoroughly. She positioned herself where she could observe the primary processing area directly and waited. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the machinery roared to life. But this time, instead of just watching through the window, Destiny used her security key card to unlock the connecting door. The sight that greeted her defied all rational explanation. The conveyor belt was indeed running, covered with salmon that moved with their own internal motion despite being obviously dead for decades. Their scales had the translucent quality of old bone, and their eyes glowed with a faint phosphorescent light. The smell was overwhelming, not the clean scent of fresh fish, but the musty, organic odor of something that had been underwater for far too long. As Destiny watched in horrified fascination, the ghost salmon moved through the processing equipment with mechanical precision. Cutting blades descended in rows, sorting mechanisms activated, and canning machines sealed products that should not have existed. But when she looked more closely at the operation, she realized that nothing was actually being cut or processed. The machinery went through all the motions, but the fish remained whole and untouched, as if the entire process was a kind of spiritual theater, an endless reenactment of their transformation from living creatures to commercial products. The most terrifying moment came when one of the ghost salmon on the conveyor belt turned its ancient head and looked directly at her. Its mouth opened and closed silently as if trying to speak, and Destiny heard something that might have been words carried on the recycled air of the facility. She could not make out the specific sounds, but the meaning was unmistakable. A mixture of sadness, anger, and an inexplicable longing for something that had been lost. Destiny backed slowly toward the door, her heart pounding so hard she could hear it over the roar of the machinery. As she reached for the handle, all the equipment suddenly stopped at once, plunging the facility into silence. The conveyor belt was empty, the processing bins were clean, and the overwhelming smell of ancient fish disappeared as if it had never existed. She quit her job the next morning, packing her belongings and booking the first flight back to Washington, D.C. Before she left, Martha Keahat sought her out and pressed a small carved pendant into her hand. A traditional salmon design carved from whale bone. "For protection," the elderly woman said, "in case they followed you home." For months after returning to D.C., Destiny was plagued by nightmares about glowing fish eyes and the sound of processing machinery running in empty buildings. She changed careers, abandoning her plans for graduate school in political science and instead pursuing a degree in indigenous studies, focusing on the intersection of traditional ecological knowledge and modern industrial practices. She never returned to Alaska, but she often wondered about the Pacific Salmon Processing Facility and whether the ghost salmon still ran their eternal processing line during the quiet hours of the night. In her research, she discovered that similar phenomena had been reported at industrial sites built on traditional hunting and fishing grounds throughout the Arctic, places where the old agreements between humans and the natural world had been forgotten or ignored. The carved salmon pendant that Martha had given her sat on Destiny's desk as she worked, a constant reminder that the boundaries between the living and the dead, between the past and the present, were far more permeable than most people realized. And sometimes, late at night, when she was working alone in her apartment, she would swear she could hear the distant sound of processing machinery and smell the unmistakable scent of ancient fish carrying messages from a world that modern society had tried very hard to forget. The spirits of the salmon continued their eternal migration, processing through facilities that existed in both the physical and spiritual realms, following pathways that had been established long before humans arrived on the continent and would continue long after the last cannery had rusted away. They were patient, persistent, and utterly indifferent to human schedules and industrial efficiency. They had work to do, ancient protocols to follow, and no amount of concrete or steel could stop them from completing their journey. Destiny Washington had learned that some jobs came with responsibilities that extended far beyond the terms of employment, and that some workplaces operated according to rules that were much older and more complex than anything covered in an employee handbook. The cannery continued to process its phantom catch every night, and somewhere in the endless cycle of spiritual fish moving through ghostly machinery, the old agreements were still being honored by beings that remembered when respect for the natural world was not just a philosophical concept, but a matter of survival. Kimiko Nakamura Williams had always believed that the world was deeper, stranger, and more mysterious than most gave it credit for. As a 29-year-old award-winning photographer from Portland, Oregon, she specialized in extreme landscape shots, preferring storms, mountains, volcanic fields, and the wildest, loneliest places she could find. But none of her adventures in the lower 48 compared to what Alaska had begun to mean to her. The land was Earth's memory, the sky a living canvas, and beneath it lived legends and darkness that no camera could fully capture. It was the third time she had come to Utqiagvik, the northernmost settlement in the United States, chasing the fabled auroras. This winter, storms had battered the coast for weeks, keeping most residents huddled indoors. Kimiko was restless. Her partner, Samuel, texted regular warnings from Anchorage. "Stay in the hotel, play it safe, the polar night is dangerous, you know the stories." But she had grown impatient, and after a particularly fierce blizzard finally cleared, Kimiko packed her camera bag, extra batteries, her tripod, thermal layers, 2 flasks of tea, and set out alone into the barren darkness of the North Slope's untamed tundra. To Kimiko, night in Alaska was not the simple closing of a curtain, but a transformation of reality. She trudged through powdery snowbanks, the ice crunching beneath her boots, her breath rising in shining clouds that danced in the pale glow of her headlamp. Out over the flat horizon, ribbons of green and violet shimmered through the thin clouds, her first sign in days that the auroras were returning. All she wanted, she told herself, was one perfect shot. The northern lights twisting above a skeletal driftwood fence, the twin bluffs in the background, a faint glow on the horizon, some hint of the wild, cold stars above. She set up her tripod, checked her exposure, and waited, heart beating time with the silent pulse of the Arctic air. Around her, the silence was profound, a living, sentient thing. Hours passed in stillness. The auroras strengthened, swirling curtains climbing higher and burning more brightly. Kimiko clicked frame after frame, awed by the ever-shifting choreography overhead. But something was different tonight. The lights rippled in strange new ways, converging into arches so defined they looked almost unnatural, segmented like a stained glass window shattered across the sky. She zoomed in on her long lens, seeking detail. And behind the aurora, through it, she saw shadows, a flicker of movement that didn't belong. Long, spindly forms, deeper than black. Not the shadows of clouds or mountain, but figures tall as telephone poles with arms outstretched as though trying to tear through the veil of light. She blinked, wiped her lens for frost. For a moment she convinced herself it was an illusion, tricks of the eye, perhaps pareidolia, the brain's desperate attempt to force pattern on cosmic chaos. But it happened again. Then again. Each photo, the outlines clear as ice crystal, the shadows moving as the aurora shifted, drifting closer to the foreground. Desperate to stay rational, Kimiko adjusted settings and extended her exposure. Her camera's screen flickered in the biting dark. She clicked, counted, clicked again. In the 10th frame, one of the shadows had come nearer to the camera than before. Now sharply defined, its face a hollow emptiness, arms angled as if reaching forward. A deep surge of terror crawled up her spine. They weren't tricks of technology. She felt it, a pressure like static electricity, as though the air itself turned sentient, humming quietly with menace. At that very moment, another subtler sensation began, a ringing in her ears, growing louder until it seemed to vibrate in her skull. Kimiko's vision pulsed at the edges. She tried to pack up, but her hands moved clumsily, her sense of balance off. The lights overhead quickened, dancing in frenetic spirals, illuminating not only the land but what now stood openly upon it. All around her, in the spaces where the aurora was brightest, the shadows stood, dozens, maybe hundreds, tall and gaunt, their forms semi-transparent but distinctly apart from the night. They pressed at the borders of the real, leaning in, the ground beneath them shimmering like disturbed puddles. Kimiko staggered backwards, falling to one knee. For a brief, nightmarish instant, the air itself seemed to split with an inaudible scream. Then, impossibly, the shadows began to move in her direction, sliding across the snow without disturbing a flake. In her mind, she heard a cacophony, dozens of distant, wordless voices full of longing and despair. Each voice shaped like a memory she could not recall. She grabbed her camera, abandoning her tripod and nearly crawling back toward her snowmobile. Every few yards, she fought the urge to glance behind her, to see whether the silent figures had gained on her. But terror propelled her forward. When Kimiko reached her snowmobile, it would not start. The electronics flickered weakly, then died, as if the batteries had been drained by something pouring out of the sky. For long minutes, her only company was the crackling static of her nerves and the swirling luminance overhead. In desperation, she pulled out her emergency radio and attempted to call for help, but only a high, ghostly wail came through, mingled with what sounded like distant voices uttering unspeakable syllables. Sobbing, Kimiko huddled beside her pack, scanning her photos while her numbed fingers struggled to function. In every frame, the shadows had come closer, until one frame showed a face just outside her headlamp's glow, its features an agonizing ambiguity, perhaps pleading, perhaps hungry, perhaps both. For hours she sat there, listening to the auroras hum like the world's saddest violin, waiting for the dawn that would never come. In the Arctic winter, the sun rose only for a handful of moments each day and would not return in earnest for weeks. She drifted in and out of shivering sleep, haunted by visions of impossibly long arms reaching for her, by eyes she could never quite see. Eventually, morning brought a search party, a group of Utqiagvik locals who had seen her hastily abandon tripod and followed her snowmobile's tracks by headlamp and intuition. They found Kimiko shivering, eyes wild, clutching her camera like a lifeline. They bundled her onto their sled and sped her back to town, where elders muttered blessings against the spirits that stalked the dark tundra. When Kimiko processed her images weeks later in the safety of her hotel, The digital anomalies were still visible. Forms that should not be. Faces that could not exist. Each more defined at the places where the auroras raged brightest. She learned from the elders that the Inupiat have long believed the northern lights are more than just light. They are the spirits of the dead, or portals to other realms, or the veils of ancient ones who sometimes try to return when the sky opens wide. The villagers told her she had been lucky, or perhaps unlucky, to have come so close. When the sky dances most wildly, an old Inupiaq woman told her, never answer if you hear your name whispered, or the ones in the lights will find a way to pull you through. Kimiko left Utqiagvik with her art portfolio forever changed and her certainty forever shaken. For the rest of her life, she would avoid photographing auroras, unable to shake the feeling that something in the sky had seen her too, and might one day come looking for her when the darkness returned. Thomas Tom Begay had learned about respect from his grandmother long before he ever set foot in Alaska. Growing up on the Navajo Nation in Arizona, he was taught that the land held memories, that certain places demanded acknowledgement, and that ignoring the warnings of elders could bring consequences that lasted generations. When he moved north to pursue his dream of running the Iditarod, he carried those lessons with him, though he never expected to need them in quite the same way. Tom had always been drawn to sled dogs. There was something about their fierce loyalty, their incredible endurance, and their ability to navigate the most treacherous terrain that spoke to him on a fundamental level. After years of training in the lower 48, he finally saved enough money to purchase a team of experienced racing dogs from a musher outside of Fairbanks. The seller, an old Norwegian man named Eric, warned him about certain sections of the trail, but Tom assumed he was talking about natural hazards. Thin ice, sudden weather changes, areas prone to whiteout conditions. It was only later, after he had been living in Alaska for several months and had gotten to know some of the local Inupiaq elders, that he began to understand the deeper meaning behind Eric's warnings. The old Inupiat woman who ran the general store in town, Mary Kunguk, took a liking to Tom, perhaps recognizing a kindred spirit in someone who understood the importance of traditional knowledge. Over cups of tea during the long winter evenings, she began to share stories that her own grandmother had told her. Stories about places where the spirits of the dead still walked, where ancient things slept beneath the snow, and where even the bravest hunters feared to tread. There are sections of the old trails, Mary told him one evening, her weathered hands wrapped around a steaming mug, where the Tornit once lived. The giant people, the ones who came before us, they were not evil, but they were not human either, and when they left warnings behind. The dogs know. They can smell the old anger, the old sadness. A wise musher listens to his dogs. Tom nodded politely, filing the information away as folklore. Interesting, but not immediately practical. He was focused on training, on building the stamina and teamwork necessary for the 1,000-mile race that would test everything he had learned about survival in the Arctic wilderness. His first real encounter with the supernatural came in late February, during what was supposed to be a routine training run along a section of the Iditarod Trail that wound through dense spruce forest about 50 miles northeast of his base camp. The weather was perfect for mushing, cold but not brutally so, with just enough wind to keep the dogs alert but not enough to create dangerous conditions. His team was running beautifully, moving in perfect synchronization across the packed snow, their breathing steady and their pace sustainable for the long haul. The lead dogs were Nanook and Koda, two experienced Siberian Huskies who had run the Iditarod 3 times with their previous owner. They were intelligent, reliable, and had never given Tom any reason to doubt their judgment, which was why he was so surprised when they suddenly began to slow down, their ears flattening against their heads as they approached what looked like a perfectly ordinary section of trail winding between tall evergreens. At first, Tom assumed they had caught the scent of wildlife, moose perhaps, or a bear den. He called out encouragement, urging them forward, but instead of responding to his voice, both dogs came to a complete stop and began to whimper. The rest of the team bunched up behind them, and within moments, all 12 dogs were showing signs of extreme agitation. Tom set his snow hook and walked up to examine the trail ahead. To his eyes, there was nothing unusual, just the familiar ribbon of packed snow disappearing into the shadows between the trees. The forest was quiet except for the occasional creak of branches in the wind, and the air carried only the clean, sharp scent of snow and pine. But as he stood there trying to understand what had spooked his dogs, he began to feel it too. A subtle wrongness that made his skin crawl and sent his grandmother's warnings echoing through his memory. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly, though his thermometer showed no change. The wind died completely, leaving a silence so profound that his own heartbeat sounded thunderous in his ears. And then, from somewhere ahead in the forest, came a sound that made every nerve in his body scream in alarm. A low, rhythmic drumming that seemed to come from the earth itself. Tom's dogs began to howl in unison, a mournful sound that spoke of fear deeper than any natural instinct. Nanook was pulling against his harness, trying desperately to turn the team around, while Koda had dropped to his belly in the snow, trembling with terror. The other dogs were backing up, tangling their lines in their desperate attempt to retreat from whatever lay ahead. As the drumming grew louder, Tom began to hear other sounds layered beneath it, voices singing in a language he did not recognize, the scrape of bone against stone, and something that sounded disturbingly like massive footsteps moving through the forest. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming harder to breathe, and the shadows between the trees began to move in ways that defied the pale light filtering through the canopy. Tom had heard enough stories from his grandmother about respecting the warnings of the spirits to know when he was in over his head. Without hesitation, he pulled up the snow hook and helped turn his terrified team around. The dogs needed no encouragement to run in the opposite direction. They took off at a pace that would have been dangerous under normal circumstances, racing back along the trail as if their lives depended on it. It was only when they had put several miles between themselves and that cursed section of forest that the dogs began to calm down. Tom stopped the team and checked each animal carefully, looking for signs of injury or distress, but aside from elevated heart rates and nervous panting, they seemed physically unharmed. What disturbed him more was the way they kept looking back along the trail, their ears pricked forward as if listening for sounds of pursuit. That evening, Tom drove into town and sought out Mary Kanguk. He found her at the community center where she was teaching traditional beadwork to a group of local children. When she saw his expression, she dismissed the class early and invited him to walk with her along the frozen shoreline of the lake. "You went to the forbidden place," she said before he had even begun to describe his experience. "I can see it in your eyes. The dogs warned you and you listened. That is good. That shows wisdom." Tom described what he had experienced, and Mary nodded gravely as he spoke. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. "That place has been forbidden for longer than anyone can remember," she finally said. "My grandmother's grandmother told stories of what happened there, back when the world was different. There was a village once, a prosperous place where people lived in harmony with the land and the spirits. But they grew proud, began to take more than they needed, began to ignore the old agreements with the Tornet and the other ancient people." She paused to pull her parka tighter against the wind. "The spirits tried to warn them just as your dogs warned you. But they would not listen. They said the old ways were foolish superstition, that they were strong enough to take whatever they wanted from the land without consequence. So the spirits withdrew their protection, and the Tornet came in the night, not to destroy, but to teach. They drummed the people into the earth, into the trees, into the stones themselves. The village disappeared, but the spirits remained still drumming. still trying to teach the lesson that pride and disrespect bring only sorrow. Tom felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Arctic wind. What happened to the people? They became part of the warning, Mary said sadly. Their voices joined the ancient song, adding their own sorrow to the chorus. That is why the dogs fear that place. They can hear the voices of all who ignored the spirit's wisdom, and they know that some paths lead only to becoming lost forever. In the weeks that followed, Tom redesigned his training routes to avoid that section of the trail entirely. He also began to pay closer attention to his dog's instincts, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated when they sensed something beyond normal human perception. He discovered that there were several other areas along the traditional trails where his team would show similar signs of unease, though none as dramatic as that first encounter. When race day finally arrived, Tom's team performed beautifully, finishing in the middle of the pack. A respectable showing for a first-time Iditarod Moosher. But what he remembered most about the race was not his finishing time or the physical challenges he had overcome. It was the moment, about 2/3 of the way through the race, when the trail took him near the forbidden section of forest. Even from miles away, his dogs began to show signs of nervousness. Nanook kept glancing toward the dark line of trees on the horizon, his ears swiveling as if picking up sounds that Tom could not hear. The entire team picked up their pace without any command from him, as if eager to put as much distance as possible between themselves and whatever slept in those shadows. Tom never ran the Iditarod again. He continued to train and race dogs on shorter courses, but something about that experience in the Forbidden Forest had changed his relationship with the wilderness. He had glimpsed something vast and ancient and utterly indifferent to human ambition, something that existed according to laws much older than the ones that governed his familiar world. He moved back to Arizona after a few years, where he started a program teaching traditional tracking and outdoor survival skills to young people on the reservation. He always began his classes the same way, with a story about the importance of listening to the warnings of elders, both human and animal. He never mentioned the specific details of what he had encountered in Alaska, but he made sure his students understood that the natural world contained forces that demanded respect, and that ignoring those forces came with consequences that could last for generations. The dogs had saved him by refusing to enter that place where ancient spirits still drummed their warnings into the frozen earth. Tom never forgot that lesson, and he made sure that everyone he taught understood it as well. Some places were meant to be avoided, some paths were not meant to be taken, and the wisdom to know the difference was often the thin line between survival and becoming another voice in the eternal chorus of the lost. The Tornets still walked in those dark woods, still drummed their ancient warnings into the night. And somewhere in the forest, the spirits of those who had ignored their wisdom continued to sing their mournful song, adding their voices to the eternal reminder that pride and disrespect for the old ways would always carry a terrible price. Tom Begay had learned to listen to his dogs, and in doing so had learned to listen to the land itself. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his life. A reminder that true wisdom lay not in conquering the wilderness, but in understanding his place within it and respecting the boundaries that had been set by powers far greater than himself. Caleb O'Sullivan had always been driven by a deep sense of purpose. Growing up in South Boston in an Irish-American family that valued education above almost everything else, he had watched his parents work multiple jobs to put his older siblings through college. When it was his turn, Caleb chose education as his major, determined to make a difference in the lives of children who might not otherwise have access to quality schooling. After graduating from Boston College with his teaching degree, he applied for positions in remote areas where teachers were desperately needed. The offer from Nukumgak, a village of fewer than 200 people situated deep in the Alaskan bush, seemed like exactly the opportunity he had been looking for. The village was so remote that it could only be reached by small aircraft, and the previous teacher had left abruptly in the middle of the academic year without explanation. The school superintendent in Bethel had been honest about the challenges: extreme isolation, harsh weather conditions, and cultural barriers that could make teaching difficult for outsiders. But the salary was competitive, and the chance to make a real impact was undeniable. Caleb arrived in Nukumgak on a cold September morning when the tundra was already showing the first signs of winter's approach. The village consisted of a few dozen small houses clustered around a community center, a general store that also served as the post office, and the school, a modest two-room building that served children from kindergarten through 8th grade. The high school students were sent to boarding schools in larger towns, a practice that had created some tension in the community over the years. The school building itself was newer than most of the other structures in the village, built in the late 1990s with federal funding. It had modern heating, electricity powered by diesel generators, and internet access that worked when weather conditions permitted. Caleb's living quarters were attached to the school in a small apartment that had been designed for visiting teachers. It was sparse but comfortable, with a kitchenette, a sleeping area, and a small office where he could prepare lessons. His students ranged in age from 5 to 14, with a total enrollment of 18 children from 12 families. Most were Yupik, with a few mixed heritage students whose families had moved to the village from other parts of Alaska. Caleb had studied basic Yupik language and cultural practices during his preparation for the position. But he quickly realized that textbook knowledge was very different from the lived reality of teaching in a community where traditional ways of life were still very much alive. For the first few weeks, everything went smoothly. The children were initially shy around their new teacher, but Caleb's enthusiasm and genuine respect for their culture gradually won them over. He incorporated local knowledge into his lessons, asking elders to visit the classroom to share traditional stories and teaching methods. The parents seemed pleased with his approach, and he began to feel that he was truly making a difference. It was in early October that Caleb first noticed something unusual about his students' artwork. During a free drawing period, he observed that several of the children were creating remarkably similar images. Intricate patterns of spirals and geometric shapes that seemed far too sophisticated for their age levels. When he asked about the drawings, the children would look at each other nervously and mumble that they had learned the patterns from the other teacher. This confused Caleb, since he was the only teacher in the village, and the previous teacher had left months before any of these particular patterns had appeared in their work. When he asked for clarification, 10-year-old Mary Tulamak told him matter-of-factly that the night teacher shows us things when you go to sleep. Intrigued rather than alarmed, Caleb assumed the children were talking about some kind of cultural education that happened outside of school hours. Many indigenous communities had traditional teaching methods that operated parallel to formal education, and he respected the importance of those practices. He made a mental note to speak with some of the village elders about coordinating his curriculum with whatever traditional instruction the children were receiving. But as the weeks passed, the situation became more puzzling. The children began displaying knowledge of subjects that were far beyond their grade levels. Complex mathematical concepts, detailed understanding of astronomical phenomena, and most disturbing of all, the ability to write in what appeared to be a form of ancient script that none of the village elders could identify. The breakthrough came during a parent-teacher conference in late October. Caleb was meeting with Robert and Susan Akaran, the parents of 8-year-old Tommy, when he mentioned the boy's remarkable progress in mathematics. Tommy had begun solving algebraic equations that should have been incomprehensible to a third grader, and when Caleb asked him where he had learned these techniques, Tommy had given the same answer as the other children. The night teacher showed me. Robert and Susan exchanged worried glances. "There is no night teacher," Susan said quietly. "We thought Tommy was learning these things from you during regular school hours." That evening, Caleb decided to investigate. He waited in his apartment until he was certain the village was asleep, then quietly made his way into the main classroom. The school was dark and silent, heated only enough to prevent the pipes from freezing. He settled into a chair in the back of the room and waited, telling himself that he would probably see nothing more than shadows cast by the security lighting. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the classroom began to change. The temperature dropped noticeably and a faint phosphorescent glow began emanating from the walls themselves. The desks and chairs rearranged themselves silently into a perfect circle, and symbols began appearing on the blackboard, the same intricate patterns that had been showing up in his students' artwork. Then they began to arrive, not through the doors or windows, but simply materializing in the classroom as if stepping through invisible doorways. They appeared to be children at first glance, but their proportions were subtly wrong. Too tall for their apparent age, with elongated limbs and faces that seemed both ancient and ageless. Their clothing was traditional Yupik style, but appeared to be made from materials that caught and reflected light in impossible ways. The phantom students took their places in the circle of desks and began to study the symbols on the blackboard. Their learning methods were unlike anything Caleb had ever witnessed. They absorbed information directly without the need for repetition or explanation. Complex mathematical formulas, astronomical charts, and linguistic patterns flowed from the blackboard into their consciousness with perfect efficiency. Most disturbing of all was the realization that these spectral children were teaching his students. Real children began to appear in the classroom, not physically, but as translucent projections of themselves, still asleep in their beds but somehow present in this otherworldly classroom. Tommy Akaran was there, along with Mary Tulimak and most of Caleb's other students. They sat in the circle with the phantom children, learning the same impossible lessons with the same supernatural efficiency. Caleb watched in fascination and growing horror as the night school conducted its session. The subjects being taught were far beyond elementary level. Advanced mathematics, quantum physics, ancient history of civilizations that had never existed according to any textbook, and languages that predated human settlement of Alaska. The phantom teacher, who appeared to be an adult version of the same ethereal beings, communicated without speaking, transferring knowledge directly into the minds of both the spectral students and Caleb's real children. The session lasted for exactly 1 hour. At 3:17 a.m., the symbols faded from the blackboard. The desks returned to their normal positions, and both the phantom students and the projections of his real children dissolved back into darkness. Caleb sat alone in the empty classroom, shaking with cold and the implications of what he had witnessed. The next morning, he tried to act normally, but his students seemed to sense that something had changed. They watched him with knowing eyes, as if aware that he had discovered their secret education. Their schoolwork continued to display the same impossible advancement, but now Caleb understood the source of their knowledge. Over the following weeks, he tried to research the phenomenon, reaching out to colleagues, anthropologists, and experts in indigenous spirituality. Most dismissed his account as stress-induced hallucinations or cultural misunderstanding. A few suggested that he might be witnessing some form of ancestral teaching spirit, but none could offer concrete explanations for what was happening in his classroom. The children themselves were reluctant to discuss the night school, responding to his questions with nervous silence or vague statements about learning from the old ones. The village elders were equally evasive, though Caleb sensed that they knew more than they were willing to share with an outsider. The situation came to a head in November, when Caleb realized that the night school was changing his students in ways that went beyond advanced academics. They were becoming detached from normal childhood activities, more interested in abstract concepts than games or social interaction. Their artwork became increasingly alien, depicting landscapes and structures that existed nowhere on Earth. Most troubling of all, they had begun speaking in unison during regular class time, finishing each other's sentences with perfect synchronization, as if they shared a collective consciousness. When Caleb tried to address this behavior, the children looked at him with expressions of pity rather than confusion. "You cannot understand yet," Mary Tulamak told him with the grave seriousness of someone much older than 10. "You are still learning the old way." The night teacher says some people take longer to receive the true knowledge. That night, Caleb decided to confront whatever was teaching his students. He entered the classroom before the 2:17 a.m. transformation and positioned himself directly in the center where the circle of desks would form. When the phantom children began to materialize, he stood his ground and spoke directly to their teacher. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What are you teaching them?" The spectral educator turned its attention to him for the first time, and Caleb felt its consciousness brush against his mind like cold fingers exploring the surface of his thoughts. When it spoke, the words formed inside his head rather than reaching his ears. "We are the ones who came before," the entity communicated. "We are the teachers of the deep knowledge, the wisdom that your people have forgotten. These children are chosen to carry the old learning into the new time. You may join them if you wish to understand." Caleb felt an overwhelming temptation to accept the offer. The knowledge being transmitted was incredibly seductive. Answers to questions that had puzzled humanity for millennia, understanding of natural laws that could revolutionize human civilization. But something in the children's increasingly vacant expressions during daytime hours warned him that this education came with a price that might be too high to pay. "What will happen to them?" he asked. "They will become bridges between the worlds," the entity replied. "They will carry our wisdom to your people when your people are ready to receive it. But first, they must be fully prepared." Caleb understood that fully prepared meant something far more profound than advanced education. The night school was transforming his students into something other than human, gradually replacing their individual consciousnesses with collective knowledge that served purposes he could not comprehend. The next morning, he submitted his resignation to the school district and arranged for emergency transportation out of Nukumgak. He left behind most of his belongings and all of his carefully prepared lesson plans. His official reason was a family emergency, but privately he knew he was fleeing something that threatened his sanity and possibly his soul. The replacement teacher lasted 3 weeks before also requesting emergency transfer. The school district eventually closed the Nukumgak facility, citing declining enrollment and budget constraints. The children were sent to boarding schools in Bethel, where their extraordinary academic abilities were noted but attributed to exceptional individual talent rather than supernatural intervention. Caleb returned to teaching in Massachusetts, but he never forgot the night school or the children whose minds had been opened to knowledge that was not meant for human understanding. Sometimes, late at night when he was grading papers or preparing lessons, he would remember the seductive offer of the phantom teacher and wonder what truths he had walked away from. He kept track of his former students through various channels over the years. Many went on to distinguished careers in science and academia, making discoveries and theoretical breakthroughs that advanced human knowledge in significant ways. But those who knew them personally often commented on their detached, otherworldly demeanor and their tendency to speak as if they were accessing information from sources beyond normal human experience. The night school continued to operate in Nukumgak, even without a formal educational facility. Local pilots reported seeing lights in the abandoned school building during winter nights, and occasionally hunters would encounter children in the wilderness who spoke in languages that had never been cataloged by linguists. The village elders maintained their silence, understanding that some forms of education were too dangerous for outsiders to comprehend. Caleb O'Sullivan had learned that teaching was not always about imparting knowledge to students. Sometimes it was about protecting them from knowledge that could fundamentally alter what it meant to be human. The line between education and transformation was thinner than most people realized, and crossing it meant entering a realm where the familiar boundaries of reality no longer applied. Dr. Priya Chatterjee Moore had always been fascinated by the extremes of human experience. As a climate researcher from the University of Michigan, she specialized in studying the psychological and physiological effects of extreme environments on isolated communities. When the National Science Foundation offered her a summer research grant to study the impact of the midnight sun on sleep patterns in remote Alaskan villages, she jumped at the opportunity. What she discovered during those endless bright days would challenge everything she thought she knew about the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious mind. The research station was located near Anaktuvuk Pass, a small Inupiaq village in the heart of the Brooks Range where the sun did not set for nearly 3 months during summer. The facility had been established in the 1980s to support various scientific studies of Arctic conditions, and it offered the perfect base for Dr. Chatterjee Moore's investigation into circadian rhythm disruption in extreme latitudes. Her research methodology was straightforward. Monitor the sleep patterns, dream activity, and psychological well-being of volunteers from the local community during the peak weeks of the midnight sun phenomenon. She had brought sophisticated EEG monitoring equipment, sleep study apparatus, and psychological assessment tools that would allow her to document the effects of continuous daylight on human consciousness. The village elder, Robert Aguk, had given permission for the study after lengthy discussions about its potential benefits to the community. Many residents had experienced sleep difficulties during the midnight sun period, and Dr. Chatterjee Moore's research promised to offer insights that might help future generations cope with the unique challenges of Arctic life. For the first 2 weeks, everything proceeded according to plan. Dr. Chatterjee Moore established her monitoring protocols, recruited a dozen volunteers ranging in age from teenagers to elders, and began collecting baseline data on their sleep patterns. The results were initially predictable. Most participants showed significant disruption to their normal circadian rhythms with fragmented sleep, increased REM activity, and reports of unusually vivid dreams. But as the study progressed into its 3rd week, when the sun remained perpetually overhead in the pale blue sky, something unprecedented began to emerge from the data. Dr. Chatterjee Moore noticed that her research subjects were not just experiencing disrupted individual sleep patterns. They were beginning to share dream content in ways that should have been impossible according to everything she understood about consciousness and neuroscience. The first indication came during her daily interviews with the participants. Sarah Kunalak, a 28-year-old teacher, described a recurring dream about walking through a vast ice cave filled with glowing symbols carved into the walls. When Dr. Chatterjee Moore interviewed 16-year-old Tommy Aguk later that same day, he described almost identical dream imagery, down to specific details about the arrangement of symbols and the quality of light within the cave. Initially, Dr. Chatterjee Moore assumed this was simply coincidence or perhaps the result of shared cultural imagery. Many indigenous communities had common mythological and spiritual symbols that might naturally appear in dreams. But as she continued collecting data, the shared dream experiences became too frequent and too specific to dismiss as cultural overlap. By the 4th week of the study, all 12 participants were reporting variations of the same core dream narrative. They described finding themselves in a vast underground chamber where dozens of people sat in perfect stillness, their eyes closed but their minds somehow active and aware. In the dreams, the participants could communicate without speaking, sharing thoughts and emotions with perfect clarity. Most disturbing of all, they began to recognize the other dreamers as their fellow research subjects, people they were meeting in some kind of shared unconscious space. Dr. Chatterjee Moore's EEG monitoring confirmed that something extraordinary was happening. During the hours when participants reported shared dreaming experiences, their brainwave patterns showed remarkable synchronization. The alpha and theta waves that typically indicated deep sleep states were occurring simultaneously across multiple subjects, even when they were sleeping in different locations throughout the village. The breakthrough came when Dr. Chatterjee Moore decided to monitor her own sleep patterns using the same equipment. As someone who had grown up in Michigan and had never experienced the midnight sun phenomenon, she expected to show different patterns from the local residents. Instead, she found herself drawn into the same shared dream space that her research subjects had been describing. The experience was unlike anything she had ever encountered in her scientific career. In the dream, she found herself standing in the vast underground chamber, surrounded by the sleeping figures of her research participants and dozens of other people she did not recognize. The space felt more real than reality itself, filled with a kind of crystalline clarity that made normal waking consciousness seem foggy and incomplete by comparison. In the center of the chamber stood a figure that seemed to be composed of pure light. Not the harsh brightness of the midnight sun, but a soft golden radiance that conveyed warmth and ancient wisdom. When the entity spoke, its words formed directly in Dr. Chatterjee Moore's mind rather than reaching her through her ears. "You have come to study the effects of endless light on the human mind," the entity communicated. "But you have discovered something far more significant. When the barriers between day and night dissolve, other boundaries become permeable as well. The midnight sun opens doorways that remain closed during the normal cycle of light and darkness." Dr. Chatterjee Moore found herself able to respond through pure thought. "What kind of doorways? What is this place?" "This is the collective unconscious made manifest," the entity replied. "A space where individual minds can meet and share experiences across the boundaries of physical existence. Your people call it dreaming, but it is more than that. It is a return to the original state of human consciousness, before you learn to separate yourselves from each other and from the deeper rhythms of the natural world." As the entity spoke, Dr. Chatterjee Moore became aware that she could perceive the thoughts and emotions of everyone else in the chamber. She felt the deep connection between the Inupiaq participants and their ancestral land, the way their consciousness was intimately linked to the cycles of Arctic life. She experienced the dreams of people she had never met, hunters and shamans and storytellers from previous generations who seemed to exist in this space outside of normal time. Most remarkably, she began to understand that the midnight sun was not just an astronomical phenomenon, but a doorway into a different kind of awareness. The constant daylight dissolved the normal boundaries between conscious and unconscious states, allowing minds to merge and share experiences in ways that were impossible under normal circumstances. When Dr. Chatterjee Moore woke from the shared dream, she found that her research data had been fundamentally transformed. The EEG readings showed that during the shared dreaming periods, her participants' brain activity had synchronized not just with each other, but with natural electromagnetic patterns in the Earth's magnetic field. The midnight sun was somehow facilitating a form of consciousness that connected human awareness directly to planetary rhythms. Over the final weeks of her study, Dr. Chatterjee Moore documented increasingly sophisticated forms of shared dreaming. Participants began to report prophetic dreams that accurately predicted weather patterns, wildlife movements, and other natural phenomena. They described receiving knowledge from deceased relatives and ancestors, information that later proved to be historically accurate when checked against tribal records. Most significantly, the participants began to demonstrate enhanced empathy and emotional connection in their waking lives. Conflicts that had existed in the community for years were resolved as people gained direct insight into each other's thoughts and feelings through their shared dream experiences. Children began showing advanced understanding of traditional ecological knowledge that typically took years to acquire through conventional learning. When the midnight sun period finally ended and normal day-night cycles returned, the shared dreaming experiences gradually faded. Dr. Chatterjee Moore's participants retained memories of their collective unconscious adventures, but they could no longer access that state of merged awareness. The EEG synchronization disappeared, and individual dream patterns returned to normal variations. Dr. Chatterjee Moore returned to Michigan with data that challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness, individual identity, and the relationship between human awareness and natural cycles. When she attempted to publish her findings in mainstream scientific journals, her work was rejected as unscientific and impossible to replicate under controlled laboratory conditions. But she continued her research, focusing on indigenous communities in extreme environments where normal boundaries of human experience were stretched to their limits. She discovered similar phenomena in other polar regions, high-altitude locations, and places where natural light cycles were dramatically different from temperate zone norms. The midnight sun had taught her that human consciousness was far more flexible and interconnected than Western science had assumed. In environments where normal barriers dissolved, minds could merge and share experiences in ways that pointed toward a more fundamental unity underlying individual awareness. Dr. Chatterjee Moore never forgot the feeling of perfect connection she had experienced in the shared dream space beneath the endless Arctic sun. It had shown her that the boundaries between self and other, between past and present, between human consciousness and natural rhythms, were far more permeable than most people realized. The midnight sun continued to rise over Anaktuvuk Pass every summer, offering the same opportunity for expanded awareness to anyone willing to surrender their normal assumptions about the nature of consciousness and individual identity. Some doorways, she had learned, only opened when the familiar patterns of light and darkness were replaced by the eternal radiance of the Arctic summer. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the frozen frontier of terror with 8 of the most disturbing true Alaskan missing tourist horror stories ever documented. These harrowing testimonies emerge not from fiction or hearsay, but from meticulously investigated disappearances that have left both authorities and families searching for answers in America's last wilderness. Each account exposes the unforgiving nature of Alaska's remote landscapes, where tourists seeking adventure instead found themselves vanishing without explanation into the vast tundra, treacherous mountains, and endless stretches of Arctic wilderness. The evidence has been carefully gathered from official reports, witness statements, and search and rescue documentation, guaranteeing that every detail remains grounded in verifiable fact, though certain personal identifiers have been altered to respect the privacy of those affected. If you have not yet become part of our dedicated community of true horror followers, please subscribe to Buried Files and enable the notification bell so you never miss an episode when we explore the darkness that lurks in our world. Make sure to leave a comment below sharing your thoughts on these cases or any experiences you may have had in Alaska's remote wilderness. Your engagement helps us continue bringing these important stories to light. The final text message from Dr. Marites Buenafe arrived at her family's phones at exactly 7:35 in the morning on July 1st, 2025. The 62-year-old physician from Lexington, Kentucky had typed out her plans with the methodical precision that characterized everything she did. She was taking the Mount Roberts tramway to the summit and would hike the popular Gold Ridge to Gastineau Peak Trail, a moderately challenging 4-mile route that promised spectacular views of Juneau and the surrounding wilderness. Her message was cheerful and confident, signed off with her characteristic optimism about the adventure that lay ahead. She had no way of knowing that those words would become the last communication her loved ones would ever receive from her. Dr. Buenafe had been traveling aboard the Norwegian Bliss cruise ship as part of a week-long Alaska expedition that had departed from Seattle, fulfilling a lifelong dream of exploring America's final frontier. She was not traveling alone on the cruise itself, having been accompanied by 2 family members who shared her passion for outdoor adventures and natural beauty. However, she had chosen to tackle this particular hike solo, confident in her abilities as an experienced outdoorswoman who had spent decades building the physical fitness and mental toughness required for challenging wilderness excursions. Her colleagues at UK Healthcare knew her as someone who approached both medicine and mountaineering with the same careful preparation and unwavering determination. The Mount Roberts tramway represented the perfect starting point for Dr. Buenafé's planned adventure, whisking visitors from Juneau's downtown area up 1,800 feet to a scenic overlook that served as the gateway to some of southeastern Alaska's most spectacular hiking opportunities. The tramway had been operating since 1996, providing safe and reliable access to trails that would otherwise require grueling climbs through dense temperate rainforest. From the summit station, hikers could choose from several well-marked routes that ranged from easy nature walks suitable for cruise passengers wearing street clothes to challenging backcountry treks that demanded proper equipment and wilderness experience. Security cameras captured Dr. Buenafé's arrival at the tramway's upper terminal around 7:30 that morning, showing her departing the visitor center buildings with the confident stride of someone who had done this type of hiking many times before. She appeared well prepared for the expedition, wearing appropriate outdoor clothing and carrying what seemed to be adequate supplies for the planned 4-hour round-trip hike. The weather conditions that morning were typical for southeast Alaska in early July. Cloudy skies with intermittent drizzle and temperatures in the mid-50s. Exactly the type of conditions that experienced Alaska hikers learn to expect and prepare for during the brief summer season. The Gold Ridge to Gastineau Peak trail that Dr. Buenafé had chosen was described by hiking websites as moderately challenging but extremely popular among both locals and tourists who wanted to experience Alaska's wilderness without venturing too far from civilization. The trail gained approximately 900 feet of elevation over its 4-mile length, winding through subalpine meadows filled with wildflowers during the summer months before reaching exposed ridgeline areas that offered panoramic views of the Gastineau Channel, Douglas Island, and the ice-capped peaks of the Coast Range. On clear days, hikers could see for dozens of miles in every direction, but the frequent clouds and precipitation that characterized southeast Alaska's maritime climate often limited visibility to just a few hundred yards. The Norwegian Bliss was scheduled to depart Juneau at 1:30 that afternoon, giving Dr. Buenafé what should have been ample time to complete her planned hike and return to the ship. Cruise itineraries typically build in generous margins for passenger excursions, understanding that weather delays and other unforeseen circumstances can affect timing. However, when 1:30 arrived without any sign of Dr. Buenafé, ship personnel began the standard protocols for passengers who failed to return by the all-aboard deadline. They attempted to contact her through the ship's public address system and tried calling her cell phone, but received no response to either method of communication. By 3:15 that afternoon, with the Norwegian Bliss already departed from Juneau and Dr. Buenafé still missing, her family members contacted local authorities to report her disappearance. The Alaska State Troopers immediately launched a comprehensive search and rescue operation, coordinating with multiple agencies that had extensive experience in southeast Alaska's challenging terrain. Juneau Mountain Rescue, widely regarded as one of the most skilled volunteer search and rescue organizations in the state, deployed their most experienced teams to begin systematic ground searches along the trail Dr. Buenafé had planned to hike. The initial search efforts benefited from the long daylight hours of early July, when Juneau experiences nearly 19 hours of usable light each day. Ground teams equipped with specialized equipment began hiking the Gold Ridge Trail in both directions, looking for any signs that Dr. Buenafé had passed through the area or encountered difficulties along the route. Search and rescue dogs trained to detect human scent were brought in from Southeast Alaska Dogs for Organized Ground Search, a volunteer organization that had participated in dozens of successful rescues throughout the region. The dogs would prove crucial in search operations, as their sensitive noses could detect traces of human presence that might be invisible to even the most experienced human searchers. Aerial searches began almost immediately, utilizing both Alaska State Trooper helicopters and aircraft from the United States Coast Guard that were specially equipped for search and rescue operations in Alaska's demanding conditions. The helicopters carried thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting body heat through forest canopies and cloud cover, technology that had proven successful in previous search operations throughout southeast Alaska. However, the weather conditions that had been merely unpleasant for hiking became serious obstacles for aerial searches, with low clouds and intermittent precipitation limiting visibility and making it dangerous for aircraft to operate at low altitudes in the mountainous terrain. The search operation expanded dramatically on the second day, with more than a dozen professional volunteers from Juneau Mountain Rescue joining Alaska State Troopers and Juneau Police Department officers in an extensive grid search that utilized drones, additional search dogs, and expanded ground teams. The searchers methodically covered every accessible area along the planned hiking route, looking not only for Dr. Buenafé herself, but for any equipment, clothing, or other signs that might indicate what had happened during her hike. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the teams found no trace of the missing physician, a result that was both frustrating and increasingly ominous as the hours turned into days. Weather conditions continued to hamper the search efforts throughout the second and third days, with low clouds and rain limiting the effectiveness of both ground and aerial teams. Southeast Alaska's maritime climate can change rapidly, and what had begun as merely cloudy conditions on the morning of Dr. Buenafé's hike deteriorated into the type of weather that makes wilderness travel treacherous, even for experienced outdoors people. The combination of wet conditions, limited visibility, and steep terrain created hazardous conditions for the searchers themselves, forcing search coordinators to balance the urgent need to find Dr. Buenafé against the safety of the dozens of people risking their lives to locate her. The breakthrough came on Thursday morning, July 4th, when the crew of an Alaska Army National Guard helicopter spotted something unusual approximately 1,700 feet below the Gold Ridge ridgeline. Using specialized equipment and flying techniques developed specifically for Alaska's challenging search and rescue environment, the helicopter crew was able to confirm that they had located Dr. Buenafé's body in an area that would have been extremely difficult for ground searchers to access safely. The location was far below the established hiking trail, suggesting that she had either fallen or become disoriented and wandered off the marked route during her attempted hike. The recovery operation required careful coordination between Alaska State Troopers, Juneau Mountain Rescue, Temsco helicopters, and the Alaska Army National Guard, utilizing specialized high-angle rescue techniques to safely retrieve Dr. Buenafé's body from the remote location where she had been found. The challenging terrain and continued poor weather conditions made the recovery operation nearly as dangerous as the original search had been, demonstrating the extreme difficulties that face anyone who ventures into southeast Alaska's wilderness areas without proper preparation and support. The successful recovery was a testament to the skill and dedication of Alaska's search and rescue community. But it came too late to save Dr. Buenafé's life. Dr. Buenafé's body was transported to the Alaska State Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy that would determine the exact cause of her death, though the circumstances of her discovery suggested that she had likely fallen from the ridge area during her attempted hike. The investigation would examine whether weather conditions, equipment failure, medical emergency, or other factors had contributed to the tragedy that claimed the life of a skilled physician who had simply wanted to experience the natural beauty of Alaska during her vacation. Her death served as a sobering reminder that even experienced hikers can encounter unexpected dangers in Alaska's wilderness areas, where rescue may be hours or days away and where weather conditions can change from pleasant to life-threatening in a matter of minutes. The loss of Dr. Marites Buenafé deeply affected not only her family and colleagues at UK Healthcare, but also the broader community of outdoor enthusiasts who recognized that her tragedy could have befallen any of them under similar circumstances. Norwegian Cruise Line expressed their condolences and provided support to her family through their crisis response team, while the various search and rescue organizations reflected on lessons learned that might help prevent similar tragedies in the future. Dr. Buenafe's death highlighted the inherent risks that exist whenever people venture into Alaska's wilderness areas, no matter how well prepared or experienced they might be, and served as a reminder that the mountains and forests of the last frontier demand constant respect and vigilance from those who seek to explore their beauty. The June afternoon when Joseph Balderas disappeared from Nome, Alaska was supposed to mark the beginning of his new life in America's final frontier. At 36 years old, the Texas native had driven over 3,000 miles to reach this remote settlement perched on the edge of the Bering Sea, leaving behind the suffocating heat of Houston for the promise of adventure and opportunity in the last frontier. His girlfriend Megan Ryder had followed him just 2 weeks later, their hearts full of dreams about building a future together in a place where the summer sun barely set and the winter aurora painted the sky in impossible colors. Joseph had secured work with a local construction company that specialized in maintaining the harsh infrastructure needed to survive in subarctic conditions. The pay was excellent, nearly double what he had earned back in Texas, and the housing was surprisingly affordable for a man accustomed to big city prices. Nome might have been isolated, accessible only by small aircraft or seasonal barge, but it offered something Houston never could: the chance to be part of a tight-knit community where everyone knew your name and your neighbors would risk their lives to help you survive the brutal winters that claimed the unprepared. Megan had been more hesitant about the move, concerned about leaving her teaching job and the family they had known all their lives. But Joseph's enthusiasm proved contagious, and his detailed phone calls describing the stunning landscapes and genuine warmth of the locals gradually won her over. He talked about hiking the tundra that stretched endlessly toward the horizon, about learning to pan for gold in the creeks where prospectors had struck it rich over a century ago, about the incredible silence that settled over the land when the wind stopped blowing. In his letters, he painted pictures of a place where they could truly start fresh, away from the complications and disappointments that had followed them in Texas. The couple had been planning their engagement for months, with Joseph intending to propose during the brief summer when Nome transformed from a snow-covered outpost into a bustling hub of mining activity and tourism. He had already picked out a ring from one of the local jewelry stores, a simple band embedded with genuine Alaskan gold that would symbolize their new beginning in this incredible wilderness. Their wedding would be small and intimate, perhaps held on the beach where the Bering Sea met the tundra, with the midnight sun providing natural illumination for their ceremony. On June 24th, Joseph set out alone for what was supposed to be a short hiking expedition into the tundra northeast of Nome. He had been planning the trip for days, studying topographical maps with local residents who warned him about the deceptive nature of the landscape, where gentle rolling hills could quickly give way to treacherous bogs and hidden creeks. The weather forecast called for clear skies and temperatures in the mid-60s, perfect conditions for exploring the wildflowers that carpeted the Arctic plains during the brief summer season. He carried a fully stocked backpack with emergency supplies, a GPS unit, and enough food and water for 2 days, even though he planned to return by evening. Megan was working her first shift at the local elementary school, helping with their summer reading program when Joseph kissed her goodbye that morning. He promised to be back in time for dinner, excited to share whatever discoveries he might make during his exploration of their new homeland. She remembers him standing in their tiny apartment doorway, backpack slung over his shoulder, his face bright with the kind of anticipation she had not seen since they were teenagers planning their first camping trip together. That image would haunt her for years afterward. Joseph silhouetted against the endless Arctic daylight, waving goodbye with no idea he would never return home. When Joseph failed to appear by midnight, Megan began making phone calls to his co-workers and the few local friends they had begun to cultivate. Nome operated on a different schedule during the summer months, with many residents staying active well into the traditional nighttime hours, taking advantage of the perpetual daylight to accomplish tasks that would be impossible during the dark winter months. But nobody had seen Joseph since he left town that morning, and his cell phone went straight to voicemail, suggesting he was either in an area with no coverage or his battery had died. The Nome Police Department launched a search operation at dawn the next day, coordinating with Alaska state troopers and local volunteer search and rescue teams who knew the surrounding terrain better than anyone. They found Joseph's backpack approximately 8 miles northeast of town, sitting upright against a small boulder as if he had carefully placed it there before walking away. The backpack contained all of his supplies: food, water, emergency shelter, first aid kit, even his wallet and identification. The only items missing were the clothes he had been wearing and the small digital camera he always carried to document their Alaskan adventures. What disturbed the search teams most was the complete absence of any trail leading away from the backpack. The tundra around Nome preserves footprints remarkably well during the summer months, when the permafrost creates a solid base beneath the surface vegetation. Joseph's tracks were clearly visible, leading to the spot where they found his pack, but there were no footprints indicating which direction he might have traveled afterward. The search dogs brought in from Anchorage lost his scent at the same location, as if he had simply vanished into the thin Arctic air. As the search expanded to cover over 50 square miles of tundra, Megan began learning about Nome's dark history of unexplained disappearances. Local residents, initially reluctant to discuss the subject with outsiders, gradually opened up about the 24 people who had vanished from the area between 1960 and 2004. Most of the missing were men between the ages of 20 and 40, many of them newcomers to Alaska, who had come north seeking work or adventure just like Joseph. The FBI had investigated these disappearances extensively but never found evidence of foul play, concluding that the harsh environment and isolation were the most likely explanations. The revelation that Joseph was not Nome's first unexplained disappearance sent shockwaves through the small community and created deep divisions among residents. Some believed that discussing the missing people would damage Nome's reputation and hurt the tourism industry that provided crucial seasonal income. Others argued that the families deserved answers and that ignoring the pattern would only put more lives at risk. Longtime residents whispered about everything from serial killers to supernatural forces, while newer arrivals like Megan demanded thorough investigations and accountability from law enforcement. Megan threw herself into researching every detail of the previous disappearances, spending countless hours at the Nome Library and interviewing elderly residents who remembered the earlier cases. She discovered disturbing patterns. Many of the missing had been described as experienced outdoorsmen who should have known how to survive in the wilderness. Several had left behind personal belongings in locations where they seemed to have vanished without explanation, and almost none of the bodies had ever been recovered despite extensive searches. The lack of physical evidence was particularly troubling in a landscape where human remains should be preserved by the cold, dry conditions. The search for Joseph continued for 3 weeks, utilizing helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, trained search dogs, and dozens of volunteers who combed every accessible square mile of tundra around Nome. Alaska state troopers brought in specialized equipment designed for Arctic conditions, including ground-penetrating radar that could detect buried objects beneath the permafrost. The Coast Guard searched the coastline in case Joseph had somehow made his way to the Bering Sea, while local pilots flew grid patterns over the vast wilderness that stretched toward Siberia. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no trace of Joseph was ever found. As summer turned to autumn and the search was officially suspended, Megan faced the devastating reality that she might never know what happened to the man she had planned to marry. The stress of the disappearance and the community tensions it had created made staying in Nome unbearable. but leaving felt like abandoning Joseph to whatever fate had befallen him in the unforgiving wilderness. She struggled with guilt over not insisting on accompanying him that final morning, wondering if her presence might have prevented the tragedy or at least provided answers about what had occurred in those crucial moments when he disappeared. The case attracted national attention when podcast investigator Payne Lindsay arrived in Nome years later to examine both Joseph's disappearance and the subsequent vanishing of Florence Okpialuk in 2020. His investigation revealed the deep mistrust and paranoia that had infected the community, with residents reluctant to share information and law enforcement agencies sometimes working at cross purposes. The attention brought new scrutiny to Nome's history of missing persons, but also intensified the divisions that had been tearing the town apart since Joseph first walked into the tundra and vanished without explanation. Today, Joseph's disappearance remains one of Alaska's most haunting unsolved mysteries, a reminder of how quickly the frontier can reclaim those who underestimate its power. Megan eventually returned to Texas, but she continues to advocate for missing persons cases and maintains hope that someday the tundra will reveal its secrets and provide the closure that has eluded her for so many years. Joseph's story serves as a sobering warning for anyone tempted by Alaska's beauty to remember that the last frontier demands respect, preparation, and an understanding that some who venture into its embrace are never allowed to leave. The morning of October 16, 1972 dawned clear and cold across south-central Alaska, with the first hints of winter already painting the mountaintops in pristine white. At Anchorage International Airport, a small Cessna 310C bearing tail number N1812H sat on the tarmac, its twin engines warming up for what should have been a routine 3-hour flight to Juneau. The aircraft carried 4 passengers whose names would become legendary in Alaskan aviation history. House Majority Leader Thomas Hale Boggs from Louisiana, Alaska Congressman Nicholas Joseph Begich, Begich's aide Russell Brown, and pilot Don Johns. None of them could have imagined that their departure at 8:56 that morning would mark the beginning of one of the most extensive search operations in American history, or that their disappearance would give birth to decades of speculation about everything from political conspiracy to supernatural phenomena in the region that would later be dubbed the Alaska Triangle. Hale Boggs had arrived in Alaska as part of a 48-hour campaign blitz designed to support his colleague Nick Begich, who was facing a surprisingly competitive re-election battle against Republican challenger Don Young. At 58 years old, Boggs was one of the most powerful politicians in Washington, having served 14 non-consecutive terms in the House of Representatives and wielding considerable influence as the Democratic Majority Leader. His presence in Alaska was particularly significant because he and Begich had been on opposite sides of a leadership contest just a year earlier, making this campaign trip as much about party unity as it was about electoral politics. The two men had spent the previous evening at a fundraising event in Anchorage, where Boggs had delivered his characteristic passionate speeches about democratic values and the importance of Alaska's voice in Congress. Nick Begich, at 39, represented the new generation of Alaskan political leadership, a man who understood both the unique challenges facing America's largest state and the complex relationship between Alaska and the federal government. Born and raised in Minnesota, Begich had moved to Alaska in the early 1960s, establishing himself as an educator and community leader before winning election to Congress in 1970. His campaign for re-election was focused on bringing federal resources to Alaska, while protecting the state's independence and natural resources from what he saw as overreaching federal bureaucracy. The flight to Juneau was intended to be the final stop on a statewide campaign tour that would culminate in a major fundraising event designed to give Begich the financial resources needed for the final push toward Election Day. The weather forecast for the flight had called for marginal visual flight rules conditions along the route, with low clouds and possible icing conditions in the mountain passes between Anchorage and Juneau. Don Johns, the pilot employed by Pan-Alaska Airways, was an experienced aviator who had flown this route numerous times and understood the challenges posed by Alaska's rapidly changing weather patterns. The Cessna 310C was a capable twin-engine aircraft, well-suited for Alaska's demanding conditions. Equipped with the necessary instruments for flying in challenging weather and powered by reliable engines that had proven themselves throughout the state's aviation community. However, the aircraft was not equipped with an emergency locator transmitter, despite Alaska state regulations that had recently been enacted requiring such devices on aircraft operating in the territory. At 9:09 that morning, Don Johns made his final radio contact with Anchorage Air Traffic Control, requesting updated weather information as the aircraft approached the mountainous terrain surrounding Portage Pass. This routine communication gave no indication of any problems aboard the aircraft, and weather conditions at the time appeared to be within acceptable limits for the flight to continue. The planned route would take the Cessna through some of Alaska's most spectacular but challenging terrain, including mountain passes where sudden weather changes could create treacherous flying conditions and vast wilderness areas where a downed aircraft might remain hidden for decades. After that final radio transmission, N1812H vanished from all radar screens and never made another verifiable radio contact, disappearing somewhere over the trackless wilderness between Anchorage and Juneau. When the Cessna failed to arrive in Juneau by its scheduled arrival time of noon, airport authorities initiated standard overdue aircraft procedures, attempting to establish radio contact and alerting search and rescue coordinators about the missing flight. By early afternoon, it became clear that something serious had happened to the aircraft carrying two of America's most prominent politicians, and a massive search operation was launched that would eventually involve every branch of the military, the Coast Guard, Civil Air Patrol, and dozens of civilian pilots who volunteered their aircraft and expertise. The initial search focused on the planned flight route, particularly the mountain passes and glaciated terrain where weather-related accidents were most likely to occur. The search operation that followed would become the largest and most extensive in Alaskan history, ultimately involving more than 400 aircraft and thousands of personnel over the course of 39 days. Coast Guard cutters searched the waters of Prince William Sound and the Gulf of Alaska, while Army and Air Force helicopters combed the mountainous terrain along the flight route. Civil Air Patrol volunteers flew hundreds of hours in small aircraft, systematically searching every valley and glacier for any sign of the missing Cessna. The search was complicated by Alaska's vast distances and challenging terrain, as well as weather conditions that frequently grounded aircraft and limited visibility to just a few hundred feet. Despite the enormous resources devoted to finding N1812H, searchers never located so much as a single piece of debris from the aircraft. The failure to find any trace of the aircraft led to intense speculation about what might have caused the disappearance, with theories ranging from mechanical failure and weather-related accidents to far more sinister explanations involving political conspiracy and sabotage. Some observers noted that Hale Boggs had been increasingly critical of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and had called for investigations into government surveillance activities, leading to speculation that the disappearance might have been orchestrated by federal agencies seeking to silence a troublesome politician. These conspiracy theories were fueled by the complete absence of any physical evidence from the crash site, which seemed unusual even by Alaska standards where aircraft accidents typically left at least some recoverable debris. The investigation into the disappearance revealed several troubling details about the flight preparation and equipment aboard N1812H. The National Transportation Safety Board determined that the aircraft was not equipped with a functioning emergency locator transmitter, despite Alaska state regulations requiring such devices on aircraft operating in remote areas. Investigators discovered that Don Johns' portable emergency transmitter had been left behind in another aircraft at Fairbanks, and witnesses reported seeing an unidentified object in the pilot's briefcase that resembled but was not identical to a portable emergency locator device. This lack of emergency equipment meant that even if the aircraft had survived an initial impact, searchers would have had no electronic signal to guide them to the crash site. Radio operators throughout Alaska reported hearing fragmentary transmissions that might have come from the missing aircraft during the days following the disappearance. But none of these reports could be conclusively verified or used to narrow the search area. The reported transmissions included garbled voices that some listeners believed sounded like distress calls. But the poor quality and brief duration of these signals made positive identification impossible. These unconfirmed radio contacts only added to the mystery surrounding the flight, raising questions about whether the aircraft had survived an initial emergency, only to crash later in a location even more remote than the planned flight route. The political implications of the disappearance became apparent almost immediately, as both Boggs and Begich were on the ballot for the November election despite being missing and presumed dead. In one of the stranger chapters of American electoral history, both men were re-elected to Congress while search operations for their aircraft continued. Hale Boggs was succeeded in office by his wife Lindy, who would serve 8 terms representing Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District, while Nick Begich was ultimately replaced by his Republican challenger Don Young, who would go on to serve Alaska in Congress for the next 49 years until his own death in 2022. The Begich family would continue to play a prominent role in Alaska politics, with Nick's descendants serving in various elected offices, including the United States Senate and the mayoralty of Anchorage. The disappearance of N1812H would become the foundational case for what paranormal investigators later dubbed the Alaska Triangle, a vast area of wilderness bounded roughly by Anchorage, Juneau, and Barrow, where an unusually high number of aircraft and people have vanished without explanation. Proponents of supernatural theories point to the Boggs-Begich disappearance as evidence that mysterious forces operate within this region, noting the complete absence of any recoverable debris and the failure of such an extensive search operation to locate even the smallest trace of the aircraft. Skeptics argue that Alaska's challenging terrain and weather conditions provide sufficient explanation for the disappearance, particularly given the aircraft's lack of proper emergency equipment and the marginal weather conditions along the flight route. Modern technology has renewed interest in solving the 53-year-old mystery, with some investigators suggesting that climate change and glacial melting might eventually reveal the wreckage of N1812H. Several military aircraft that crashed in Alaska during the 1940s and 1950s have been discovered in recent years as glaciers retreat and expose previously hidden crash sites, raising hopes that the Boggs-Begich aircraft might someday be found. Advanced search technologies including satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and sophisticated aircraft tracking systems have been proposed for renewed search efforts, though the vast size of the potential search area continues to present enormous challenges. The legacy of the October 16, 1972 disappearance extends far beyond the immediate political consequences, serving as a sobering reminder of the dangers that continue to face aviators operating in Alaska's unforgiving environment. The case influenced federal aviation regulations requiring emergency locator transmitters on aircraft, potentially saving lives in subsequent aviation emergencies. More broadly, the disappearance of 2 prominent American politicians in Alaska's wilderness underscored the state's remoteness and the risks accepted by anyone who ventures into its vast interior, whether by aircraft, boat, or on foot. Today, the mystery of N1812H remains one of Alaska's most enduring unsolved cases, a testament to the power of the wilderness to reclaim those who dare to challenge its dominion. The autumn wind carried the scent of salt and approaching winter across Nome's West Beach on September 28, 2021, when Florence Okpialuk made her final decision to disappear. The 36-year-old Alaska Native woman had been living in the weathered canvas tent for nearly 3 weeks, part of a growing encampment of homeless individuals who had found themselves displaced in Alaska's harsh economic reality. Florence had moved to Nome from the remote village of Wales, population 145, seeking better opportunities and medical care for her chronic health conditions. What she found instead was a housing crisis that left her camping on the windswept beach while waiting for assistance from overwhelmed social services agencies. Florence's journey to Nome reflected the struggles faced by many Alaska Native people who leave their traditional villages seeking employment, education, or health care in larger communities. Wales, situated on the western tip of the Seward Peninsula just 55 miles from the Siberian coast, offered few opportunities beyond subsistence hunting and fishing. The village had no running water, limited electricity, and healthcare services that required expensive flights to Nome or Anchorage for anything beyond basic first aid. Florence had worked as a village health aide in Wales, providing crucial medical services to her community. But chronic back pain from a childhood injury required specialized treatment that was simply unavailable in her home village. The tent city on Nome's West Beach had grown throughout the summer of 2021 as Alaska's ongoing housing shortage reached crisis levels. Nome, with its population of approximately 3,600 people, struggled to provide adequate housing for both longtime residents and newcomers seeking opportunities in the gold mining industry or government services. The beach encampment existed in a legal gray area, technically on public land but increasingly viewed as a public health and safety concern by local authorities. Florence's tent sat among 8 others, a small community of people who looked out for each other while navigating the complex bureaucracy of social services and housing assistance programs. Those who knew Florence described her as a quiet, thoughtful woman who had maintained her dignity despite difficult circumstances. She spoke fluent Inupiaq and English, serving as an informal translator and advocate for other Alaska Native people in the camp, who struggled with language barriers when dealing with government agencies. Her tent was organized and clean, containing a few personal belongings including family photographs, traditional beadwork supplies, and the medications she needed for her chronic conditions. She had been working with Nome's social services coordinator to secure permanent housing, but the waiting list for affordable apartments stretched for months or even years. On the Churdo evening of September 27th, several residents of the beach camp remembered Florence seeming more anxious than usual, pacing near her tent and making frequent trips to the payphone at the nearby gas station. She had mentioned waiting for an important phone call about a potential housing opportunity, expressing both hope and skepticism that anything would come of it. The other campers noticed she had packed her few belongings into a backpack, though she had not mentioned any plans to leave the area. That night, she shared coffee with her tent neighbors around a small campfire, speaking in Inupiaq about her grandmother's traditional stories and expressing worry about the approaching winter. The morning of September 28th dawned gray and windy, with temperatures in the low 40s and the promise of Alaska's brief autumn rapidly giving way to winter's grip. Florence's tent neighbors remember her being up early, sitting outside her shelter and watching the sunrise over Norton Sound, while drinking instant coffee from a metal camping cup. Around 8 in the morning, she told Martha Kokaluk, the woman whose tent was closest to hers, that she was going for a walk along the beach to clear her head and think about her options. She was wearing her usual outfit, dark jeans, a heavy flannel shirt, a gray hooded sweatshirt, and black sneakers that had seen better days. Martha would later tell investigators that Florence seemed different that morning, more focused and determined than she had appeared in recent days. The two women had developed a friendship based on their shared experience of displacement from traditional villages, and Martha recognized signs of stress and decision-making in her friend's demeanor. Florence had mentioned feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the housing assistance application process and frustrated by the seemingly endless requirements and documentation needed to qualify for help. She expressed particular anxiety about the approaching winter, knowing that the beach camp would become uninhabitable once Nome's brutal weather arrived in earnest. When Florence failed to return to her tent by afternoon, Martha initially assumed she had found indoor shelter for the day or was dealing with paperwork at one of the social services offices. However, as evening approached and temperatures began dropping, the other camp residents grew concerned and began searching the immediate area. They found Florence's tent exactly as she had left it, with her sleeping bag, medications, and identification documents still inside. Most disturbingly, her heavy winter coat remained in the tent, despite the cooling weather that would have made the garment necessary for anyone planning to spend extended time outdoors. The search expanded the next morning when Martha contacted Nome Police Department to report her friend missing. Officer David Kokiok, himself an Alaska native who understood the cultural nuances of the situation, interviewed the other camp residents and began organizing a systematic search of Nome's limited road system and the extensive beach areas surrounding the community. The initial search focused on locations where Florence might have sought shelter, including abandoned buildings, storage facilities, and areas around the harbor where she might have tried to escape the increasingly harsh weather. Alaska State Troopers joined the search operation on the second day, bringing additional personnel and specialized equipment designed for wilderness searches in Alaska's challenging environment. Trooper Jeff Jacobson, who had extensive experience with missing persons cases involving Alaska Native individuals, coordinated with local tribal organizations and traditional knowledge holders who understood the area's geography and hazards. The search teams utilized all-terrain vehicles to cover the road system connecting Nome to surrounding communities, while volunteers on foot searched the extensive beach areas and tidal zones where someone might have encountered difficulties. The discovery that would haunt investigators came on October 3rd, nearly a week after Florence's disappearance. A group of volunteers searching the beach approximately 2 miles west of the tent camp found Florence's black sneakers, socks, and gray hooded sweatshirt neatly arranged on the sand just above the high tide line. The clothing appeared to have been deliberately placed rather than scattered by wind or waves, and there were no signs of struggle or violence in the surrounding area. Most puzzling was the fact that the item showed no evidence of prolonged exposure to the elements, despite having been missing for nearly a week during a period of harsh weather. The condition and arrangement of Florence's clothing created more questions than answers for investigators trying to understand what had happened during her walk along the beach. The sneakers were placed side by side as if someone had carefully removed them before entering the water, while the socks were tucked inside and the sweatshirt was folded nearby. However, extensive searches of the water and shoreline areas revealed no trace of Florence herself, despite conditions that should have preserved evidence of what had occurred. The discovery site was thoroughly documented and processed for forensic evidence, but investigators found no clear indication of whether Florence had entered the water voluntarily or encountered some other form of harm. The investigation into Florence's disappearance revealed the broader context of missing and murdered Indigenous women and people that has affected Alaska Native communities for generations. Alaska has one of the highest rates of missing Indigenous persons in the United States, with cases often receiving insufficient resources and attention from law enforcement agencies. Florence's case became part of a growing movement demanding better investigation and prevention efforts led by Alaska Native activists who argued that systemic discrimination and cultural misunderstanding contributed to the high number of unresolved cases affecting their communities. The search for Florence continued for weeks, involving helicopter overflights, marine patrols, and ground teams that covered hundreds of square miles of wilderness surrounding Nome. The Alaska Bureau of Investigation brought in specialized equipment, including sonar devices, to search the waters of Norton Sound and ground-penetrating radar to examine areas where Florence might have sought shelter or encountered harm. Despite these extensive efforts, investigators found no additional evidence that could explain what had happened to the missing woman or provide closure for her family and friends. Florence's family from Wales traveled to Nome to participate in the search efforts and advocate for continued investigation into her disappearance. Her sister Agnes Okpieluk spoke publicly about the need for better support services for Alaska Native people dealing with homelessness and the importance of treating missing persons cases with appropriate urgency regardless of the victim's housing status. The family organized traditional ceremonies to honor Florence and call for her safe return, drawing attention to the cultural dimensions of the case that outside investigators might not fully understand. The case attracted national attention when podcast investigator Payne Lindsay included Florence's disappearance in his examination of missing persons cases in Nome, Alaska. His investigation revealed the complex social and economic factors that had contributed to Florence's vulnerable situation, as well as the challenges faced by law enforcement agencies investigating cases involving Alaska Native individuals. The podcast brought renewed scrutiny to Nome's history of unexplained disappearances and the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people throughout Alaska. Today, Florence Okpieluk's disappearance remains officially classified as an open missing persons case, with Alaska state troopers continuing to follow up on any new information that might explain what happened during her walk along Nome's West Beach. Her tent was eventually removed from the beach encampment, but her personal belongings were carefully preserved by investigators who hoped that someday new evidence might provide answers for her family. Florence's case serves as a sobering reminder of the vulnerabilities faced by Alaska Native people dealing with homelessness and displacement, and the urgent need for better support systems to prevent similar tragedies in America's most remote communities. The weathered fishermen gathered around the scarred wooden table at Port Protection's only saloon tell the story of Lucas Avery with the kind of hushed reverence reserved for the dead and the disappeared. It was a tale that had grown in the telling over the past 3 years, acquiring new details and darker implications with each retelling. But the core facts remained as solid and unforgiving as the granite cliffs that surrounded their remote southeast Alaska community. Lucas Avery, a 32-year-old maritime engineer from Portland, Oregon, had come to Port Protection in August of 2021 seeking the kind of authentic Alaskan experience that cruise ships and tour packages could never provide. Port Protection sits on the northern tip of Prince of Wales Island, a community so remote that it lacks basic infrastructure most Americans take for granted. No roads connect it to the outside world, no electrical grid powers its scattered homes, and no cell phone towers carry signals across the dense temperate rainforest that blankets the surrounding mountains. The 57 residents who call Port Protection home have chosen isolation deliberately, crafting lives built around subsistence fishing, hunting, and the kind of radical self-reliance that Alaska demands from those who venture beyond the reach of modern conveniences. Lucas had read about the community in outdoor magazines and planned his visit as the culminating adventure of a month-long solo journey through southeast Alaska's Inside Passage. Lucas arrived aboard his 19-foot sea kayak on August 14th, having paddled north from Ketchikan through some of the most challenging waters in southeast Alaska. The journey had taken him 2 weeks, navigating tidal currents that could reach 8 knots and threading his way between islands where brown bears outnumbered humans by significant margins. Local residents remember him as enthusiastic and well-prepared, carrying high-quality camping equipment and demonstrating the kind of competence on the water that came from years of experience kayaking the Pacific Northwest's demanding coastlines. He had established his camp on a small beach about a mile south of the main settlement, close enough to visit the community but far enough away to maintain the solitude he sought. The residents of Port Protection operate according to an informal but effective communication network based on marine radio frequencies that connect fishing boats, float planes, and the handful of homes equipped with radio equipment. Lucas had purchased a handheld marine radio specifically for his Alaska adventure, programming it with the frequencies used by local fishermen and the Coast Guard station in Ketchikan. During his first week in the area, he checked in regularly with the local radio net, providing updates on his location and plans while gathering information about weather conditions and potential hazards in the surrounding waters. His daily routine followed the rhythms established by experienced sea kayakers operating in Alaska's challenging maritime environment. Lucas would rise before dawn to take advantage of the calm conditions that often prevailed during early morning hours, when tidal currents were manageable and winds had not yet begun building. He spent his days exploring the intricate coastline of Prince of Wales Island, photographing wildlife and documenting his experiences in a waterproof journal that he planned to use for a book about solo wilderness travel. Evenings were devoted to camp maintenance, meal preparation, and radio communication with both local residents and his family back in Oregon. The weather forecast for August 22nd called for typical southeast Alaska conditions. Overcast skies with periods of light rain and winds from the southeast at 10 to 15 knots. These were well within the parameters that Lucas had established for safe kayaking, and he announced his intention to explore the waters around nearby El Capitan Island during the morning radio net. Several local fishermen acknowledged his transmission and advised him to monitor Channel 16 for any changes in weather conditions, as southeast Alaska's maritime climate could deteriorate rapidly without warning. The last confirmed communication from Lucas came at 11:47 that morning, when he radioed that he was approaching the northern shore of El Capitan Island and planned to explore several small coves before returning to his camp. When Lucas failed to participate in the evening radio net, Port Protection residents initially assumed he had experienced equipment failure or was simply out of range of the repeater station. However, by the following morning, concern began growing among the tight-knit community, especially when his planned return to camp went unnoticed. Gary Muhlberger, a longtime resident and experienced mariner, organized an informal search party using local fishing boats to check the areas where Lucas had planned to paddle. The searchers found Lucas's empty kayak floating upside down approximately 3 miles northeast of El Capitan Island, its emergency paddle missing and no sign of its occupant. The discovery of the overturned kayak triggered an immediate response from the United States Coast Guard station in Ketchikan, which dispatched a helicopter crew and additional vessels to search the waters around Prince of Wales Island. Coast Guard rescue swimmer Jake Morrison later described the conditions they encountered as challenging but not extreme, with 3 to 4 foot seas and visibility of approximately 2 miles. The search pattern expanded throughout the day to cover more than 50 square miles of water, utilizing both surface vessels and aircraft equipped with thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting a person in the water even in poor visibility conditions. The search operation revealed several disturbing details about Lucas's disappearance that puzzled both Coast Guard personnel and local residents familiar with sea kayaking safety procedures. The kayak's emergency paddle, which should have been secured to the deck with shock cord, was missing entirely, suggesting either equipment failure or that Lucas had been using it when whatever incident occurred took place. More puzzling was the absence of his personal flotation device, which experienced kayakers in Alaska waters typically wear at all times due to the lethally cold water temperatures that can cause incapacitation within minutes of immersion. Local residents familiar with the waters around El Capitan Island noted that the area where Lucas's kayak was found lay directly in the path of strong tidal currents that funnel between the island and the mainland shore. These currents, known locally as the El Capitan Rapids, can reach velocities of up to 6 knots during spring tides, creating standing waves and turbulent conditions that challenge even experienced kayakers. However, the tide tables for August 22nd showed relatively moderate current flow, and Lucas had demonstrated sufficient skill during his previous weeks in the area to handle such conditions under normal circumstances. The search continued for 5 days, involving Coast Guard aircraft from as far away as Sitka and volunteer vessels from communities throughout southeast Alaska. Searchers combed hundreds of miles of coastline, knowing that southeast Alaska's complex geography could carry debris or a person dozens of miles from the initial incident location. The search dogs brought in from Juneau lost any scent trail at the water's edge near Lucas's camp, confirming that he had departed by kayak as planned, but providing no additional information about what might have happened during his final paddle. Weather conditions during the search operation included periods of dense fog that limited visibility and occasionally grounded aircraft, highlighting the challenging environment that kayakers face in Southeast Alaska waters. Local fishermen participating in the search efforts noted several anomalies during the days following Lucas's disappearance, including unusual behavior by marine mammals and birds that some attributed to the presence of orcas or other large predators in the area. While predator encounters involving sea kayakers are extremely rare, the remote waters around Prince of Wales Island support populations of both orcas and stellar sea lions that could potentially pose hazards to small watercraft. The official search was suspended after a week when Coast Guard commanders determined that survival in the 50-degree water temperatures was no longer possible, even for someone wearing appropriate cold water protection. However, Port Protection residents continued informal searches for several more weeks, checking remote beaches and coves where debris from Lucas's kayaking gear might have washed ashore. These efforts recovered several items of equipment that were positively identified as belonging to Lucas, including a waterproof storage bag containing his journal and camera, but provided no additional clues about the circumstances of his disappearance. The investigation into Lucas's disappearance examined several potential explanations, ranging from equipment failure and medical emergency to encounters with marine wildlife or extreme weather conditions. The National Transportation Safety Board conducted a preliminary investigation into the incident, interviewing local residents and examining the recovered kayak for evidence of structural failure or impact damage. However, the investigation was hampered by the absence of witnesses and the limited physical evidence available from the scene of the disappearance. Lucas's family traveled to Port Protection following the unsuccessful search, seeking closure and answers that the investigation had been unable to provide. His parents established a memorial fund supporting maritime safety education and search and rescue operations in Southeast Alaska, while his sister Sarah continued advocating for improved emergency communication systems in remote areas where cell phone coverage was non-existent. The family also worked with the Coast Guard to improve notification procedures for solo kayakers operating in Alaska's remote waters. The story of Lucas Avery's disappearance became part of the folklore surrounding Port Protection, joining other tales of mariners who had challenged Southeast Alaska's unforgiving waters and lost. Local residents speak of his case as a reminder that even experienced outdoors people can encounter hazards that prove insurmountable, and that Alaska's wilderness demands constant vigilance and respect from those who venture into its embrace. The empty beach where Lucas had established his final camp serves as an unofficial memorial to his memory, and a sobering reminder of the risks that accompany any attempt to experience Alaska's authentic wilderness. Today, Lucas Avery's disappearance remains classified as an unsolved missing persons case, though Coast Guard officials consider it most likely that he drowned following a kayaking accident in the challenging waters around El Capitan Island. His story continues to influence safety discussions among sea kayakers planning expeditions in Southeast Alaska, serving as a cautionary tale about the importance of emergency preparedness and communication systems when venturing into some of the most remote waters in North America. The mystery of what exactly happened during his final paddle may never be solved, but Lucas's legacy lives on in the improved safety practices adopted by other adventurers seeking to experience Alaska's maritime wilderness. The northern lights danced across the star-studded sky like ethereal ribbons of green and gold, casting an otherworldly glow over the remote backcountry lodge nestled deep in the Susitna Valley. Molly Winthrop pressed her face against the frosted window of her guest cabin, mesmerized by the aurora borealis display that had drawn her away from the warmth of Vermont's familiar forests to this wilderness sanctuary 60 miles northwest of Anchorage. At 43, the freelance nature photographer had built her career documenting wildlife and landscapes across North America, but Alaska's raw beauty represented the pinnacle of her artistic ambitions. The Aurora Lodge, a collection of rustic cabins accessible only by float plane or snow machine, promised the kind of pristine wilderness experience that modern tourism rarely provided. Molly had arrived at the lodge 3 days earlier aboard a vintage de Havilland Beaver float plane piloted by Jake Morrison, a taciturn Alaskan who had been flying passengers and supplies to remote locations for over 2 decades. The 40-minute flight from Anchorage had taken them over endless expanses of boreal forest punctuated by frozen lakes and mountain peaks that pierced the horizon like ancient sentinels. The Aurora Lodge sat on the shore of Mirror Lake, a pristine body of water surrounded by towering spruce trees, and accessible only during the brief summer months when aircraft could land on water or during winter when the frozen surface could support small planes equipped with skis. The lodge itself consisted of a main building housing the dining room, common area, and owner's quarters, surrounded by 8 individual guest cabins that could accommodate up to 20 visitors during peak season. During Molly's February visit, she was one of only 6 guests, sharing the remote sanctuary with 2 other photographers from California, a wildlife biologist from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and a retired couple from Minnesota who had been visiting the lodge annually for 15 years. The intimate group size created a family-like atmosphere where guests shared meals, stories, and the profound silence that characterized Alaska's winter wilderness. Lodge owner Robert Hendricks had purchased the property in 1998 after retiring from a career as a commercial airline pilot, drawn by the same pristine wilderness that attracted his guests. He had spent years upgrading the facilities while maintaining their rustic character, installing a diesel generator for electricity, a sophisticated water filtration system, and communication equipment that could reach emergency services in Anchorage despite the remote location. Hendricks prided himself on providing guests with authentic wilderness experiences while maintaining the safety standards that came from his aviation background and decades of living in Alaska's challenging environment. The evening of February 15th began like most others at the Aurora Lodge, with guests gathering in the main building after dinner to share stories and watch for aurora activity through the large windows that faced north toward the Brooks Range. Molly had spent the day photographing wildlife tracks in the fresh snow, documenting the intricate patterns left by snowshoe hares, ptarmigan, and the occasional wolf pack that traversed the frozen landscape. She had captured stunning images of ice formations along the lakeshore and was planning to venture out later that night if the aurora forecast proved accurate. Weather conditions that evening were ideal for aurora viewing, with clear skies, minimal wind, and temperatures hovering around -20 degrees Fahrenheit. The National Weather Service had issued an aurora forecast predicting moderate to strong activity, and the lodge's location far from any light pollution offered unobstructed views of the northern horizon where the displays typically appeared most prominently. Molly had prepared her camera equipment earlier in the day, checking battery levels and ensuring her tripod was properly adjusted for the long exposures required to capture the aurora's ethereal movements. Around 10:30 that evening, the first faint green glow appeared on the northern horizon, gradually intensifying into the spectacular display that had drawn photographers from around the world to Alaska's winter wilderness. Molly bundled herself in multiple layers of insulation, gathered her camera gear, and stepped out into the crystalline night air that immediately began freezing the moisture in her breath. She established her photography position about 200 yards from her cabin near the lakeshore where the aurora's reflection would create mirror images in the polished ice surface. The other guests had also ventured outside to witness the celestial display, with some choosing to watch from the heated comfort of the main lodge while others braved the extreme cold to experience the aurora more intimately. Lodge owner Hendricks made his regular rounds to check on guests, reminding everyone about the dangers of extended cold exposure and advising them to return to heated buildings if they began experiencing any signs of hypothermia. The temperature had dropped to -25 degrees, cold enough to cause frostbite and exposed skin within minutes, and potentially fatal for anyone inadequately protected against the elements. Molly's photography session continued for nearly 2 hours as the aurora display reached peak intensity, with dancing curtains of light stretching from horizon to horizon in a cosmic performance that left her breathless with wonder. Her specialized cold weather camera equipment functioned perfectly in the extreme conditions, capturing image after image of the otherworldly phenomenon that had inspired countless legends among Alaska's indigenous peoples. She periodically returned to her cabin to warm her hands and check her equipment, but the spectacular display kept drawing her back outside despite the brutal cold. The last confirmed sighting of Molly occurred around 12:45 in the morning, when fellow photographer Dave Chen saw her adjusting her tripod near the lakeshore while the aurora activity began gradually diminishing. Chen had been photographing from a location closer to the main lodge and noticed Molly's silhouette against the starlit snow as she continued working despite the increasingly bitter cold. He considered approaching her to suggest returning to the warmth of the buildings, but decided against interrupting what appeared to be a productive photography session for someone experienced enough to manage her own safety in challenging conditions. When Molly failed to appear for breakfast the following morning, Hendricks knocked on her cabin door and discovered it unlocked with no sign that she had returned after her aurora photography session. Her camera equipment was missing, suggesting she had been carrying it when whatever incident occurred took place. The cabin showed no signs of disturbance, with her remaining gear neatly organized and her bed unslept in, indicating she had never returned from her late-night photography expedition. Most troubling was the absence of her heavy winter parka, which remained hanging in the cabin closet despite the lethal cold that would have made such protection essential for survival. The search for Molly began immediately, with Hendricks and his staff conducting an initial survey of the immediate area around the lodge while other guests checked the shoreline and nearby trails. Alaska State Troopers were notified by radio, but severe weather conditions prevented immediate helicopter support, leaving the initial search efforts to lodge personnel and guests who understood the urgency of finding someone exposed to Alaska's winter wilderness. The search was complicated by fresh snowfall that had begun around 3 in the morning, potentially covering any tracks or signs that might have indicated Molly's movements or the location where an incident had occurred. Professional search and rescue teams arrived the following day aboard snow machines and all-terrain vehicles, bringing specialized equipment and trained search dogs capable of detecting human scent even under challenging winter conditions. The teams systematically covered expanding search grids around the lodge, paying particular attention to the lakeshore area where Molly had been photographing and any terrain features that might have posed hazards during nighttime travel. Despite these extensive efforts, searchers found no trace of Molly or her camera equipment, an outcome that seemed impossible given the limited area where she could have traveled on foot in the extreme cold. The search expanded to include helicopter overflights once weather conditions improved, with aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology that could detect heat signatures even in heavily forested terrain. Pilots familiar with Alaska's search and rescue operations noted that the pristine snow conditions should have preserved any evidence of Molly's movements, making the absence of tracks or disturbance signs particularly puzzling. The helicopter searches covered more than 50 square miles of wilderness surrounding the lodge, including remote valleys and ridgelines where someone might have wandered if disoriented by cold or equipment failure. As days passed without discovering any trace of Molly, theories about her disappearance ranged from cold weather accidents and wildlife encounters to more speculative explanations involving the mysterious phenomena that some associated with Alaska's remote wilderness areas. Lodge guests and staff reported unusual sounds during the nights following her disappearance, including distant howling that could have been wolves or wind, and unexplained lights that might have been aircraft or aurora activity. These accounts contributed to an atmosphere of unease that affected everyone at the remote lodge. The investigation revealed that Molly had been an experienced cold-weather photographer who understood the dangers of Alaska's winter environment and typically took appropriate precautions when working in extreme conditions. Her camera equipment included backup batteries and cold-weather protection systems that should have functioned reliably in the conditions she encountered that night. However, investigators noted that even experienced outdoors people could encounter unexpected equipment failures or medical emergencies that might lead to life-threatening situations in Alaska's unforgiving environment. The search for Molly continued for 2 weeks before being officially suspended, though lodge owner Hendricks and other local residents maintained informal searches throughout the remainder of the winter. Spring searches after the snow melted revealed no additional evidence that might explain her disappearance, leaving her family and friends without the closure they desperately sought. The Aurora Lodge continued operating, but Hendricks installed additional safety equipment and implemented more stringent guest monitoring procedures to prevent similar incidents. Today, Molly Winthrop's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery that has become part of the folklore surrounding Alaska's remote wilderness lodges. Her case serves as a sobering reminder that even experienced outdoors people can encounter hazards that prove insurmountable in Alaska's challenging environment, where help may be hours or days away and where weather conditions can change from manageable to life-threatening within minutes. The dancing aurora that drew her to that frozen lake shore continues to attract photographers and adventure seekers. But Molly's story ensures that visitors understand the respect that Alaska's wilderness demands from all who venture into its embrace. The mist hung heavy over Resurrection Bay as the massive Norwegian Star glided toward the port of Seward, its 15 decks carrying 3,400 passengers eager to experience the raw majesty of Alaska's Kenai Peninsula. Among them stood Anthony Rios, a 51-year-old civil engineer from Albuquerque, New Mexico, who had spent months planning this Alaskan cruise as a celebration of his recent divorce settlement and a chance to reconnect with the wilderness photography that had been his passion before marriage and career demands consumed his time. He leaned against the ship's railing on Deck 7, watching the towering peaks of the Chugach Mountains emerge from the morning fog like ancient guardians protecting the secrets of America's last frontier. Anthony had booked the cruise independently, seeking solitude and adventure after 23 years of marriage that had ended amicably but left him questioning the direction of his life. His ex-wife, Patricia, had received their house in Santa Fe's foothills, while Anthony kept their shared photography equipment and the freedom to pursue the travel adventures they had always postponed for more practical concerns. The Norwegian Star's 7-day inside passage itinerary promised glacier viewing, wildlife encounters, and most importantly for Anthony, access to some of Alaska's most spectacular hiking opportunities during the ship's port calls in Ketchikan, Juneau, and Seward. The ship docked in Seward at 6:30 that morning, with passengers scheduled to disembark for various shore excursions ranging from luxury coach tours to challenging backcountry adventures. Anthony had researched the area extensively, ultimately choosing a guided glacier trek to the terminus of Exit Glacier, located within Kenai Fjords National Park about 10 miles from downtown Seward. The 8-hour excursion would take participants through temperate rainforest, across rocky moraines, and finally onto the glacier itself, offering unparalleled opportunities for the landscape photography that had drawn Anthony to Alaska in the first place. The tour group consisted of 12 passengers led by Marcus Peterson, a certified wilderness guide with 15 years of experience leading visitors through Alaska's challenging terrain. Peterson briefed the group on safety protocols, weather conditions, and the physical demands of glacier travel, emphasizing that participants needed to maintain visual contact with guides at all times, due to the potential for rapidly changing conditions and hidden crevasses. Anthony impressed the guide with his quality camera equipment and his questions about optimal shooting positions. demonstrating both preparation and respect for the environment they would be entering. The initial portion of the trek proceeded smoothly, with the group hiking established trails through dense Sitka spruce forest, while Peterson provided commentary about the area's natural history and the dramatic retreat of Exit Glacier over the past century. Anthony hung back from the main group periodically to capture images of old-growth trees draped in moss and the occasional glimpse of snow-capped peaks through the forest canopy. His fellow hikers were a mix of fitness levels and ages, but all seemed capable of handling the moderate terrain that characterized the approach to the glacier. The group reached the glacier's terminus around noon, where they paused for lunch while marveling at the massive ice formation that had carved the valley over thousands of years. Anthony was particularly fascinated by the glacier's constantly changing surface, where ice flows created dramatic crevasses and ice caves that captured light in spectacular ways. He asked Peterson about accessing better photography positions, expressing particular interest in the lateral moraines that bordered the glacier, and offered elevated vantage points for capturing the ice field's full scope. Peterson agreed to lead a smaller subgroup, including Anthony and 3 other experienced hikers, to a rocky outcrop about a quarter-mile from the main glacier viewing area. The guide emphasized that this advanced position required careful attention to footing and weather conditions, as afternoon temperature changes could create unstable ice conditions and sudden fog banks that reduced visibility to mere yards. Anthony assured the guide that he understood the risks and would follow all safety protocols while pursuing his photography objectives. The advanced photography group spent approximately 90 minutes on the rocky outcrop, with Anthony capturing what he later described to fellow hikers as some of the most spectacular glacier images he had ever taken. The lighting conditions were perfect, with partial cloud cover creating dramatic contrasts between the blue-white ice and the surrounding granite peaks. Anthony's enthusiasm was evident to other group members who noticed him moving confidently among the rocks while seeking optimal shooting angles for his increasingly heavy camera bag. The group began their return journey around 3:15, with Peterson leading them back toward the main trail system that would take them to the tour bus pickup location in Seward. The weather had remained stable throughout the day, with temperatures in the mid-40s and only light winds that posed no challenges for experienced hikers. Anthony continued photographing during the return journey, occasionally asking the group to pause while he captured images of wildlife or particularly striking landscape features along the trail. The first indication that something was wrong came when the group reached the trail junction, where they should have regrouped with other tour participants. A quick head count revealed that Anthony was no longer with the group, though none of the other hikers could recall exactly when they had last seen him. Peterson immediately implemented emergency protocols, dividing the remaining hikers into search teams while using his satellite communication device to contact park rangers and the Norwegian Star's shore excursion coordinators. The initial search focused on the route between the rocky outcrop and the trail junction, covering approximately half a mile of varied terrain that included both established trails and off-trail areas where Anthony might have wandered while seeking photography opportunities. Search teams called his name repeatedly while looking for any signs of his passage, including dropped equipment or disturbed vegetation that might indicate where he had left the main group. The search was complicated by the terrain's complex topography, which included numerous side valleys and rock formations where someone could easily become separated from their companions. Park rangers arrived within 2 hours, bringing additional personnel and specialized search equipment, including avalanche beacons that could detect electronic devices at considerable distances. The rangers established a command post at the Exit Glacier Visitor Center while coordinating with the Coast Guard, Alaska State Troopers, and volunteer search and rescue teams from the Seward area. The Norwegian Star delayed its departure while ship personnel contacted Anthony's emergency contacts and coordinated with search coordinators about extending the search window. The search operation expanded dramatically on the second day, with helicopter crews from the Alaska National Guard joining ground teams that had worked through the night despite challenging weather conditions. The helicopters carried thermal imaging equipment capable of detecting human heat signatures through forest canopies and cloud cover, technology that had proven successful in previous Alaskan search operations. However, the complex terrain around Exit Glacier presented unique challenges for both ground and aerial searchers, with numerous valleys and rock formations that could hide someone from detection. Search teams discovered Anthony's camera on the third day, found approximately 1 mile from where he had last been seen by fellow tour participants. The camera was located in a steep-sided ravine that had been carved by glacial meltwater, sitting on rocks about 30 feet below the rim where Anthony might have been photographing the scenic gorge. The camera appeared undamaged and contained hundreds of images from Anthony's Alaska cruise, including spectacular shots taken during his final glacier trek that documented his movements up until the time of his disappearance. The discovery location raised troubling questions about what had happened to Anthony after he became separated from his tour group. The ravine where his camera was found offered dramatic photography opportunities with a small waterfall and interesting rock formations that would have appealed to someone seeking unique landscape images. However, the steep terrain would have required extreme caution to access safely, and the loose rock surfaces could have created hazardous conditions for anyone attempting to climb down for better shooting positions. Analysis of the images stored on Anthony's camera revealed a progression of photographs taken throughout the day, with the final images captured at the rocky outcrop where the tour group had spent time before beginning their return journey. Camera timestamp data suggested that Anthony had continued photographing after the group began moving, potentially explaining how he had become separated from his companions. The final images showed no signs of distress or emergency conditions, suggesting that whatever incident occurred had happened after Anthony stopped taking photographs. The search continued for 8 days, involving more than 50 personnel and covering over 20 square miles of challenging wilderness terrain. Searchers utilized trained search dogs, helicopter overflights, ground-penetrating radar, and even divers who explored deep pools in the glacial streams where Anthony might have fallen. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of Anthony himself was ever found, leaving investigators with more questions than answers about what had happened to the experienced hiker and photographer. The Norwegian Star eventually continued its itinerary after coordinating with Anthony's family and ensuring that all possible search resources remained committed to finding him. Cruise line representatives worked with law enforcement agencies to interview other passengers who might have interacted with Anthony during the voyage, seeking any information that might explain his disappearance or provide leads for the ongoing investigation. The ship's security footage confirmed Anthony's participation in the shore excursion but provided no additional insights into his state of mind or intentions. Today, Anthony Rios remains officially listed as a missing person, with Alaska State Troopers maintaining an open case file that includes all evidence collected during the extensive search operation. His disappearance has influenced safety protocols for glacier tours in the Seward area, with guides now implementing more stringent procedures for maintaining group cohesion and accounting for all participants throughout challenging terrain. The mystery of what happened to Anthony in those final moments serves as a sobering reminder that Alaska's wilderness can claim even experienced visitors who understand and respect its dangers, leaving families and investigators searching for answers that may never come. The camera's memory card would later reveal that Samantha Harding had captured her final photographs at 11:47 in the evening on September 3, 2022. As the aurora borealis painted the Arctic sky in shades of emerald and violet above the frozen tundra surrounding Utqiagvik, Alaska. The 29-year-old travel blogger from Baltimore had spent 6 days documenting life in America's northernmost community, formerly known as Barrow, sharing her experiences with an online following of nearly 40,000 subscribers who eagerly awaited her posts from some of the world's most remote destinations. Her last Instagram story, posted just hours before she vanished, showed her bundled in Arctic gear beside a frozen river, promising her followers the most spectacular Northern Lights footage they had ever seen. Samantha had built her reputation as an adventure travel blogger by seeking out destinations that other content creators avoided, places where luxury accommodations and reliable internet connections gave way to authentic cultural experiences and natural phenomena that could only be witnessed in the world's most isolated corners. Her blog, titled Wandering Beyond Borders, documented journeys to Mongolia's Gobi Desert, Iceland's volcanic highlands, and the remote villages of northern Norway. Alaska represented the culmination of her Arctic exploration series, a months-long project that had taken her from the temperate rainforests of southeast Alaska to the windswept tundra of the North Slope. The journey to Utqiagvik required careful planning and significant financial investment, as the community sits more than 300 miles north of the Arctic Circle and can only be reached by commercial flights from Anchorage or Fairbanks. Samantha had spent weeks coordinating with local guides and cultural liaisons, ensuring that her documentation of Inupiaq traditional life would be respectful and accurate. She had obtained the necessary permits for drone photography and invested in specialized Arctic camera equipment designed to function in temperatures that could drop to -40 degrees Fahrenheit even during the brief summer months. Her accommodation at the Top of the World Hotel placed her in the heart of Utqiagvik, a community of approximately 4,000 people who had adapted to life in one of Earth's most challenging environments. The hotel served as a gathering place for visitors ranging from climate researchers and oil industry workers to the occasional adventure tourist willing to pay premium prices for authentic Arctic experiences. Samantha quickly established relationships with local residents, including traditional whaling captain Moses Kanguk and his family, who agreed to share their knowledge of subsistence hunting and the cultural traditions that sustained Inupiaq communities through countless generations of Arctic survival. Her daily routine involved early morning photography sessions to capture the unique quality of Arctic light, followed by interviews with community members about their adaptation to climate change and the preservation of traditional knowledge. Samantha's blog posts from Utqiagvik revealed genuine respect for the challenges facing Arctic communities, avoiding the sensationalism that characterized many outsider accounts of life in extreme environments. She documented the construction techniques that allowed buildings to survive on permanently frozen ground, the complex logistics required to supply a community accessible only by air or sea, and the sophisticated traditional knowledge that enabled successful subsistence hunting in conditions that would quickly prove fatal to unprepared visitors. September 3rd marked the beginning of Samantha's final planned expedition, a solo photography journey to document the landscape surrounding Utqiagvik during the brief transition period between the endless daylight of Arctic summer and the approaching polar night. She had rented an all-terrain vehicle from a local outfitter, equipped with GPS navigation, emergency communication equipment, and survival supplies appropriate for extended travel on the tundra. Her planned route would take her approximately 15 miles southeast of town to the banks of the Mead River, where she hoped to capture images of caribou migration and the dramatic interplay between tundra vegetation and the approaching winter freeze. The weather forecast called for clear skies and temperatures in the low 20s, ideal conditions for the aurora photography that had drawn Samantha to Utqiagvik during the autumn equinox period when geomagnetic activity typically peaks. She departed the hotel around 4 in the afternoon, allowing sufficient time to reach her planned camping location and establish her photography equipment before darkness provided optimal conditions for capturing the northern lights. Her GPS device was programmed with waypoints marking her intended route and emergency shelter locations, while her satellite communicator provided two-way messaging capability with search and rescue coordinators in Anchorage. Local residents who saw Samantha departing remembered her enthusiasm about the planned photography session, as well as her careful preparation and respect for the Arctic environment that had claimed the lives of numerous visitors over the years. She carried redundant navigation systems, emergency shelter, and sufficient food and fuel for 3 days. Following the survival protocols that experienced Arctic travelers consider essential for any journey beyond the immediate vicinity of permanent settlements. Her all-terrain vehicle was equipped with tracks rather than wheels, providing the flotation necessary for travel across tundra that could be deceptively soft, despite appearing solid and stable. The last confirmed GPS ping from Samantha's devices occurred at 10:32 that evening, placing her approximately 12 miles southeast of Utqiagvik, near the planned photography location beside the Mead River. The signal indicated normal device function and suggested that Samantha had successfully reached her intended destination and was presumably beginning her aurora photography session. Weather conditions at the time remained within acceptable parameters, with clear skies, light winds, and aurora activity that would have provided the spectacular displays she had traveled thousands of miles to document. When Samantha failed to return to Utqiagvik by her planned departure time the following afternoon, hotel staff contacted local authorities, who initiated emergency protocols for overdue travelers in the Arctic environment. The North Slope Borough Search and Rescue Coordinator assembled a team of volunteers familiar with the terrain between Utqiagvik and the Mead River, while Alaska state troopers prepared to deploy additional resources if the initial search efforts proved unsuccessful. The urgency of the situation was heightened by weather forecasts predicting deteriorating conditions that could make search operations extremely dangerous for both the missing person and rescue personnel. The search team located Samantha's abandoned all-terrain vehicle around noon on September 5th, approximately 2 miles from the last GPS coordinates, and showing no obvious signs of mechanical failure or accident. The vehicle was properly parked and secured, with Samantha's emergency supplies still inside, along with most of her camera equipment. However, her primary camera, tripod, and cold weather clothing were missing, suggesting that she had departed the vehicle voluntarily for what was intended to be a temporary photography expedition. Most puzzling was the absence of any tracks leading away from the vehicle, as the soft tundra should have preserved clear evidence of her direction of travel. The discovery of Samantha's camera equipment came 2 days later, found by searchers approximately 1 mile northwest of her vehicle near a small lake that offered dramatic foreground elements for aurora photography. The camera and tripod were positioned as if Samantha had been actively photographing when something caused her to abandon the equipment. The camera's memory card contained hundreds of images documenting her journey to Utqiagvik, including spectacular aurora photographs taken throughout the night of September 3rd, that demonstrated both her technical skill and artistic vision as a photographer. Analysis of the final images revealed increasingly spectacular aurora displays that would have required Samantha to remain outside for extended periods while adjusting camera settings and composition. The timestamps indicated continuous photography activity until 11:47, when the image sequence abruptly stopped, with no obvious technical malfunction or environmental factor that would have prevented continued shooting. The final photograph showed a particularly dramatic aurora curtain stretching across the entire sky, suggesting that conditions remained excellent for photography when whatever incident occurred took place. Search efforts expanded to include helicopter overflights equipped with thermal imaging technology, ground teams using trained search dogs, and underwater search specialists who examined the lake near where Samantha's camera was found. The search covered more than 100 square miles of tundra, utilizing techniques developed specifically for Arctic search and rescue operations, where vast distances and extreme weather conditions create unique challenges. Despite these extensive efforts, no trace of Samantha herself was ever discovered, leaving investigators with more questions than answers about her final hours in the Arctic wilderness. The investigation attracted attention from Samantha's substantial online following, with her blog subscribers and social media followers organizing their own research efforts to analyze her final posts and GPS data for any clues that professional searchers might have overlooked. Online investigators noted anomalies in her final photographs, including unexplained light sources that did not appear to be consistent with aurora phenomena. Though image analysis experts could not conclusively determine whether these represented technical artifacts or actual environmental conditions at the photography site. Local Inupiaq elders shared traditional knowledge about the dangers that could befall travelers in the Arctic landscape, including sudden weather changes, disorientation caused by the featureless terrain, and the psychological effects of extended exposure to the profound silence and isolation that characterize the tundra environment. The elders emphasized that even experienced outdoors people could encounter conditions that proved fatal within minutes, particularly during the transitional seasons when ice conditions and weather patterns could change rapidly. The search for Samantha Harding was officially suspended after 2 weeks, though North Slope Borough authorities maintained the case as an active missing persons investigation. Her family established a scholarship fund supporting Arctic research and traditional knowledge preservation, while her blog posts from Utqiagvik continued to serve as educational resources about Inupiaq culture and the challenges facing Arctic communities. The mystery of her disappearance became part of the folklore surrounding Alaska's vast wilderness, a reminder that even the most prepared adventurers must respect the power of forces beyond human control in America's final frontier. Today, Samantha's story serves as both inspiration and warning for adventure travelers seeking authentic experiences in remote destinations. Her respectful documentation of Inupiaq culture and her obvious preparation for Arctic travel demonstrate the careful approach required for responsible exploration, while her disappearance underscores the reality that Alaska's wilderness can claim even those who understand and respect its dangers. The northern lights continue to dance over the tundra where she vanished, witnessed now by the few travelers bold enough to venture into the Arctic darkness, carrying with them the sobering knowledge that some who seek to capture nature's most spectacular displays may become part of the landscape they came to document.